You make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too.
Hello everybody and welcome back to University Esports 2024. We're here with the Masters and it's going to be the playoffs today after we had an incredible Swiss round back in April. We've now got the playoffs, a load of super exciting matchups. We're going to get to see some best of threes rather than the best of ones we were seeing before as well. So that's going to be very exciting. My name is Black Bloxer and today I'm joined by the wonderful Dry Salad. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for introducing me. Obviously, I think it's been a long way. It's been a bit of anticipation building up to this playoff series, but we've got some fantastic games lined up for us today. Obviously, starting with that best of one to then lead into a series of best of threes back to back to back for the next few days. It'll be really interesting to see how these teams fare against each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a super exciting time. We're going to have a quick look here at the calendar that we've been going through. This is for all of the games, not just the League of Legends that we've got for you here today. We can see a ton of those grand finals have now been locked in, just the Valorant and the League of Legends that we don't know for. The Swiss phase back at the end of April, it was super exciting. We got to see all of the teams battle it out and across 6 best of ones. It was an incredible day. We didn't, however, see that the games on the 21st. That was the tiebreakers. However, we do know that out of those tiebreakers, Mate and Politechnika Belostica from Poland both made it out of that of that Swiss bracket, and they're going to be in the playoffs with us today. And so tons of esports, even if League really isn't your thing, there's a load of other things that you can be watching at the moment.
Yeah, but league should be your thing, absolutely. And I think, as we said, given that we have this 2 bracket setup now, where off the first best of one, we'll have these 2 sort of losers bracket versus winners bracket sides to follow today. Obviously, following with the winners bracket into tomorrow's losers bracket, it'll be fantastic to keep up with.
Yeah, it's going to be such a good time. We've also got the prize pool as well. It's a huge amount of money on the line right here. 5,500 euros, massive amount. And the split for first place versus everybody else is massive. You've got 2,500 euros to be playing for that first prize. 500 for each of the players winning out, so you definitely want to come out on top, but still, all the way up to 4th is going to get some prize pool money, so it's always a good time. See if you can get yourself all the way to the beginning. You want the bragging rights more than anything, but, at the same time, that cash prize isn't going to be anything to sniff at.
Yeah, especially given that these are all university students, we know how much that little extra cash flow can help out in terms of just extra living costs, all of that stuff. So, obviously, I think the extra incentive will be fantastic in just making all of this very exciting, very intense for all these players.
Absolutely. And so we talk about who the players are, but let's have a look at what these teams are going to be. We have got ourselves 8 teams today, and we've got a couple of names that you should really know if you know anything about the University Esports Masters. Got to talk quickly about KSC White, 2 times champions back-to-back in 2020 and 2021. They've had a couple of years where they didn't finish quite so well. That being said, still top 8 finishes for the majority of years. Back coming out of that Swiss stage as the top seed, didn't lose a single game, although they did get pushed a little bit by a couple of the other teams that we've got in this bracket today, but there's a ton of amazing teams here already. We've actually not got any repeat countries, which is, I think, the first time I've ever done this. I've usually seen multiple Polish teams, multiple German teams. This time around, we've actually got 8 different countries competing in this one, which is always super exciting.
Yeah, I think those cross-national matchups are just so fun to watch, especially when you get to see what kind of talent each country's brought to the tournament. It means that every stage of the way we will be seeing new players, new play styles, new sort of cultures around the game. And that is one of the most interesting things about the University Esports Masters, I think, is that crossing of cultures between these European countries that maybe don't get the chance to play against each other that often.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be such an exciting time. And I mean, what a diverse set of teams that we really do have. Like you said, lots of different countries. Today, we're going to be following Dragon Emperors up against Unino, which is going to be a very exciting matchup. We'll have a quick look at the schedule as well. Right now, we're going to have a best of 1, like you said. Then we're going to have 2 best of 3s back-to-back. That's going to round out who we're sending on to the finals from the upper bracket. And then tomorrow we should be following the lower bracket and having a look at who it is that's going to be going through rounding out our finals matchup at that, to be determined date.
Yeah, and I think the losers bracket, nothing to sleep on, especially given how close a lot of these teams are. I think there was a four-way tie for points, if I'm not mistaken. So which means that, even these middle of the pack teams, even these lower teams in the bracket, anyone could make a dent on this tournament. We're not just looking at the top end of things. We're not just looking at Kit, who are the clear favorites so far. But a lot of drama, a lot of action happening around the middle of the pack, starting with the 4th versus 5th place teams for this first game, will give us a bit of a feel of how this could progress into the later stages.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, there were a ton of teams who came out of Swiss at 4-2. Kit ran away with things, came out on top, and didn't lose themselves a single game. So they did incredibly well. Then University came out with 5 wins and 1 loss, and then just everybody else seemed to be sat around that 4-2 point in the pack. Really, really impressive showing from all of these teams, and there were a lot of teams competing in that Swiss round. So a lot of good teams didn't make it today, and we've only got those best universities right now. So super, super exciting.
Absolutely, and I think it speaks to the competitiveness of the league as well, and how much sort of European esports has progressed at the grassroots and sort of tier 3 to tier 2 level. Obviously, there was a long sort of period where I think you had the pro scene, you had the regionals, and then after that it was kind of like, community tournaments, people chilling.
Yeah.
UEM is becoming a place for people to go, a place for people to then find that path into the next stages of professional play. So very, very excited to see some of these players who perhaps are considering a future within the scene, considering a future within, pushing towards those EROs, pushing towards whatever it may be, coaching positions, staffing positions, all sorts of things. I'm very excited just to see what they have to put on display for us today.
Yeah, exactly, and these are no slouches as players either. At the regional university level, there is plenty of just, you get 5 people together, you play some games, some of it's good, some of it's bad, it's a great time either way. But at this level, these players are seriously good. This is high masters for kind of the lowest level that we've got at the moment, and just so good overall. So with the level of competition that we've got, it's going to be brilliant to see who can come out on top of this one. Like we said, we are going to be having a matchup between Italy and Ukraine, and I think we've got the pick and ban ready to jump into in just a couple of seconds here.
Fantastic.
Alright. Straight on in with Dragon Emperor versus Unina, and we'll see what the bans are going to be. Of course, we are going to be on 14.9, so you do not have that MSI patch coming in yet. You're not going to have all of those mid-season changes. So things are back to what everybody has been used to, for the last 6 months or so. We're going to see a Lee Sin and a Senna ban to kick things off.
I think one of the interesting things to focus on here, especially when we're talking about this level of the game, is there's kind of a lot more focus on banning individuals champions rather than banning necessarily around the meta. A lot of the players who make it to this stage, they are very, very good at, sort of 1, 2, 3 specific picks. So you ban those out and then you sort of can build a team comp around that because you focus on kind of targeting people out of the game rather than targeting certain meta champions. That being said, I do still expect to see a bit of priority on certain champions, specifically around the top side of the map. On 14.9, I remember Sejuani was pushed quite heavily back into the meta in these sort of setup junglers alongside melee top and even sometimes mid laners, although control mages are favored. It means it's very, very easy to set up plays, set up team fights, set up dives around that pick.
Yeah, it really is. You've got yourself into a situation where you just want to be able to fully try to commit to one of these lanes often and just try to completely snowball it. That's what we saw during the Swiss round especially. And we'll have to see what it's going to be right now. The last time we saw Unina was them against KSCY. It took them really, really far in that game. It was incredibly close and competitive till 20 minutes. That's the point at which it began to slip off. So we know that Unina can really fight with the top dogs in this. Dragon Emperor, though, we did see them losing out, so it would be interesting to see what they've decided to change as they come on into these playoffs. First pick is often just a nice, safe jungler or an ADC that you've got remaining. Hyperscaling ADCs are pretty strong at the moment. Things like the Jinx, the Aphelios can be picked, so if you want to just take something like that, I wouldn't be surprised.
Absolutely, and the Jinx coming out immediately, as you said. I think I'm not surprised by this at all. 14.9 was a very, very good patch for Jinx in general. Don't think she was weak in previous patches, but just a sort of compounding of Jinx buffs as well as Jinx counters being nerfed has just led to her sort of forcing her way back into the meta, especially in pro play where it is so easy to play around those hyper carries, where it's so easy to build comps that can defend those hyper carries. That being said, Vi picked immediately to answer, just to sort of have that lockdown engaged, to have that point and click CC to be able to catch out those hyper carries.
And Vi is one of those premier junglers at the moment. We've been seeing them so often. The Ahri is really interesting. It doesn't really have any matchups that it loses. You can sort of sit into any matchup and just accept that you're going to be fine. At the same time, though, you can get punished if you don't get the roams off, because you really are reliant on trying to get out of your lane to find those beginning kills. It's not really a situation where you're looking to get those solo kills in the mid lane. We are going to get a Tahm Kench locked in as well. I've not seen the Kench in a while. It's been severely benched recently. Interesting to see where this is actually going to end up. I think Skille does play it, but you would usually expect it to be a support at the moment. With the Karma as well, I think you're going to be putting Unina into a situation where they don't particularly know where these are going either.
Yeah, I do like this from Dragon Emperor, flexing quite a few picks already in the draft. I mean, obviously, there is just the scenario where it's Tahm Kench support, Karma top. It could be Tahm Kench top, Karma support. Any of these picks could rotate around, but what this does mean, it's a lot harder for Unina to try and find these sort of counter picks here. If you're picking a support counter pick, then they'll just send whichever lane is stronger against that. You see the Vayne locked in. This could also technically go, but I'm more inclined to say it's going to go top lane, just because the Jinx matchup, not one of Vayne's best. But given what we see with these flex picks, I wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to sort of maneuver this Vayne around as well. Jinman coming out just to try and step away from anything which could cancel the Vi engage, cancel the Ahri engage, and keep people away from the Jinx.
Yeah, exactly. The Viego is still available though, and that is one of Dog Jungler's most picked champions. He absolutely loves it, is incredibly good on it as well, and it could fit into this team composition pretty well, because you've got yourself that supportive Karma, the tanky Tahm Kench. A little bit of extra damage through your jungler wouldn't go amiss in this situation. Really interesting to see the Milio actually being banned out by Dragon Emperor. It's one of those things that you really like to see paired up with the Jinx, the Lulu as well. You know, you've got two potential supports already picked, so you don't necessarily really need one, and I think this flexibility is going to really help them, because as much as I would usually like the Tahm Kench in the top lane, because I don't think Jinx Tahm Kench is the best of a pairing in the bot lane, if you've got a Vayne in the top lane, I don't think you really want to put that one there in any real situation, so instead I think you could totally put this Tahm Kench down into the bottom lane, have the Karma in the mid lane, and so we'll see with this next pick out of Italy, they still need themselves potentially a top laner and definitely a support unless something really funky is going on. Something that you can just sit back with and relax, not try to get over aggressive in this bot lane could work. I think instead you want to get a bit more aggressive. They are going to pick the Lulu. Clearly Argus going to look to buff up this Vayne. I don't know how much you really want a Vayne Lulu. It can work, but I think I'd rather have an engage support.
Yeah, we're also talking about the patch where Vayne is kind of more inclined to go towards that sort of in and out build rather than the hyper carry build, where she's building fleet footwork, she's building oftentimes a Sheen item, and is going for sort of quick trades within her invisibility, within her ult. And see the Wukong coming out, just sort of a standard answer to the Vi, sort of a standard engage champion as well. Having sort of moving back to the bans from the blue side from Dragon Emperor, I think the Milio and Janna were interesting because they are very good pairings for the Jinx, but also you're kind of stopping champions which can outrange the Jinx in lane, and you're stopping champions which can create problems in terms of the poke matchup in the bot lane. Ornn coming out in the 5th pick here indicates in theory that we're going to be seeing K'Sante instead. Okay, that's more likely to be top lane. When it was Ornn, I was still a bit 50-50 because that could be the triple flex of all time. K'Sante more likely to just be sent down the top lane. I assume then Karma mid and Tahm Kench support, which means interestingly, it might be a bit harder for the Tahm to play in the early stages of the game into two ranged champions. However, it will make it a lot harder for the Jinx to get taken down from those level 6 onward ganks by champions like the TF and the Vi, because, you know, just gobble up your ADC, run off away. Tahm Kench, I don't think they really have the damage in the early stages. And not even picking the TF now, I think, for possibly that reason, because they don't really have the guaranteed setup, means they'll be going for more of a sort of extended teamfight composition, which can tank out the Jinx's first few hits, not give her a reset, and play it out a bit longer.
Yeah, so we're going to have ourselves a Gwen K'Sante matchup, which, to be honest, I've not seen very much of at all. It should be favoured towards that K'Sante once we get later into the game. As long as he's even, you're just going to be that big tanky threat that is pretty difficult to get through. That being said, a Vayne available is always terrifying, and Gwen can be so good on that just constant split push, be trying to push down towers, is super aggressive in the early game as well. If you go towards that Riftmaker build, once you get that completed, it's really difficult to kill a Gwen, and she can deal a ridiculous amount of damage. If the Cassante falls behind, you get yourself into a position where you're just going to get cut down through this Gwen so quickly.
Absolutely, and I think one of the main fears with having this Gwen in the game as well is that the methods you have of keeping the Gwen away from your team are kind of playing into her hand and playing into what she wants you to do, right? If you're walking into her with the Wukong, if you're walking into her with the Tahm Kench, you're giving her free sets on her ult, you're giving her free procs of her passive, you're letting her stack up with her E to then empower her Q, and I think the Gwen, if she's able to ever reach the Jinx, can just cleave her down in, 2 casts of her ult, in 1 Q, whatever. And if that then forces the Tahm Kench to use his ultimate, they have so many more tools to get onto these various carries that one of my main worries is they might not really have the threats outside of the Jinx to be able to play this team comp as well as they should. Wukong not as much of a carry as he used to be, more of a setup champion especially.
Yeah, it's a situation where the Wukong really needs to get some ganks going early, because you can just fall behind so quickly. It's part of the reason why I'm always a little bit skeptical of Wukong play, especially in the face of a Vi, because Vi is kind of the same champion as Wukong. You want to be going in, getting aggressive, but she has that innate gank setup that you don't as a Wukong. Pre-level 6, you just don't have any real ability to get in to these ganks if your lanes don't set them up perfectly for you. Vi can be a lot more proactive on her own. That being said, you give a couple of kills over to a Wukong, and all of a sudden he is just dominating the map, can carry, but is a lot more of a setup champion, like you said. And so you are putting a lot of faith into the Jinx right here. You are looking at your Jinx, you're saying, Kozak, this is on you, bud. It's all on you to be able to carry us through this game. And I've seen plenty of situations where that doesn't work out for a while, until one team fight, somebody dies early, the Jinx gets excited, and you just get to roll through this one. And because Gwen isn't the best team fighter when compared to a Cassante, there is the possibility that you are able to buy enough time, but it is going to take a lot of careful execution of these team fights out of Dragon Emperor to be able to come out on top of this one. You're absolutely right with that. These junglers, they need to get proactive with these lanes though, right? They need to be getting into these lanes as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the main things to touch on that you mentioned as well, the Wukong isn't in the easiest position to gank these lanes, right? A Lulu Vayne is not a very easy lane to kill, not from the point of view that they're tanky or whatever, but from the point of view that your Wukong goes in pre-6. They don't really have many tools outside of Tahm Kench W to really follow up on that engage. If you miss that W, if it goes wide, one of your champions gets polymorphed, you get slowed. They don't really have that much of a kill lane. They don't really have that much of a kill threat lane before level 6. Once level 6 gets hits, things do get a little bit easier in terms of just the pure kill power. However, then you've got the Lulu ult to consider, you've got the Vi answering, you've got all these different tools to keep that Vayne safe, as well as targeting out the Jinx. So then it comes down to where does Wukong go, which I think obviously we'll see in the early stages of the game, which could very much impact the course of this game, the course of this match, because I think that will dictate the pace of especially how the bot lane plays, which I think both teams will be very focused on.
Exactly, but we're going to jump right on into this first game. It is playoffs, Dragon Emperor versus Unina of the University Esports Masters, and we're getting some hyphy stuff already.
Yeah, I mean, 5-man invade just from the offset here, 38 seconds into the game. Obviously, all 5 members were spotted by our lovely little Gwen, so might just choose to back off quickly here. Sitting in the bush, maybe look for a late invade, but as it stands, there's no red side presence in their own jungle, so might be a bit of a nothing play at the very least. They will get in, get some vision. Zeiss obviously aware that they could be in there right now. Ping's coming down now as the 4-man move forward. We see a lane swap very early on in this one. Cassante being sent down into the bot lane to tank that Vayne. Lulu, while the Jinx Tom will get to free farm and grab themselves some plays in the top lane.
I wonder who's been watching pro play, because this is something you really don't see at the university level very often. But at the same time, these are incredibly good teams with very competent players who are going to be watching pro scene and also be coming up with some of the strats of their own. Dog Jungler just going to head straight on in and try to steal away this red buff. If he walks this one down, Zeiss is going to see, and this could turn into a smite fight very early on.
Yeah, the worry here is the Vi is going to finish these Raptors first, get level 2. So if that Wukong can't finish the red buff as quickly as he wants to, it seems like Zeiss is pathing down actually away from the red. Yeah, so Dog Jungler will just be able to pick up the red buff, probably move into the Krogs as well as off screen. First blood was immediately picked up by the Tahm Kench. Gold into the back pocket of the Jinx. A misstep from Shamesh. I think we'll have to watch what happened again, but that was definitely a misstep, definitely a misplay, because you do not want to get gold into this Jinx early. That is how this game gets out of your hands.
Absolutely, it does. You are relying on having your Vayne get ahead. This is a champion that spikes a lot earlier on than a Jinx does, but all of a sudden, you lose that first kill. Now Dog Jungler wanted to get back on top of P-James. P-James knew that something was up, and we've got ourselves a complete split map right here. This is entirely vertical jungling. You've got Dog Jungler, who is just going to have full control of this top side, and Zeiss going to have full control of the bottom lane, and you are just trying to pump as many plates and as much gold into Kozak as possible. I don't think P-James had fully recognized that they were going to be into the bot lane, overstepped, didn't respect it, and as much as I think the Tom Kenks Jinx is going to struggle into a Vayne Lulu, clearly that was something agreed upon by Ukraine, because as they move away from it, they get everything you could have wanted out of that one.
Yeah, and I think we're missing out on quite a lot of XP. That's the main difference here. Kusante, while he's sort of in a similar position CS-wise, at least just sitting under tower, soaking up that XP, being sort of still in the game. That Gwen just ticked level 2 now, 3 minutes in. We'll see now if Kusante does get dove. It's a bit of a sticky one. The Vi is sitting at about 30% HP, and Kusante with all 3 spells available. I'm not sure if they really have the damage to force this as quickly as they might want to. It seems like Zeiss will just waddle away from this one. But that top lane play has blown this game wide open. Stacks under the Jinx, getting free plates and CS now as well.
Yeah, it really has, and it's so fascinating to watch, because in a regular lane swap, you really want to dive that top laner before they hit level 2. You know, they want to be 0 CS, level 1, until 5 minutes into the game. That's where you're really trying to hold that top laner, make them blow that teleport to get back to lane, re-dive them, make them as miserable as possible, but that hasn't happened. Skilla is absolutely fine in this bot lane. Like you said, not getting any CS, but neither is P-James, but is able to just keep absorbing as much of this XP as possible, and you're going to be perfectly happy with that one. And with the kill onto Kozak, things definitely going well in this early game for Ukraine. The thing with Ukraine is that they like to get super aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a dive here. They like to make plays like this happen, and you could potentially throw away your lead if this one goes wrong, but it is worth it if you can get this kill.
Yeah, and they've stacked about 2.5 waves on top of each other. P-James respecting that fact and just having to walk away here, but we'll miss so much XP.
No
The
XP.
cannon dropping alongside about 8 other minions. 2 plates now picked up for the side of the Jinx, CSing above Vayne's level as well, and there's just no way you can punish this, and that's the main problem, right? Because you've got this Wukong sitting around here. If Vi walks up, there's no way for her to really do anything about this. You've got 2 people in the bot side, so you're always going to be outnumbered in those top side plays. You can't really dive the Kusante because you don't have the guaranteed damage unless you send Ahri down there as well. So what they're having to do is now send Gwen mid to kind of account for this, but she's not in a position to make a gank, so she's now just in that sort of limbo of up, down, up, down.
Yeah, not really got any lane to actually sit in as the plates continue to fall. That's 3 plates already taken in the top lane, straight into Kozak's pocket. It's not the same story in the bottom lane. Something small to note, but could become crucial later on, is that Zeiss was able to move up and get those chickens away from the top side. And considering that right now, Dog Jungler has been just locked into this top lane, it does mean that there's a little bit of a CS gap, and this could come into play because when the Vi gets that level 6, a couple of items under her belt, she can be a massive threat, and to give that in that you really need as Italy right here to be able to stop the bleeding that has occurred already. It's only 5 minutes into the game, 6 minutes into the game, and you've got about, 700-800 of a gold lead, although Short Theatre.
Spirit Rush coming in here from Thrakes. Nice little dodge to the side there from Short Theatre. Not enough mana really to follow up on that. The Zeiss, obviously only level 4 as well, so not really much to follow up with unless you're getting in range to hit a Q flash. But even then, I don't think they would have had the damage to take down this Karma. Picking up the flash is still nice. They'll be able to crash this wave before Karma gets the TP off and pick up a nice little base. So a 9 CS lead at least in the mid lane for now. 3 CS in the bot lane. So they are trying to sort of carve away that gold lead slowly, but that top tower will fall to the Jinx 6 minutes in.
Ow. I mean, ow, right? That is a
that is an ow.
huge injection of gold. Thank you very much, production, for giving us a look into the bank accounts of these players. We're getting up to an almost 1,000 gold lead individually for Kozak right here. Pedro has just not been able to get that same amount of juice out of this swap right here. This is a brilliant decision out of this Ukrainian team, deciding to immediately swap away from the matchup. Knew they weren't going to win it, and they've made it work so well. Dog Jungler's also going to pick up these 3 grubs. That was a pre-grubs take of our first tower with plates, right? That's absolutely insane.
That was a pre-Grubs Kraken Slayer purchase from the Jinx as well. Started Longsword, so immediately on that first base was able to pick up the full Kraken, and now walking back into the bot lane up against a Vayne Lulu who have a Darn's Blade and support item. This is going to spiral out of control, I fear, if they can't put a lid on this soon. You see the Vi charging up that Vault Breaker, landing onto Short Theater, but the charm went wide, so I think they'll be able to just waddle away healthy as now as the bot lane fight is looking a bit more dangerous for the side of NA. Lotus will be able to just walk out of this. The Cassante ultimate used, not hitting that Q3 skill A.
Oh!
But the Jinx Rocket, the super mega death rocket picking up the final kill onto Lotus. Heal and Flash available, but I don't think they would have changed much in that situation. Heal would not have put her above the threshold, and Flash probably would have been wasted. Anyway, and the Jinx is collecting plates off bot tower as well now. A kill, 5 plates off top. Just about 10 CS a minute, an assist, 2 plates off bot now, and probably a little bit more. How are you going to stop this Jinx?
This is a disaster. And I think tempo, right, is a really sticky word that sometimes it's not so great to really rely on. But it has just felt like Unina have been behind the tempo of the plays every single time. They don't recognize that a lane swap's happening. They don't capitalize on an alone early level Cassante bot lane. They then don't swap their bot lane back out, get them to go recall before these bot has managed to reset, get a full Kraken Slayer, and then rotate into that bot lane, and it just feels like they're behind the curve right now, and it is costing them dearly. What do you do about the Jinx? Well, you need a Vi ult to land into just lockdown CC right now. Jinx is exceptionally squishy. Awesome. However, you've then got a Tahm Kench and a Karma just sat there trying to protect this Jinx. It's going to be so tricky to actually shut her down, but you're going to have to, and it's going to come off of either a Vault Breaker out of Zeiss or just a Miracle Charm landing out of Thurms.
Yeah, and I think optimistic play here from Lotus, having to force that flash away as the Tahm Kench W would have knocked her up and possibly led to an immediate kill, keeping the wild growth for later. That Super Mega Death Rocket will land as well, bursting through that shield and knocking them down. I don't think there's any follow-up fight here to be had for NA. Zeiss sitting by just to make sure that there's no dive. Will look to go for the Vault Breaker in. Seeing that Wukong on the side will flash in. Big Cyclone landing onto 3 people. Lotus ulting themselves. No reset yet for the Jinx. Getting eaten up by Anthony. Everyone very, very low here. If the Spirit Rush can come through from Arya, landing the Charm as well onto the Jinx. They did catch out Dog Jungler. No mana left for the Jinx, so no rocket, but that's 1 reset. The second possibly coming in just out of range. We'll be able to kite out the Ahri damage at the very least. No flash available. Another kill picked up by Shore Theater. A second for Kozak. And although the play looked like it could have gone well for NA, it dropped out so rapidly. The Jinx 3-0-2 now, pumping the tower with the passive. Down about 3.5k gold now, only 10 minutes in. Things are looking dire for the Italians.
Yeah, you say 3.5k, but I know exactly where all of that gold is right now. Everybody else is pretty dang even, but it is a just cosmic gap right now as a second turret falls. That is 10 full turret plates into Kozak right now. Do you just rotate him into the mid lane and say, hey, go eat another tower? Because this is insane right now. It was brilliant rotation too out of Short Theater and Dog Jungler to get down into that bottom lane. Short Theater specifically rotating down into the bottom lane saved that play because it wasn't going quite as well as you would have expected for the massive item gap that we were seeing. It was pretty sticky of a team fight until finally this Karma arrived. But once we get into these even bigger team fights, you can expect the Karma to already be there. And it's just the level of support that they've built around this Jinx. What did we say during the draft phase, right? You're putting a lot of pressure on this Jinx. Well, Kozak is stepping up to the plate, and he is happy to be that carry for his team. Dodges out from that charm. A little bit of an optimistic one there from Tharax. And it's going to be another 3 grubs going over to Dragon Emperor Ukraine, picking up all 6 of those, as if the Jinx wasn't melting towers fast enough.
Yeah, and I think one of the main things to focus on is that a lot of this lead has happened completely in isolation of just the 2-man bot lane with the Jinx top, right? We're talking so much about the impact that Wukong might have to have in this game as skill A taking a bit low, but nothing too dangerous happening here. But it was honestly just the straight-up bot lane that got themselves their lead. They were able to get that first kill. They were able to push that lead in the top lane. Obviously, we do have to talk about Dog Jungler sacrificing a lot of his own time to sit around and force the Gwen out of lane. But the Jinx Tom got, I think, 3 or 4 kills simply in isolation with their 2-man. which has enabled them to just massively pump this spike. They're about to get a tier 2 top at 12 minutes, pumping 600 gold into those 3 champions. This Jinx is going to get Runans before Vayne can even finish her first item, and these team fights are going to be diabolical to watch. They're forcing a third!
They're just in the base! This is not how this is meant to go. You're trading it for a Drake, but I don't think that's going to be worth it. They're going to dive underneath as well. PJM's going to be taken down as well as this inhibitor turret. The resets now come through. There's a couple of low health bars on Dragon Emperor, so they're just going to back off, not overchase. And I honestly think taking an inhibitor this early is a bad decision. It just doesn't help you as... Whoa, Skille, okay.
Skille just diving in here with the help of the Super Mega Death Rocket. We'll be able to pick up a lazy kill onto Lotus, who didn't have the flash available. We see tune into the top lane fight. Cyclone News landing onto both the jungler and mid laners. Zeiss will be taken down. That's one reset for the Jinx. Nothing more to follow up on, I think, as the health bars are pretty low. No reason to risk anything right now. Pedro is trying to fish for something here, but the Karma Mantra Q just slowing them down, doing too much damage, meaning the Thrakes can't follow up. Pedro would have to probably pop the ult and ghost, and at that point, do you even have enough damage without even a first item? This Jinx is sitting on a lot of gold ready to be based on, and the worst part is they didn't even take the inhibitor, so NA doesn't have any, like, CS to farm off. You know, it's not like they can just sit top and think, okay, well, we can soak up the CS for a little bit. And even worse than that, this Jinx is going to be 2.5 items before your Vayne has 1. How do you deal with that? The BF sword and Runans have been picked up. This is really painful if you're NA right now.
Okay. We all have eyes. We all know this is a complete domination. Cope with me. How?
Coping.
How are UNINO getting back into this? What are Italy doing? Because as far as I'm concerned, there is a massive shutdown on top of this Jinx, and if you can get that onto your Vayne, that can swing things, right?
Yeah, definitely. I will say, getting that shutdown is where we might start to see some issues. As much as I want to hop on that copium, I mean, look, let's view it this way. You have a lot of lockdown tools, right? And we are all people at the end of the day. People have egos. People make mistakes. This Jinx might just woke up, as we see, possibly, you know, a little bit of a proactive play being made down here onto the Cassante. Skille will not have a tower to play through. Thrax does have the Spirit Rush as well, so won't be able to get locked down. Lotus coming in here just to make sure that Cassante has nowhere to fly away to. So a nice little kill in the bot lane. While that's happening, they do lose Herald and a mid tower. And the Super Mega Death Rocket is sent bot lane to cancel the Ahri base as well. Beautiful proactive play from Kozak there, meaning they will probably guarantee a second tower through mid as well. So what looked like a proactive play from NA has turned into just another sort of gold collapse, gold drought for them, as the Vi is trying at least to hold behind them. But
it could be a good flank. It could be. Teleport coming in. They're going to go for this play. The tower's going to fall, I think.
Yeah, nice little engage from behind here, landing onto the Jinx a little bit. Kozak will be able to flash away, ghosting, healing as well. Nice little Cyclone, landing onto 3 people. Anthony just tanking up as much as he can on the front line, but no reset for Kozak yet. The first one does come in now. Lotus will not be able to deal with these 5 members running. Second kill comes down, it's a double for Kozak. The third will come in off this auto.
Heads up,
fourth off this auto. Not the time Kensta gets! Your own support! The man who's been by your side since second won this game. And you may have won the game in under 16 minutes, which we'll talk about later because what? But at the same time, you're having a stern talking to for Anthony Gudo here, who's just imprinted his name. The resets are coming in so quickly. They've taken game 1. They've taken a best of 1, secured their place in the winner's bracket side of things. The game just ended, Bloxer. 15-50. The game just ended. I wasn't expecting this today.
I am in shock and awe and wow. So when you talk about lane swaps, this is like the peak of it, right? This is what you say as like, this is what lane swaps could be, and most of the time they're not this. Most of the time both bot lanes get themselves a pretty big lead, both top laners are very, very sad, and then you move on. This is insane. This was a complete and utter dismantling of the idea of the composition that UNINO had drafted themselves. Remember, Italy took KSC White, Germany's best hope, you know, the tournament favourites. In a really competitive game, they were right on top of them up until 20 minutes. And now Dragon Emperor waltzed in and just destroyed them. It was so fascinating to watch. I can't say good to watch because I love competitive back and forth League of Legends, but in terms of a case study of what to do perfectly in a lane swap, it might be that.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of things, you have to look at the shortcoming of Unina to have allowed this to get so out of hand. I think, first things first, how do you deal with the situation, right? Are you then forced to swap your bot lane up into the Jinx? Because, I mean, realistically, nothing else was going to happen, right? The Gwen was forced off for about 3-4 minutes before that first tower was taken. The Jinx getting a Kraken at 6 minutes and then walking bot, finishing the bot tower as well, winning team fights. There were instances where it looked like they might have a chance to, like, sort of get back in the game, sort of win team fights, but the lead was too insurmountable. I think in a regular game, a lot of those team fights looked really, really good for Unina. Even that last game-winning fight, the amount of low HP bars. I mean, the Jinx was on like 200 HP.
Yeah.
So looking forward, as they head into the lower bracket, Unina have to think about how they can negate that sort of just ridiculous snowball. But a massive, massive start for Dragon Emperors. I mean, they will have a severe confidence boost. Hopefully not too much of a confidence boost off that, because they're not going to have that happen every game. Or I hope not. Yeah. I assume not, I'll say.
Hey, if they manage to do that every single game, then just home them the crown now. That is well deserved. If you can win every single game in 15 minutes, fine. You are the absolute gods of this tournament. But, like you said, we are going to unfortunately lose Italy to the lower bracket. Ukraine going to keep themselves in this one in the upper bracket. We're going to be back after a short break with best of threes.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's Category 5 for Booman Academy, an absolute hurricane unleashed onto AI.
Yeah, I'm reporting my time on leading the tournament immediately.
Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway.
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep.
The objectives have been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Winx Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all
I don't know. I don't want to take that game as an indication of anything because that's such a freak game. Like, yeah.
must think that I'm a restless case because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. To you
UDL from France, 2-1 versus Owls, 2-0 versus UDL. They played a lot of extra games. They had to really fight and claw their way to get here. And so then to be able to come into this tournament, you know, who've only just managed to get into top 8 for, and then beat out onto University, really impressive from them. Good performance. But like we've said, best of one, it's less indicative of just the true skill level of these teams. Great to see, but we're going to end up having to really understand how their adaptation can come through. Now, we have just got confirmation that the game has finished between Steel Crows and FOI. FOI are going to be the victors, so Steel Crows unfortunately going to be heading down into that losers bracket. So it is going to be FOI versus you up, mate, for this first best of 3 today.
Yeah, so the Croatian team against the Czech team, obviously FOI, no slouches themselves, having a couple of absolutely fantastic players in their own right. I think if we're going just based off individual skill, I would favor FOI in this matchup. I think obviously you've up mate, first of all, coming through the tiebreaker system. Yes, it does put them in a weaker position. Obviously, they've shown that they were able to take down some of the other teams, able to win that first game, not series. I don't want to call it a series because a best of one isn't really a series. But able to win that first game to get into here. I fear in a best of 3, they may struggle a bit more, especially against a team like FOI, who just have taken down the 3rd seed in what was technically an underdog matchup. I don't really like calling these underdog matchups just because of how close the overall tournament was in general. I mean, they were only 1 win off this team in the Swiss stage, right?
Yeah.
So being 1 win away from someone doesn't mean that you're that much worse than them. It doesn't even mean that you're worse than them necessarily, because those games could have been against different teams. They could have been under different circumstances, whatever. So I don't want to take Swiss too much into account, but I do think that FOI, just in terms of individual skill, have a bit more of a chance to win this one. It's more about coming down to cohesion, communication, how these teams are able to function together, and I'll be very, very interested to see, especially how they're able to draft, because last game, I think both teams drafted actually particularly well, but playing towards those drafts, they struggled massively on the side of the Italians, whereas it was very, very clear to see the Dragon Empire were able to sort of force their advantages. So that is what I want to focus on for these two teams.
Yeah, and it should be a fascinating matchup. I mean, both of these teams didn't, come through as cleanly as they would have really wanted. They had a little bit of a rough showing of it in certain places throughout the entirety of that Swiss. And like you said, Swiss, it doesn't mean as much as, you would potentially want it to, in terms of just like 1 more win, 1 more loss, whatever. Obviously, looking at KSC White, 0 losses, that means a lot. If you lose everyone, unfortunately, you're probably not going to be the best team. But both of these came through at 3-3, and so hadn't had that, nice, easy walkthrough that you would have really wanted, like Kit did. It's the same sort of situation where you're coming through these tiebreakers, you're having to play extra games, so lots of games underneath these teams' belts, and so how these teams actually play in this situation is going to be really fascinating, because it is best of 3. You've got to change up the way you're drafting, like we said. And off of your best of 1, you're at least warmed up, you're ready, you've played, you've won a game, which is always great for morale. But I could see this first game being really impactful in terms of who goes on to win it. If you can pick up this first one, put yourself into a nice situation immediately, and then just be chill for the remaining ones. Whereas if you lose this first one, it's only a best of 3, you've only got 1 more shot. It can do a lot to teams' mentals.
Yeah, I think one of the things I wanted to touch on as well, which I didn't really mention with the best of 1, but it comes into play more with the best of 3. These players in university tournaments all know each other quite well. And this is something which you don't always get at higher levels of play, because these people study together, live together, work together, whatever it may be. They operate in the same environments, they live together for a while. They are, in most cases, friends in real life, which means that sort of team communication, that level of cohesion that they have within the game tends to be quite high. And it also means that oftentimes they're able to cope with losses or cope with sort of setbacks very, very well, because they've experienced that together, and they've experienced those situations together, and they know how to overcome those situations together. So going forward into these games, I think one of the things I want to see most from whichever team it may be is, if you drop game 1, don't collapse. Don't have this sort of mental boom. You're playing with people you know very well. You have a very set playstyle. You understand how to win these games. I want to see 2, 3 very, very good, very, very close, very, very well thought out, very well played games where, both teams are playing to their full capacity, which I think is very, very likely given just the circumstances they're in.
yeah, it could well be incredibly closely fought, which is obviously what we want. You know, as much fun as that last game that we got to watch was, if you watch just a load of stomps, it's not as interesting. We want this to be back and forth. I want to really see the meta evolve as well. We know how strong the Jinx is. We knew that. We knew that coming in. We got it confirmed to us right there. But I want to see more from the rest of these lanes. Top lane has turned into either you're lane swapping it, or it's actually a pretty interesting brawl that then turns into a big fight around the grubs. The lane I want to see something really just pop off in is mid lane. Mid lane used to be a super explosive lane individually. I feel like nowadays the mid laner is a lot more just about chill in your lane, join us for a fight. Chill in your lane, join us for a fight, rather than individually being interesting. And I think there's a potential spot to try to exploit right there. If you can pick yourself up a slightly more aggressive mid laner, you know, the Akali perhaps, any of the Yones or Yasuos, something that can really try to get yourself an individual solo kill. If you can turn that mid lane into a lane that you can really play around, that can crack the whole map open. There's a reason that it used to be the lane you wanted to play around, but that's kind of changed in recent times.
Definitely. And I think when you mentioned that, it also comes down to a subversion of expectations, right? If you're playing these more aggressive mid laners, a lot of teams don't necessarily know how to deal with that because they haven't had to play against that in the competitive scene. You know, a lot of these mid laners will be quite satisfied playing their control mage matchups, playing their slow matchups. So if somebody's able to sort of throw a spanner in the works and make something more exciting, make something more sort of high tempo happen, it can lead to blowing the game open. Like we saw last game with the sort of bot lane plays, obviously not as significant as that, but it can push the game in your favor and lead to sort of more snowbally team play, which is harder for teams to play against because they aren't used to it.
Absolutely. And so we have spoken about a lot of these matchups that are going to be going on in this second round, but we're going to have a look at the bracket anyway, just to solidify this one. KSC White versus Dragon Emperors is going to be a incredible explosive matchup, and it would have been great to see, but, you know, we didn't want to follow one team multiple times, want to jump around, spread the love. Instead, we are going to be watching UNIVERSITY versus FOI, and then we are going to, you know, not see it here, but we do know that the losers bracket matchups are going to include a couple of the teams that we saw, though. Perfect. Thank you very much. Poland versus Italy, and then you're gonna have LoL versus Still Crows. I mean, that matchup specifically should be super explosive because Still Crows, we haven't got to see them actually broadcast so far, but from what I've been hearing, their playstyle super interesting. So, you know, maybe tomorrow, if they manage to make it through into the lower round 3 or the lower final, hopefully we'll be able to see that team. Either way, though, hopefully all of these matchups, you know, go long. Everybody gets really back and forth because everybody's now on best of 3s. And losers bracket, it's do or die for those guys. Obviously, we're following the upper bracket today, but losers bracket, there is just so much to play for at that point.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned the fact that we might not actually get to see them. Obviously, if they lose that first best of 3, they won't be making it to broadcast, sadly. But let's not pray on anyone's downfall. We just hope to see the best possible for all teams involved. What I will mention is after this, we will obviously be following the winner of this game against the winner of the other winners bracket game. So in theory, predictions would be that the Germans are going to make it through to the next round. I feel like they have been favorites since the start of this tournament, coming through without a loss. Just incredible performances all around. But if Dragon Empire can manage to take that game, that gives us a lot to talk about coming into that winners bracket final. I think, especially given their performance in the first game, if they burst on the scene like that and then take down the first seed after that, you're starting to think, oh wow, we've got new tournament favorites lining up here, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you managed to win out onto that one. The bragging rights, whether or not you go on to actually win the tournament, hey, we managed to beat KSC. I mean, genuinely, if I see that Ukraine manages to take a game off of KSC White, I'm immediately like, okay, you guys are legit. You are a real legit team who could threaten up at the top, because that finals will be a best of 5. And if you're able to take one, who's to say you can't take a second one? And sure, actually winning a best of 5 versus KSC White sounds like a lofty goal for all of these teams, but as soon as you can establish that, hey, they're not infallible, they can be beaten, absolutely huge. Of course, losing that one does send you all the way down into that loser's bracket, and so the winner of this one has to face up against either KSC White, terrifying, or a Ukrainian team that's just beaten another team in 15 minutes and then beaten KSC White. So either way, terrifying. I definitely think that other one, that other bracket round that we're looking at, is perhaps the more terrifying one at this point, but that's not to discount either of these teams. They're both incredibly strong.
Yeah, definitely. And I think just to touch on generally the idea of the idea of like fear in general, which might sound weird to focus on, but I think one of the things these players have to get out of their heads is this idea of there being favorites, of being underdogs, all that things. For some people, it may fuel them, but you have to constantly have this mindset of you could be any team. You know, any team can have an off day, any team can have a great day. And the fact is, even if a team goes unbeaten, that doesn't mean they're going to play perfectly throughout the entire tournament. So Kit, every opportunity that they could drop games, any opportunity that they could fall into this bracket. The problem is when you get to these BO3, BO5 games, the better teams tend to just win out, right? Yes. Because you drop one game, fine, whatever, regroup, we're just going to come back and win the next two. But there's every opportunity. And I love an underdog story. And I love the idea of Dragon Empire taking it to 3 games against them, and I'd love the idea of Dragon Empire taking the series against them. Not to take favorites, of course, but just to go a little bit against the grain and a little bit against the sort of the reigning leaders of this tournament so far. That being said, focusing more on the series that we're in right now, I think it will be a close one. Genuinely, I do think, unlike the first game that we saw today, we could be in for a 3-game series, and we could be in for at least 2 very, very close games. The drafts will have a big impact on that. I think one of the things I want to see focused on very, very much is sort of making sure that we are drafting around our strengths rather than drafting around what we think is strong within the current meta. Because, as I mentioned before, a lot of these players maybe don't have the champion pools required to sort of flex onto a lot of these off picks, even if it seems like, oh, this champ's really, really strong here. We need to focus on playing well. We need to focus on minimizing risk. We need to focus on maximizing the capacity for successful plays, for successful games, because otherwise we're just kind of coin flipping every game, which is not necessarily what you want to do in a series like this.
No, it really isn't. And in terms of picks that I'm looking at to be the big ones that we're really going to be playing around, I think the Ahri's going to have a lot of prevalence. I think the K'Sante also going to be one of those big, played by both of these mid laners, both of these top laners. It's the kind of pickups that you can just sit with in normal, gentle gaming and not worry too much about it. Obviously, things went horribly wrong that we were seeing in that first series, where the Ahri wasn't able to just sit in lane because a Jinx had got massively fed. But usually, you can just sit there, accept the way that the game is going to go, and then roam really effectively and make good plays. As long as you can hit those charms, that can be huge. The K'Sante is just such a standard top laner at this point. He can absorb so much pressure, has a couple of matchups that he finds rough, but overall should also just be able to sit and absorb pressure and then turn into a complete beast in the later stages of the game. But you do have to pair both of these up with your more aggressive ADC, a more aggressive jungler perhaps, because they need proactivity somewhere, because they aren't really going to be that proactivity in and of themselves.
Yeah, this is kind of the storyline of how competitive play works throughout like every season of League of Legends that has ever existed, is that as you enter the sort of middle stages of the year, you start to focus on this meta where you realize, okay, the bot lane has the most capacity to carry us through these games. When you've got these hyper carries in the game, when you've got these champions that, as long as they stay protected, can individually win a team fight, you want so often to focus around that. And as you mentioned before, there are ways to break the grain, but in my head, I've struggled to see these teams going for that. Because when you're in a stressful situation like this, you tend to sort of fall back on what is most comfortable, and you tend to fall back on what is most sort of guaranteed to just give you a straight out win, or give you a straight out like comfortable experience to getting that win, because you know how to play and you know how to push through those advantages. So topside especially, I expect to see more less volatile lanes. You expect to see less volatile lanes mid. You expect to see more volatile lanes bot. Whether we see more lane swaps like obviously we saw in that last game, I think we could. I think especially if you do have champions like those Jinx, who you can give a free lane, you always want to. If you have free scaling champions, you just want to put them in a side lane where nobody's interacting with them. Obviously, that's just the easiest way to make sure that they get their item spikes, get their sort of breaking points. That being said, you then have to find a way to minimize that risk. You then have to find a way to counteract that. So making sure that you put a lid on scaling comps, making sure that if you're the person that drafts the scaling comp, you find your way into that late game. If you're the person that drafts the early game comp, you're not just sort of sitting back and allowing pressure to build upon you. You're making those proactive plays. That's what I want to see, because if that doesn't happen, then these teams fall into traps of they're just kind of wandering around aimlessly, not really playing towards any win con, hoping to flip a fight and then eventually win a game off it.
Yeah, which is not the way to play. If you are relying that heavily on luck, it's unlikely that it's going to carry you through a best-of series. Maybe you can get a couple of wins in a best-of-1 like that. But once you get into best-of series, that luck isn't going to be on your side every single time. You're talking about proactivity, potentially. You know, maybe we're going to see more of the Vi's, of the Jinzhao's, things like that. All of those are going to be priority picks, as I think we are going to be jumping on into the draft. Here we go. Alrighty. So, you've UpMate versus FOI, Czech Republic versus Croatia. And this should be a super interesting matchup. Nico going to come straight off of the board. I could see some heavy focusing onto these just standard mid laners that can really do a ton for you. I love the Nico at the moment. I think it's a better Orianna, honestly. When you're looking for that big wombo combo mid laner, Orianna used to be the one you'd look for. I think now Nico can really carry in a way that Orianna struggles to. Also going to see the Skarner and the Aurelia taken off. Now that Aurelia, a little bit of a target ban right there onto Marza, because you don't want to let that top laner just get onto one of those comfortable champions where they can just run through everybody.
Yeah, and I think, especially when you mentioned the Nico pick, this is one of those champions right now which is a lot more readily flexible than other control mages as well. If you're picking Orianna, if you're picking Ahri, you know where that thing is going 9 times out of 10. Orianna can play support, but it's a lot less favored. Whereas Nico, you can just quite easily flex between mid and support, and tends to be equally effective, at least in terms of team fighting. Obviously, doesn't have the same damage, doesn't have the same immediate burst. But the setup remains the same as long as you have those pieces around them. We do see the first presence from Skarner as well, who I do believe is very, very strong. Just in terms of the fact that he's largely unkillable as a champion right now, as well as having so many setup tools within his kit. So it'll be interesting to see if that champion sees any more presence going down the line as we get a Jinx ban on blue side, actually. Showing instantly we don't care about that sort of B1 hyper carry right now. We're cutting off the ability to R1, R2 a very strong bot lane, right? So we're saying you're not getting like a Jinx Thresh, you're not getting a Jinx Millie, you're not getting a Jinx Lulu. We are gonna just cut that off immediately. But this does leave open a couple of other red side bot lane picks, which could be a little bit dangerous, looking at the Zyra, looking at the Lucian Nami, although some of those have fallen out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. And it's really interesting to note that Balazek does also play the Jhin, which, we haven't seen a lot of recently. And that is going to be a Volibear first pick. Now, Volibear on this current patch is super, super strong. It's just going to be able to run through in the jungle. You cannot 1v1 him early on. He just heals so much. And you did mention it, the Lucian Nami is going to be picked up right here. Super aggressive bot lane. You want to get it going as quickly as possible. The hover onto the Alistar. I don't love the Alistar into this, because as soon as you go in, if your Nami is quick on the bubble, that can just get you caught up immediately. And the Lucian does have a pretty good way to be able to jump out. I like the Senna a lot more. If you take a double range bot lane, that can keep you a lot healthier, let you go toe-to-toe with this Lucian Nami in a way that, you never were really going to be able to. Or you could just go for the straight-up Senna, Tahm Kench. You are conceding pressure in the bot lane, but you just scale so incredibly well.
Yeah, I think I agree with you very heavily on the Alistar point. I think that would have been a mistake to lock that into Lucian Nami, because you don't really have the dive power into a champion like Lucian who can just kind of dash out of your combo, or a champion like Nami who can immediately self-bubble and you can't really walk out of it. What you usually see in Lucian Nami is where he gets locked in, which I'm not surprised, I want to say. That champion is extremely strong and can be flexed as well. Obviously, it will be mid lane this game. We see the Nami, but just for future reference. But yeah, what you usually see get picked into Lucian Nami is those high range Jinx Lulu, Jinx Milio, Aphelios Lulu, Aphelios Milio, Senna alongside another poke champ. Senna Tom can be picked as well. It'll be interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if the Senna Tom actually looks to lane swap. I'd kind of rather they didn't, because I want to see how this 2v2 gets played out. But it could be an interesting sort of adaptation for them as well. Talia getting banned out here does sort of protect the Lucian a bit, as well as possibly allowing them some better jungle picks. Allows them some more engaged selections in the jungle and the top lane, as well as we see Jax get banned out on the blue side, possibly a top lane pick, as well as allowing them a bit of an opening for a Camille, which does work very, very well with Tahm Kench.
Yeah, and the Ahri is going to be the final ban right here. Let's see what you're going to, want to take off the board. Final ban out for Vut. FOI, they're just going to take out the mid lane, just really pinch that pool, make sure that this way gets a comfortable matchup. The way, just can do so much from so far away. It often doesn't feel like he's going to do as much burst damage as you really expect, but it's that sustained damage during a team fight where you can't really escape from all of his abilities that can just take you down slowly but surely. Xin Zhao will be locked in. It's a really nice proactive jungler. I like it. You can get into that Lucian Nami lane and try to get them kills early, which is exactly what you want. Plus, no slouch, once you get into the later stages, you don't win those 1v1s versus a Volibear, so you need to be careful to not overstep. Obviously, the Volibear could still technically go into the top lane. I mean, dang, the Tahm Kench could go into the top lane if you really want to change things up in that support role. I do doubt that quite heavily. Syndra, going to be the pickup actually. Has a decent matchup into the Hui. What do you want for Nuri though? It's going to be blind picked. Blind pick Aatrox would have been super risky. You know, you're laying yourself up for a couple of counters out of Marziah. I think I like the Sion a lot more. You've got... you maybe are lacking a bit of damage though from this.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the Jax into Camille ban here, because the initial thought process I had in my head was, okay, we ban Jax because we know they're going to R5 top lane, which means we can pick Camille and get rid of Camille's biggest counter. They then ban Camille, so they're saying, okay, well, we actually didn't care about that anyway, we just wanted to ban 2 top laners to make sure that you're forced into something uncomfortable. But the problem is, when you ban out this many top laners, and they have R5 anyway, they're always going to find a favorable matchup. You know, flying between the sort of Darius and the Illaoi. Right now, Darius not necessarily the most high priority pick in 5v5 competitive play, more of a, you know, solo queue focused champion. We'll rotate onto the Gnar instead. A Gnar Renekton matchup, one of those top lane matchup that goes back all the way to Season 4, Season 5, a bit of a classic one. As we see these swaps coming out. Now, I don't know. I just feel like if I was in their scenario, you ban the Jax, you know the top lane is going to get a favorable matchup regardless. So you can pick that Camille there, which doesn't have as many, you know, immediate counters because you've got rid of that Jax. You then ban something like the Xin Zhao or the Jarvan, which can get in so easily. And then I feel like you're in a much better spot overall. I do still think their draft is completely fine. I don't necessarily think that's like just a massive loss for them. But my main issue is just the way that they went about it, if you understand. Just the sort of philosophy behind what they were picking with these champions.
Yeah, I get you. Things a little bit out of order, perhaps, but at the same time, these are the compositions we're going to be going in with. The Senna-Lucian matchup is super interesting. You kind of want to get yourself as big of a lead as possible right here as FOI, otherwise you can fall behind pretty severely. The Senna is just unkillable once you get later on with a Tahm Kench paired up. Just gets to keep her safe so well. The Syndra as well going to be able to scale super well into the late game, and you're kind of using that Renekton as your early game insurance. That's a lane you can actually play around earlier on to give you a little bit of pressure around the grubs, and then you can try to use that to transition into the mid to late game. Whereas it's a lot more about kind of pick and poke, I think, right now out of FY. They're trying to find those couple of champions out of position where a Nami bubble can find them, the Xin Zhao can go launching it on top of them and try to pick up that kill. And the straight up 5v5 team fight is going to be pretty good. It's going to be very messy. You know, you're having a Gnar and a Hui just laying down whatever damage they can, trying to keep, you know, the backline stunned up, and then Hui can snipe them down with those EQ combos and everything. Yeah. So the team fights are going to be messy, I think, and that could be a real worry, I think, for UVA, mate. If they don't protect their Senna effectively, if they don't keep their Syndra, you know, in a good spot in the backline, those are squishy champions that can be bursted down.
Yeah, definitely. I think while we didn't actually get the sort of high-tempo mid lane that we were maybe hoping for, what we did get is 2 mid laners that have the capacity to harshly impact the game, right? Hui and Syndra are both very impactful within these team fights. Both can output great amounts of damage, great amounts of CC, and are both great at finding picks. I think that favors the Hui more just because of the team that he has around him. Lucian Nami flying in, the Xin Zhao flying in. Xin Zhao so good alongside enchanters as well, so when you have the mage and enchanter alongside him, it's just incredibly good for them. So I think we'll be focusing specifically on how FOI are able to find those picks, as you mentioned. If they are able to then counteract that on the blue side, if they are able to let that Senna scale, let that Syndra scale hit those breakpoints and play through range specifically, I think they'll be in a very good position. That does make it a bit awkward for the Hui when he is so much higher range than the rest of his team, and his entire team is getting poked down and he's kind of having to sort of deal with it by himself. But I think they definitely have the pick potential to counteract that if they're able to get it down early. If that Senna scales too well, if that Tahm Kench becomes too much of a sort of powerhouse, I think they might struggle to ever actually get onto the Senna in these team fights.
Yeah, exactly. You're you're keeping yourself pretty far away from the center, which can be fine as long as you're able to land a lot of those snipes if there are great Nami bubbles coming through, or maybe you're able to actually get yourself into the backline with the Na and the Xin Zhao. But like you said, if you are kept at arm's length, that is a lot of long-range poke damage. And that's something that the Syndra changes that we saw, God, it was probably a year ago at this point, really solidified, where she got so much extra range, and that burst you can get now off of that ulti as well is just so incredibly strong that stepping up within like a 10-foot radius of the Syndra becomes pretty much immediate death. And if the Scatter the Weaks are going to be on point, if they're actually landing long range as well, not just when the Syndra's being jumped upon, but actually as potential engage tools or during a messy team fight when it's really hard to keep an eye on where all of those Syndra balls are going to be, all of a sudden you're just going to put yourself into just such a weak position where you can't get on top of that Syndra. She's able to burst you down. Then again, everything that we're saying here could well be upturned if we end up in a situation where, I don't know, a Jinx that pops into the game gets a million kills. Obviously, we don't have a Jinx here, but if one of these lanes completely falls apart, that could change the landscape of this game massively. Which lane do you think would be the most terrifying for things to go completely wrong for either of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is, I don't want to say bot lane every time, but it's like, I feel like it is. I feel like just because of the nature of the game, if you have a bot lane that gets that far ahead, it's so hard to play. Especially if you're Lucian in this game, you are desperate to get that lead, because this could be a very, very miserable game for you. Lucian into Syndra tends to be quite a miserable matchup in general, right? Because it's very, very hard for you to ever use your E in a proactive manner. You always kind of have to hold on to it and then kind of play around the Syndra rather than making plays yourself, which counteracts what you want to be doing as Lucian in general, because he wants to be the one making the plays, the one kind of finding these picks, finding these engages. And Syndra, so much utility in this game, cancels the Xin Zhao engage, cancels the Lucian engage, as well as once she hits those breakpoints on her stacks, which again is just sort of a very clear win point. You know, you have the breakpoints of the stacks on the Senna and the Syndra, you get that execute onto the Lucian, suddenly you're nuked. You know, it's down to Hui to basically just control an entire area of a team fight. So I think that lack of range, if they are not able to get leads in the bot lane, could become very, very scary very quickly. When you're looking at the Senna and Syndra, who could basically kill Lucian before he can even get in range to do anything to them. You know, if he's not playing towards his space, if he's not playing towards his team around him, and letting the Hui make plays for him, and letting the Xin Zhao make plays for him, and letting Syndra waste her kit before he then looks to make something happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other lane that could potentially be really interesting is going to be this Renekton and Gnar. Now, it's a, like you said, matchup as old as time, obviously. But the Renekton is just, it just works well alongside a Tahm Kench and a Volibear once you get engaged upon, or if you can get into the backline. Fantastic. It's the Gnar that I think is the more interesting point. I don't see Gnar particularly often at this level, because he's incredibly telegraphed, right? You see the bar, if the rage is high, don't engage. That's not a good fight. You don't want to win that one. And even at this level, it is pretty obvious. You'd see teams who know how to play around it, know how to step back from the Gnar. But at the same time, if Mazaya is good on it and can find one of those big ultis, that's definitely a potential way for this team fight to actually go better for FOI. I feel like we're being not overly negative on FOI, but there are concerns with the draft. But if you can get the Gnar ahead, I've seen Gnars who get Trinity Forces a little bit too early just run through opponents. And if you don't get ahead as a Renekton, it's not as bad as it used to be fair. It used to be Renekton doesn't get ahead early and you're done. At this point, because he works so well as just a sort of absorbing tank that can sit in the front line and be annoying, he's still fine. But if you fall behind compared to a Gnar, that's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, definitely. I think to focus on what you said about being a bit harsh, I definitely do think that they have win cons as well. You know, I agree with you. And I think the Lucian, Nami especially, they are able to create a lot of pressure in that bot lane. And if you can force the Senna out of the game, she does become quite useless, right? Like, a Senna who's very far behind feels so different to a Senna who's able to free scale. It feels like you're a Mosquito gaming, right? You're just poking people. Yes, you might have a bit of range, but you're not really doing any damage to anyone. You die in like 2-3 autos, and at that point the Tahm Kench might not even want to ult the Zen. He might just want to hold it for the Syndra. As well as that, Syndra will find it hard to make these plays until she's stacked up as well. So I think there's definitely ways, as long as they're able to sort of find themselves in a winning position early in this game, FOI can definitely close it out. If they're able to get early objectives, if they can force plays around the Gnar rage, if they can force plays around the Lucian Nami in the bot lane. I think if there is a lane swap and they put the Senna Tahm top lane,
Yeah.
You force as much gold into that Lucian Nami as possible. You dive the enemy top on cooldown because that is one of the easiest lanes to dive with in the game. And it's, I mean, pretty much a guaranteed kill once you have the Xin Zhao there on every dive. So if you can get as much gold into them as possible, let Lucian scale, hit 2-3 items, and just be one-tapping people even from range with his ult, even before entering the fight, that would be absolutely fantastic for them. As well as that they don't really have as strong of a front line as something like a Cassante or an Ornn. Yes, the Renekton is a pretty okay tank, but not quite at the level of one of those, hyper juggernauts.
Yeah, exactly. And so we should be jumping on into this game very, very shortly. What I'm hearing is that any of these lanes has the potential to completely swing this matchup, but at the same time, bot lane. Bot lane is where we are really going to be focusing, bar anything crazy going on. Fascinating to see where these junglers are going to start. Because of that, do you want to just path straight down towards the bottom lane? Is there a potential for a 3-camp to gank? I know that the Volibear can do it pretty effectively. Maybe start on your red buff, head straight over to the blue gromp, and then try to get involved in one of the lanes and swing a couple of these matchups. Gnar early on, super vulnerable to ganks. Bot lane, I think, is a lot harder to gank actually for both of these teams, but if you can make it work, if you can catch somebody being over aggressive, maybe you've got a lot of push because you're a Lucian Nami, you're pushing the enemy in, and then you've overextended, you get caught out there. That is a potential way for these junglers to get involved. And so I'm going to be watching this early jungle pathing. Where do they start? Where are they looking to go? And also, who wants to pick up that first set of grubs? Because the grubs and the Drake no longer spawn at the same time, because they're offset, you can technically go for both, but we do tend to still see them being gone 1-for-1, and I could see grubs being a huge part of this game, because if the Renekton gets ahead, or if the Gnar gets ahead, those are massive split push threats.
Yeah, definitely. I think the pace of this game will be determined very, very early. In my eyes, I think we'll see, first of all, based on lane assignment, we'll see very, very quickly what the sort of team comps are trying to accomplish. Second of all, based on jungle pathing, we'll see sort of what they're trying to play towards or what they are valuing in general. You mentioned the grubs are incredibly powerful as well. We'll see once those top lane matchups get assigned, sort of who gets prio over those. I think, especially if you're the side of the Lucian Nami, you do actually kind of want to play towards those grubs so you can get towers early, get a lot of gold into yourself early, which can be a little bit counterintuitive because you also want to play towards the Lucian Nami. So it's about making a play bot. You win the play bot, you take the Nami with you to grubs, get the grubs, and then you get back into the bot play, and then you try and get those timers perfectly set up so that you're resetting for grubs after winning a bot play in time to get to the grubs, to then get the grubs, to then win another bot play, and sort of just turn that into a nice little cycle and funnel. But obviously, we'll have to wait and see what happens in the game.
Yeah, exactly. There's only so much that we can really speculate on, because, if you'd have asked us before the last game, hey, what do you think's going to happen? All of our best laid plans immediately went to pot the second that the Jinx managed to pick up that kill onto the Gwen, and everything fell down. And so, once we jump into game, we'll really be able to establish where we actually need to be looking, which of these lanes are going to be the most impactful. Czech Republic versus Croatia should be just a fascinating matchup between these two teams. And, of course, we keep saying it, but it is going to be best of 3. So, even losing this one, it is not the end of the world. You've still got another game, at least, to be able to redeem yourself, plus lower bracket if things go wrong. Sounds like we are ready for game, though, so in we go. University Esports Masters 2024, UVUTMate versus FOI, Croatia versus the Czech Republic. Let's jump on into game 1.
We have regular lanes,
Let's go.
We're watching 5v5 League of Legends, where we have a top laner, a jungler, a mid laner, and an ADC with a support, albeit a Senna who's technically playing the support, but we're not going to talk about that because that goes against what I was actually saying. Yeah, regular lane assignments. I think both junglers will be starting top side, assumedly, as Marzayed gets a little bit of poke in here, pathing into that bot side to try and get that early prio. And I do want to see what happens around those early objectives around that Drake and grubs.
Yeah, it's going to be a really impactful part of this game, seeing who's able to pick these ones up. I mean, I've seen multiple games out of FOI where they've come away with basically all of the Drakes. That's one of their best sort of places to play around. They seem really good around that Drake pit, and a lot of that is coming from having a proactive bot lane. Now, Senna Tom Kench isn't that kind of proactive bot lane. It's a lot more about trying to get yourself all of those souls, stack up as far as possible. Should be the Tom Kench farming, as you would expect. And we are going to see both of the junglers start up on the top side of the map. Now, we talked about this, how this could turn into bot lane ganks, potentially. Have to see what these junglers decide to do in terms of which camps they take. Omega B could just take this, head straight down to the red buff and try to gank early. I don't think that's going to be the plan overall. Faust is indeed going to start off on a full clear unless he wants to do something crazy and 2-camp gank towards the top lane or something.
Yeah, I don't think they will, just because it would be very hard to actually force that play. What I do want to mention, just while we have a tiny bit of downtime, which we don't often get in some of these games, this is quite a big sort of international rivalry here between two powerhouses of League of Legends esports, as level 2 is ticked here just a little bit of trading. You know, Czech Republic and Croatia both have produced incredible players. When you think of the likes of Karzi from the Czech Republic, the likes of Perks from Croatia, just two very strong nations in League of Legends in general, and two nations which care about the game a lot more than a lot of European nations maybe do. So it will just be interesting to see these two face off against each other in general. Already in the bot lane, we see that Lucian Nami exerting that pressure. The mid lane will be quite a standard, just sort of push back and forth between two control mages and then help out their junglers across plays. I do think the Volibear has skipped Raptors, looking maybe to make the more proactive play over Foy's Faust. We'll see how this transpires, if Faust actually chooses to do the full clear before coming, or is able to respect this play and come down earlier.
Yeah, there is vision here, was placed down early on by Kayak, and so, you know, this gank shouldn't be as easy as you would potentially have liked it to be. In fact, Omega B decides not to, doesn't want to get involved in that lane, so both are just going to go for that full clear, not going to be too proactive early on. You would like to get some early ganks off if you are a Volibear or a Xin Zhao, but it's not completely necessary. You don't fall behind in every way if you're not able to get that early kill. It's not like a Jarvan who really needs to gank multiple times in the first couple of minutes to make it worth your while. It's going to be a trade for the Scuttle Crabs as well, and so right now for the first couple of minutes this is just incredibly even. I mean, last game we already had a tower down at this point, right? Things right now nice and calm and collected.
The problem is now that Omega B has shown that he's running up towards that top crab, there is a potential for a bot dive here. When Omega B was around the bot side protecting, that wasn't really a threat. In the flat 3v3, there's no way you can ever dive into this comp. But now in the 2v3, there is a world where they just one-tap the Senna and are able to walk away from it. Faust sort of teasing the base, just kind of seeing what's going on, the wave slowly pushing, so might be able to pull off a gank, at least force out summoners. We'll see how this transpires. They are engaging now, so the bubble does land onto the Senna. I think they'll be able to force all the way down. Faust rooted under tower though, so might drop, is able to flash away before second tower shot even hits, so stays quite healthy. Both summoners used by Basilisk, as well as dropping immediately. TP forced out by Igneous to protect the top lane play, which means FOI lose pretty much nothing around the map. A 1k lead. This Senna losing double sums is in a very dangerous spot now, as they can just repeat
They're gonna dive, they're diving.
Yeah, diving again here now. Faust landing that the bubble landed as well, but Marielli using the shield is able to just kite that out. Will now try and walk it out. Maybe stall a bit for the Senna to arrive. I don't think the Tom Kench is going to make it out of this one. Zeke just has to be careful they don't give away another kill. This was a little bit awkward, and I'm not actually sure if Sarah has the damage to chase this. Yeah, no mana. Tom Kench was able to W out, so well played by Marley to be able to sort of counteract this play. I don't think it loses them too much in the grand scheme of things, but just a bit of an awkward one after what started as an amazing dive.
Yeah, you lose a lot of map tempo right here. You're having to reset at the non-ideal time without having pushed another full wave underneath the tower. You give a kill over to Marley, who isn't going to be able to spend that gold for a little bit, is going to be pretty much forced to stay in lane unless you want to leave Basilisk just alone by themselves for a while. So it's not ideal, and that does suck when your early play was so well executed. You know, you managed to find that early kill. Brilliant bubble right there out of Zakiak. Like, just such a good snipe to be able to set up that play and pick up the kill for the team. So you do lose out on that, but like you said, it's not going to be the end of the world, as we see big damage coming through. Messiah just going to use that ulti. It's on a pretty long cooldown at this point, rank 1. You don't have it every single time you go into Meganar. But, you know, not the end of the world to get rid of that one, as it is going to be Grubs early on to Uvert, mate. Omega B going to join up with Basilisk to be able to pick this one up. Traded back over for this Drake. And this means that you're going to have a lot of early power if you can get on top of these towers with these Grubs. The Drakes, though, become a threat later and later on. So interesting to see the scaling team going for the more early on option in terms of power.
Yeah, as we see Tom Kench landing that Abyssal Voyage onto Igneous, who's forced to flash away. I don't think anything else will happen out of this play. Just getting that summoner. Might not be allowed to walk down here, actually. They're being a little bit confident with this one. Maybe just now realizing we should be respecting this. Another Abyssal Voyage used. Faust doesn't really have anything to go off here, but yeah, that Drake picked up by the side of FOI does mean that if the Czech ever want to actually get that soul, as Marley now in a bit of a dangerous position here, doesn't have the Abyssal Voyage or Flash available. Root does land, but not before the knockup or the bubble, and Sitar will pick up another kill here. That is 2 onto the Lucian, as well as up quite a bit of CS in this bot lane, about 20 on that Tom Kench. Have a slowly pushing wave, and we'll be interested to see if they actually look to maybe force a dive on this wave. Tom Kench TPing down just to make sure that the Senna is nice and cozy and safe.
Yeah, just gonna keep them nice and warm, not gonna let them have any real threat. You are gonna see Omega B heading on down. There will be vision to spot this one out, but pretty late on, and that vision's very close. It's gone. Oh, this could be a terrible time.
Yes, Sitar now opening up just with that culling. I don't think they really have an angle to actually chase the Lucian Nami here, just forcing them away from maybe doing a bit more poke, so Sitar will just happily take the base here. The Croatians comfortably up about 1k gold in a good spot here. I think the Senna will be okay. The game has sort of slowed down a little bit. I think this could have been more dangerous than it actually has turned out to be. We'll have Flash available soon enough now that I don't think they can force a dive too soon, and was able to get those 6 souls off the grubs. So the Senna just casually kind of thinking, okay, let's relax this game a bit, slow things down, see how we can progress this. Top laners just kind of trading noodle damage back and forth. I don't think any of them really going to be solo killed anytime soon. Marzaya obviously just stacking up that rage bar to try and heal up a little bit more HP with the fleet as well. And mid lane, a bit of a sleep fest, although the Syndra is up quite a significant amount of CC at this point.
That's very true. Hadn't had a look in at the CS in a little bit, and that's a surprise. I wonder if we could see the gold gap between these two, because you did see Igneous have to go around to other lanes trying to help out. It's not massive, only about 200. Thank you very much, production. So not the end of the world right here. As we can see, there are much bigger gaps. Down in the bottom lane specifically, this Lucian is massively far ahead. You're going to be very happy with that one as Foy. As once again, we are going to get Omega B down into this bottom lane. Obviously spotted out. Everybody knows that right now. They're going to chase anyway. I mean, you do have level 6. You can...
Rest in peace, Nari.
Oh, okay.
Rest in peace, Nari. Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say is that this was obviously a response play to what was happening top, and it looked like they were maybe going to be more aggressive in the bot lane, which is why I think we were kind of just sort of sitting there waiting for them to pull the trigger. But I think Marley may be worried about using the Abyssal Voyage and Lucian dashing away and then not having anything to get away. Maybe just getting a bit scared there. But what this does mean is that that kill top lane goes completely unanswered. That wave is able to crash. Nori now no double sums on that Renekton. Obviously Marzaya doesn't have either. But that kill, as well as a bit of a CS lead being built up now, doesn't even have to base because they're not really at threat of dying here. The Dominus not up for quite a while. The Lucian has hit Static Shiv now, which means we'll be able to shove out those mid waves, immediately walk up to Grub, shove out those mid waves, immediately walk to whatever objective they're trying to contest. And with the Tom Kench still being in the bot lane with no TP available, I feel these next 3 grubs will likely go the way of FOI. See, Faust flying in here now, landing that knockup onto Omega B. We'll just pull down the shield, land the stun, might be forced to ult away into the safety of their own tower, but Faust will follow under tower, forcing the flash as well.
You can
hold
push this one
here
through. You can die for this.
Oh, I don't like the Sentinel. That was very, very early. That shield not really doing anything, but what it does do is stalled him out a little bit. We've left Faust in a bit of an awkward position here. Now the Syndra just dropping a Q, not wanting to waste too many of their summoners just yet. The Senna has moved away up as well.
That's aggressive.
Hiding in the camouflage. The bubble goes wide. Bone plating popped on the Nami, just kind of throwing spells at each other back and forth. The root lands onto Marzaya, probably the only person that can get killed off of that. We don't have Volibear here. We're kind of just posturing for the sake of it, I feel like. Dominus up just about now, but we do have the Meganar as well. No flash available. Flying into the pit. The triple auto is landed onto Sitar. Sitar just taken down to about 30% HP. Dashes out of the pit. We have TP coming in from Igneous. The Tom Kench walking up in the middle of the fight. The first person is taken down. The Nami. On the other hand, 2 people traded back for FOI, and it will be at least 2 more. Marley tries to Abyssal Voyage away, but a double kill, a triple kill for Igneous, who found a beautiful TP flank on that ward just in the blue side jungle. We'll be fishing for a little bit more, but that little backstep means nothing will come of it. And this is exactly what we wanted to see from FOI before. This is how they win this game, making these proactive plays. What I don't like is I feel like the Czech Republic didn't need to fight this, right? You already had 3 grubs. You already had sort of at least a sort of stable game, and they've just blown it wide open for the Croatians.
Yeah, exactly. The bot lane was pretty far over to Croatia's favour, but everything else was fine. It wasn't the end of the world, and instead you over-aggressed for that one. Like you said, posturing for the sake of it. Omega B wasn't particularly interested in picking that one up, had gone back into his jungle, started farming once again. Sure, you managed to find a couple of good kills. The Renekton into the backline works pretty well, but Sitar survives, just keeps being able to chip down damage, weave his way around this fight, and then the flank TP out of Igneous is huge. And is this not the perfect encapsulation of the meta for mid laners at the moment? You sit in your lane for 10 minutes, you farm, you don't really do anything, and then you join in a fight around either the Drake or the Grubs, and you either get a ton of kills, or your opponent gets a ton of kills. And in this situation, it is going to be Igneous that picks up those 3 kills. It's going to be well on the way to having that Seraphs, and that shield could be huge for just keeping him alive in the face of all of the dive threat.
I think the fight looked a bit dangerous at first, Nari getting onto the Lucian, getting that immediate stun, but then there was absolutely no follow-up. We see Marzaya taken quite low here, was obviously
dead.
winning the 1v1, but jungle differential has come into play. The unstoppable ultimate landing onto that Nar's head, and will pick up this shutdown. Just a little bit of consolation gold in the back pocket of that volley bear, maybe slowly start to pick things back up, but a second Drake for FOI, as well as denying the 4th, 5th, and 6th grubs for the Czech Republic team. We're bleeding a lot of gold top right now, but the thing is, it's gold that we had an advantage, right? So it's not gold that, like, we're that depressed to lose.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation. You are now, as Marzaya, going to be able to pick yourself up that Trinity Force, so in a very strong position to begin chipping away at this Renekton in the straight-up 1v1. Should be Neri getting that full item as well. I'd be very surprised if they don't have enough gold for that, especially after that shutdown did go over. No, it actually does not have that full item, so this top lane is going to be a pretty big gap at the moment for Marzaya. We could potentially see another solo kill happening up there, as we are going to have the next objective spawning in just a couple of seconds. Will be that Herald, not as powerful as it used to be, but still, with both of these mid lane turrets available, you really want to crack these open to sort of open up the game. No turrets falling in this game so far, in fact.
Yeah, I think the main sort of 2 powerful factors you have to take into account when you think about the Herald is A, utilizing it to get other more important objectives, and B, utilizing it to force a push after a team fight. So the other objectives you're thinking about, setting it up before Drake, which means you get prio for Drake. Whereas you can also use it if you just happen to win a team fight, kill 4 or 5 people, force 2 towers off it, suddenly you've blown the entire map open and you have so much pressure. Sitar just trading some damage with first strike here, getting a little bit of gold into his back pocket. Does seem like FOI will have first priority on the Herald, won't be contested either, possibly looking for a dive onto the Hui here. Igneous, a bit vulnerable, but no, will just be a bot side clear. And they will probably be able to answer if they do dive anyway, have the RTP to back him up.
Yeah, and you just have brilliant wave clear as a Hui. You're not going to be in a situation where you're getting shoved under the tower too badly. Obviously, the Syndra also pretty quick at clearing out waves once you get to this point. Blah, blah, backline minions. Like you see, Necro's going to step up. Just going to get forced off right here as Igneous respected the fact that the dive could be coming through. And I like this play. Sure, you're going to concede a lot of this bot lane tower. In fact, you might end up conceding the majority of it. But at the same time, dying and losing the tower is certainly worse. And it doesn't draw the TPs out from the rest of your team. The rest of your team is allowed to just keep doing what they're doing. That was the ultimate out of Igneous, though. So that is a bit of a miss. That's huge.
While this is happening, double bubble landed as well as the 2-man tidal wave, but nothing really to follow up with. So just slowly walking it out.
No
Sitar
mana.
didn't have any mana, yeah, and Faust had pretty low HP, would have had to play really dangerously close to the edge. So I think safe choice to just walk out of that situation and not even getting the bot tower. I think the problem is they're spending so much time on trying to make these plays, VUT, that they're not really gaining control of anything, right? So when they look to force this bot tower, they don't even get it. They don't get anything across the map. They don't really find anything through it other than just like, hey, look at us, we're hitting your tower, we're pushing you a little bit. It doesn't lead to anything in the grand scheme of things, as we're now looking for maybe another force on Marley who will just abyssal voyage out of this fight.
Still, good chunk of damage down. You do obviously have that grey health, which is going to heal a good chunk of it back up. But if you want to just keep this mid lane pressure up, taking a chunk out of the Tahm Kench is a good way to begin that. And we are going to see the Herald gonna be chucked down into this mid lane. Mid lane tower pretty healthy at the moment. Omega B is in the area, but still this one should go down.
Could be a little bit dangerous. Syndra will be on the mid lane fight first.
TP.
Yeah, Syndra having to flash immediately, as well as TP coming out from Igneous. The tower hasn't dropped
Double
just yet. It
TP.
might drop to Herald damage just a little bit. TP's coming out from both solo laners on the side of FOY, so quite important cooldowns being used there. All to force this tier 1 mid. Good poke coming out from the side of Igneous, and Marzaya just keeping people away from the rest of his team. Won't be in too much danger here, but what this does mean is they have full control of this bot side jungle to set up for the Drake play.
Yeah, exactly. They've got themselves a ton of pressure down to here. However, Marzaya is just going to have to book it up towards the top lane. Doesn't want to give over that full tower uncontested to Neri. He's going to get there. Should be fine right now, but you have a ton of pressure still in the mid lane. When the Drake spawns, should be able to move straight over to that one for FOI. And the early game team has control of the early game. You obviously don't want to let up this pressure. You want to keep going as much as possible as Marley takes a huge amount. Still has the grey health. Isn't going to die here again. That's Igneous' ult going down for not a whole lot of use. And that's a big cooldown right before the Drake.
Yeah, possibly a bit of a misread here on the damage that they had. Forcing the TP down. This ult will cancel out the tower from the volley bear. Marzaya trying his best to kite this out, but will fall pretty easily, I think, to this dive. Nori getting kited out a little bit here. I don't think Marzaya has the HP required to win this fight. We'll play it safe. Nari with the flash Q to pick up that kill, as well as the tower, so trading back at least a bit of gold across the map. But this was really awkward, right? Because initially they wanted this to be a 3-man dive, which would have been a lot easier. Necro then forced the TP down to save the mid lane play, so a bit of misreading of how FOI were going to play, I think. And now picking up this third Drake, as well as Mountain Drake being one away from Mountain Soul, will make this incredibly hard for the scaling composition, right? Because one of the best ways to get back into the game, through those shutdowns, through finding picks, not very easy if you're playing into that Mountain Soul, if you're playing into that much sustainability.
No, it really isn't. We're beginning to see second items coming through right now, especially on top of Voistar. I mean, look at what he has in his back pocket. The amount of gold, Jesus. I mean, obviously, you have to take into account that this was not a farming center, so the gold is going to be lower. But in terms of effective items and stats, if we could have a quick check on how many center stacks we have at the moment, because I am, 100% betting on it. Yeah, 65. That's not a lot of stacks at this point into the game, and you are losing out on quite a lot of damage in comparison to Lucian that's got themselves a rapid fire cannon and a static shiv. I mean, the amount of damage is crazy. Although not having tier 2 boots at this point, also crazy. Voistar, what are you doing? I've not seen that in ages.
Yeah, I think when you want to push the lead this much, you just want to pump as much damage into your kit as possible, right? And you're thinking, I have enough tools around me to keep me safe. I have enough MS, as well as, the bonus MS you get from just having that W auto available as well. One thing to focus on especially is that they can't play their range advantage with the Senna and the Syndra, right? Because they haven't hit those breaking points yet. They're not scaling in the way that they need to, because the game has kind of been pulled away from them. That being said, the gold lead only at 2k. The problem is where that gold is exactly where it needs to be for the Croatians.
Yeah, it really is. You are just in a good spot right now as Croatia to keep up this pressure. Don't want to over-aggress. We've seen a couple of times where Marzaya has died, to be fair, under their tower. Not saying that Marzaya is stepping up too far, but you still need to not continually give over kills onto this top laner, because that's the way that you can begin to lose your lead in this game. You're going to see Omega B just try to steal away onto this blue buff. It is going to reset. I think this one... Oh, no, never mind. They are going to back out of this one. We've got 4 members... 3-4 members sat around this mid lane right now, posturing potentially for a fight, but there's not really any objectives up. Sure, Baron is available, but that Scatter of the Week, if that had landed, that could have easily been a kill onto the Dami.
Yeah, Scatter of the Week just going wide there. I think one of the things to focus on as well, we've talked quite a lot about the Lucian and the way the bot lane matchup has been going. This way is going to be very, very difficult to deal with, because this is the one champion that can outrange your team just sort of dry without the assistance of the rapid fire or anything like that. Being up 3-0 as the culling comes out. Big chunk onto Marley here towards the tidal wave to follow up, but Zeke just overstepping as the ultimate comes through, not taken down low enough. Zeke will try and stay around. Marley will definitely get taken down. 2 TPs coming in, Igneous and Marzaya to join the play to force people away to make sure that Tom Kench does fall. Ultimate coming out, full combo from Igneous, but maybe overcommitting too much to this play. Has nobody around to protect him. Syndra will pick up a huge bounty, probably propelling into that Leandri's, as well as the fully completed Archangel. So it sort of is probably quite a good play. Let's see, a little bit of an ego flip there from
Little bit.
Igneous. Thought they had more damage than they did, thought they had more help than they did. That being said, still a good position. The Lucian has finished that LDR, so 3 items to essentially 1 effective item on the Senna.
Crazy.
The Tom Kench has Sunfire and Bramble, but not really enough to deal with this burst, as we saw from that culling even pre-LDR come through in that fight. This Lucian is a powerhouse.
You can see why the LDR was that 3rd pickup right there. Multiple times that Tom Kench has just sat on the sliver of HP and just survived. Really looking to be able to take him out. And sure, usually going straight for the support isn't the best idea, but when it's a Tom Kench, you need to kill the support first because he will be able to save whoever your other primary target is going to be. Frost is in the area, could potentially look to go in right now with this Drake spawning in less than a minute's time. You really want to be able to get into this pit and set up all of your vision, but it seems like instead the Czech Republic are going to be the first ones down into this bottom lane. They're going to be allowed to set up all of their vision, and this is going to be very risky for Croatia when they want to step up and try to get involved in this play. I mean, obviously, you can just leave this Drake if you want to. If you don't want to get the soul immediately, it's not the end of the world to give over 1 or even 2. You don't want to give up that much map pressure, though.
Definitely. I think one of the things to focus on here is the summoner advantage for the Czech team. Having flashes on everyone except their Syndra will lead to just a lot more freedom in the way that they play around this objective. One other thing to mention is you may not want to take this Mountain Drake because you're not confident that you can get the Elder in 5 minutes time, right? Unless you can close the game out before then, that becomes just like an immediate win con for VUT. So slowing it down a bit just to sort of keep out immediate game breaking plays, I think is completely fine for FOI. Faust is sort of teasing here, does land that W on.
I think he's gonna go.
They're looking for a little bit of flank here. Has the blast cone available to get into the pit, but it's quite hard to get in here. Will land into the pit. I don't think they have the ability to stall out this place. There's a smite fight. Ends up being picked up by the Senna. Faust now in a very dangerous position. I don't think we'll be able to get out of this one. Doesn't have the flash available. We'll just tank the death. And the danger now becomes, will they be able to turn this into a Baron play? Probably not, because we have all these pushing lanes. So they won't be able to have direct access to the Nash, as well as that they are bleeding their tier 2 top. They are bleeding their tier 2 mid. So overall, the play is probably still fine for FOI. But good job from VUT, at least to secure the mountain. Gives them a little bit more time to stall out this game.
Yeah, like you said, the Elder flip this early on would have been pretty terrifying. Instead, things are going to be delayed. Still, they didn't want it as as Croatia, but they did not full commit to that play. You lose out onto your jungler, but you don't teleport Marziah down into that lane. You instead decide to just keep pushing top lane, pick up that tier 2 tower. You also get a tier 2 tower mid, so that's a pretty huge injection of gold as well. A lot more than you get off of a Drake and a single kill. This is going to be a dive, though.
Immediately, Hui landing full combo onto the Tom Kench, but will be taken down quite rapidly as the tower is turned off by that Volibear ultimate. Looking maybe to fish for something more here on the backside of that play. At the very least, no summoners were used on the side of FOI, so it will just be the kill picked up. No shutdown, because obviously that was taken previously, but this Hui perhaps just not respecting his boundaries once more and leading to a little bit of pressure taken away. The main thing to focus on for each of these kills is that it just adds a little bit of time onto their clock, right? It gives them a little bit more time to stall this game out for Necro to become really strong. Necro pushing towards those 3 items now. What I will say is Gnar on their next base probably will have that 3rd item. So 3 item Lucian, 3 item Gnar, and a Hui who is still very, very strong in his own right. So as Jin Zhao having 2 core items. This team is very, very well equipped to win these 5v5 plays. As I say that, Faust full engaging for this top play. Igneous will be able to TP straight back in, so not even missing that extra member. The ultimate comes down. Gnar flying in, land the knockup onto one person, ulting them into the wall. Tom Kench gobbling up the ADC and running away to safety. Will get the Abyssal Voyage as well. How has nobody died yet? It will be Volibear Omega be the sacrificial lamb as we turn immediately back onto the out of position Syndra, who did manage to pick up the jungler on the back side of that play, so perhaps not as out of position as I initially thought. Both junglers taken down, and the problem is FOI have split up a bit here. They could get caught out if they're not careful. Marziah flying into the play. Obviously, I believe no ultimate available onto Necro on the backside of things. The Hui getting shot pretty low. Big tidal wave from Zeke, able to take down their next, and the bubble goes wide, which means the Abyssal Voyage just getting off before the claws of the Hui can grab a second Gnar ultimate in the same fight, landing the slow from the boulder. And second slow comes in. Will Marty get the Abyssal Voyage before they can get in range to stop it? Now just getting in.
Another
Manages
knock!
to find the knock into the wall. Marzai picks up that kill. The Xin Zhao is back alive. Surely the Baron is now their main focus with 3 members dead. Necro does have TP. Nari doesn't. Marley does, but is dead for 30 seconds. I don't think Basilica can actually find a way to fight this. Lands an ult onto one person, which just about breaks the shield. They might have to seed this, or are they going to risk the Volleybear's life to force a little bit of a smite flip? FOI playing a bit on a Razor's edge here. All very low. Scatter the Weak lands onto 2. The Culling chunking 2 members down to 50 HP, 3 members down to 50 HP. The Volleybear forced to ult to safety. There's no way for them back into the pit. This Baron should be all but gone. I think Syndra not really in a position to find any big plays onto the carries. Forced out one flash, but is overcommitted to the play to try and bring something out of it. This TP could be a little bit dangerous now. Marley tanking up quite a bit of damage. The LDR chunking through all of their AP. Big engage from the Xin Zhao, forcing out a few members, but maybe overestimating their damage. The Tahm Kench eating up Omega B out of this one, but away AoE, killing 2 immediately with a second pop. And it could be, with that mid-wave, in quite a good position. They could look for an angle to end here, Bloxer.
They're going to push forwards as you take a deep, deep breath, Alan. I am so sorry that that fight went on as long as it did. Forward goes Croatia. They're going to be able to melt through this inhibitor tower. The inhibitor falls to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 onto Necro. So they do decide to back off. Not going to be the end. But what a crazy set of plays that was. And we have got 35 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Soul point available for Croatia. And it was a just insane set of fights. I have got so much respect for the way that Sitar is playing these fights out. Over-aggressive, I think, every time. And then it's not. I'm actually wrong. Not over-aggressive at all. Right on the edge, dealing so much damage. And really just keeping his team in that one. The same thing for Marzaya. Able to use that Gnar so effectively. 2 Gnar rolls, I think maybe 3 at the end of that fight, just constantly having it up, using those big engages really effectively, and just buying space for this Lucian to be able to do what needs to be done. Great Lucian Nami plays. Omega B just going to get caught out and bursted down here. I don't know if they're going to be able to fully take him out. Oh, it lands. Huge tidal
lands.
wave.
80% of the culling was used on the red buff to pick that one up, but just enough damage to actually take down the Volleybear as well. And one thing to mention, that Lucian is on 4 items. That play lasted so long that he got a full Navori off that base. We'll pick up Mountain Soul here, and it feels like curtains for VUT unless they can pull something out of the bag soon.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to need to find a massive fight, and they've had the opportunity for big fights, but just weren't able to quite land the plays. A couple of Scatter the Weeks not quite landing. Bazilek, because he fell so far behind during the early game, just not dealing the same level of damage that this Lucian is able to pump out. And now you can see another inhibitor tower going to be threatened onto. There's a big wave heading down mid lane as well. Ult has to come out of the Tahm Kench, and this tower will fall.
Yeah, tower goes down, opening up another one of these lanes. Only the top inhibitor tower stays standing. If you can get these triple inhibs or even double inhibs with the Baron buff available, it becomes so strong. Lucian double auto almost immediately killing Necro. Dead. Will be taken down by the Gnar jumping in away, landing the ultimate artistry. Volleybear ulting that ultimate into the rest of his team. We see Faust diving forward, a little bit cocky, but I don't think it'll matter too much if they can just back up a little bit here. The output of damage from these mages and the Lucian with the poke is diabolical. They are on the game. And the Culling takes down 2 more. 9-0-10 for the Lucian. Put an absolutely monstrous performance. They played to their win cons. They got that early game advantage and they pushed it to the max.
Brilliant. Brilliant performance right there out of FOI. It looked a little bit close during some of the early stages, but the Lucian got ahead, and that was pretty much curtains. It turned out that actually those 3 kills onto the mid lane didn't mean that much. It was a lot more about those Gnar engages and the Lucian Nami performance. Zayak, I'm so impressed with some of those bubbles. Some of those tidal waves were incredible. A couple missed, but the ones that were crucial to the game hit every single time. We even saw in plays where, no kills actually ended up going down, double bubbles landing. Things like that can turn games just completely on their head, and when you've got a Lucian Nami that works that well together, I really don't know, as you've up, mate, if you can give that over in the next round. Can you allow that to keep going?
Definitely. I think you mentioned the importance and the magnitude of it, but just the frequency of those important bubbles, right? First Blood, it was a Nami bubble. Multiple team fights were Nami bubbles into tidal waves. The impact that Nami actually had in setting up these plays and setting up these team fights was massive. Cannot go understated. As well as that, the 2 main carries of the Lucian and the Hui, I think just were outputting stupendous amounts of damage at the end of the game, which meant that those setup plays were almost always leading to a kill, or almost always leading to at least one kill or a double kill or triple kill, whatever it was. And it meant that the longer the fights went on, the sort of more unplayable it became for the Czech team, because they were dealing with so much damage coming at them from a range they couldn't deal with due to how far behind they were. And most of their carries are immobile. You know, you've got the Syndra, you've got the Senna, who are quite easy targets for those bubbles to hit, which meant even through the Tom Kentrel, you just couldn't really play.
Yeah, there was not really any way to actually find your way into the backline in these team fights. As long as you full committed to a tower dive with the volley bear, it worked. But once you were trying to team fight outside of towers around objectives, that's where this composition just wasn't able to be executed upon. Brilliant performance out of Croatia. Czech Republic gonna have to go back to the drawing board. We're gonna jump to a short break though, but don't go anywhere because this series is insane.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane has leaped onto AIX, and they cannot withstand the damage. Dr. Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam Death's in Norway.
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get a deep.
The objectives had been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wings Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Tell me what can I do now? 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 Tell me what can I do now?
be a little bit different, just because they might look at B wanting something a bit more sort of nuclear, right? And deterring VUT from picking those red side sort of double lanes like the Lucian Nami. You know, they might be able to pick that away from FOI, at which point, what is the response to that then? The bans now starting out pretty similar, swapping into that Hui ban now on 2. Obviously feeling like that had a bit too much impact just in terms of controlling the game, in terms of creating space, which I do kind of agree with. I feel like it gave them the range they needed to play the game. Viban coming out here as well suggests as well that they might be picking for a strong ADC that they want to protect, that they want to keep these sort of too easy to execute comps away from.
Yeah, absolutely. You can understand why you want to keep that one off of the board. We'll see what this final ban is going to be. It will be the Lucian, so that was another part that they clearly think wasn't ideal. I think the Lucian is the better bit of that 2-ban away, but like we said, when you let the Jinx go through, immediately Croatia going to slam that one in. You've still got things like the Lulu and the Milio available to pair up alongside the Jinx, so some of those premier pairings that you really like to see. What's the response, though? You know that you've left the Jinx open, you expect that one to be picked up by Sitar. What do you pair it with? What do you decide to pick into the Jinx? You can try to either over-aggress onto the Jinx, get in her face, try to poke her out that way, or outrange potentially. It is going to be the Senna. Do you want to go Senna Tahm Kench, or do you want to go for something a little bit more double range? I think double range actually works better, but the Senna Tahm Kench can still work into the Jinx, and you're not expecting to have as much early pressure as the Lucian had into that Senna Tahm Kench, so not the end of the world if that is the pickup that we see. Jack's going to be hovered right here, flexing between top and jungle potentially, but it's not been the strongest recently. I do prefer the Volley Bear, but you are kind of just running back the composition you tried last game.
I suppose in their head, you know, it wasn't a comp differential, it was just a sort of gameplay differential, which I agree with slightly. I don't want to see the Tahm Kench picked up, I agree with you. I think, although it could be fine, I would much rather see a secondary range champion, whether that's a mage, whether that's something like the Kalista, the Ashe, I think would be better. We see Viego getting picked up here, so you have 2 very, very heavy reset-focused champions already. Right, this is a comp which, if they kill one person in a fight, will basically steamroll the rest of that team fight off the back of that. So what I want to see now from VT is making sure they have the required either disengage or enough to just kind of nuke out these 2 picks quickly enough before they're able to find those picks within team fight. Interesting to see now whether they do actually pick a very strong support pairing or whether they leave that towards one of the later selections. So Jax now get picked up, taken away. Will be flying into the top lane, does cut off a few picks, but also Gragas is available.
Yeah, Gragas is up and available, so that could be a potential pickup into this Jax. You could potentially also take yourself the Renekton. It's still pretty fine into the Jax as long as you make sure you hold all of your spells to use during that counter-strike. See what the final pick will be here for Czech Republic. I would quite like the Tahm Kench in this situation because that first kill is so is so important. If you're not able to get it, that could have been a good way to deal with. Instead, gonna be that Nautilus. Senna Nautilus is one of those bot lanes that just doesn't feel like it does a lot early on. If the Nautilus hits those hooks, you can burst out a Jinx. I mean, Jinx is very squishy. If there is going to be a Milio or a Lulu paired up, that's absolutely fine. But the Senna doesn't deal that much damage early on. You're really relying on using your stun locking between the Senna and the Nautilus, who do have a lot of CC between them, to stop the opposition from really being able to do anything back. Will be a Talia taken off the board as well. The Talia could have been pretty impactful with the dashes that you have. Gragas going to be immediately banned. I like getting that one away, making sure that your Jax can have a nice matchup in the top lane.
I feel like FOI is winning this draft. It's just very, very baseline. From what we've seen so far, first of all, I agree with you on the fact that I would have preferred Tahm Kench over Nautilus. I think Nautilus is too hit or miss with the way that he creates plays, whereas Tahm Kench provides a lot more protection, and B, a lot more kind of safe engage, right? If you go in as a Tahm Kench, it's a lot easier to also get out in most cases. Your champ is a lot tankier. Your champ has a lot more just sort of, you know, shielding and healing within their own kit. Whereas the Nautilus, if they go in or if they miss a hook or whatever, they feel like they become not really a champion in the same regard. Obviously, you do have the point and click ultimate, which can get onto the Jinx, which is nice. But then if you don't immediately follow up and kill them, and if the Viego's able to get in, then you're kind of screwed. Kali getting picked up here could be laning into the Jax as well as could be laning into the mid lane. So nice little flex there. See Brom getting insta-locked in response. I feel like they had that pick lined up from the start. It's a very good pick, mainly for just stopping the Nautilus from existing, right? And also is fine alongside the Jinx, who can proc that stun from quite far away.
Yeah, I like the Braum in this situation. I think that it just pairs up really well with the Jinx in this matchup. I think if you go towards the Lulu or the Milio, who are perhaps better alongside the Jinx, you leave yourself in a situation where you can get engaged upon so very easily. It is also going to be the Karma, so you've got a lot of support for this Jinx. We've seen it before where we're like, oh, you know, you're really relying on your Jinx popping off, but in this situation, you've also got the Jax and the Viego, so that's not the end of the world. That is going to be an Azir locked in, so it is actually Akali top into this Jax. That's a pretty good matchup for the Akali overall. The poke that you can land is strong. You're reliant on ganks really to be able to solo kill unless Marziah just manages to pop off and, you know, completely outplay. And in this mid lane matchup, there's just a lot of poke from these mages. You can potentially see solo kills if the Azir is able to poke out the Karma quite low and then use that Emperor's Divide to get on top of her. At the same time though, I think we are once again looking at these junglers and seeing what they can do around the bot lane. Technically, these are both big hyperscaling bot lanes, right? But I still could see a situation where we get a lot of actual just aggression and big plays happening from all of the members that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, I do definitely like the adaptation of pulling in the Akali, right? We mentioned how strong the Gragas could be, but they said, listen, we don't need that pick. They can waste a ban on it. We have something else in the locker, which is still good into Jack, still has a bit of impact on the game. I just think they maybe dropped the ball a bit on their bot lane picks, but those picks won't necessarily lose the game. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I feel like it is a bit harder for them to execute these plays due to the nature of the team comp. What will be very interesting to see is if they can land that Nautilus ultimate onto the Jinx, as well as following up with the Azir. If they can get that CC chained up really, really nicely, one-shot the Jinx, that then makes it very, very difficult for Viego to get a follow preset as well, which means you're basically neutralizing the two main threats for the game and flying into victory.
Absolutely. And so we are in another really interesting situation with these compositions where I think we both prefer what FOI has drafted for themselves, right? I think we are in relative agreement about that. The composition works better overall. But at the same time, if you can get your Akali or your Azir popping off, that's a real way to get into this game, as we are going to see some light shenanigans down in the bot side.
Definitely, as we see cheeky little 4-stack in here, just prepping in case they went for a invade with the Nautilus. But will just be a standard 5-point start for the side of VUT, who are hoping to pull it back to 1-1 in this best of 3 series. Of course, the winner of this will be advancing into the winners bracket finals. So all to play for here still.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in a great spot to potentially go to that finals. Top 4, obviously, is the point at which you start getting prize money as well. So winning out onto this one is going to give you great chances at least walking home with a little bit of cash in hand. So we'll see with this one. I would love to see another game of this. I really enjoyed that previous one. I mean, I don't know how much your lungs enjoyed that 4-minute long team fight, but, you know, you've up, mate. Sending us to a game 3 would be super interesting. FOI obviously going to be wanting to stop that one. It will be a start for Frost onto the bottom side of the map. Head up towards your top lane. I can see heading towards the Jax, trying to maybe get an early kill onto the Akali being a great idea, because the Akali can run this lane if you give her enough space to play it.
Yeah, what I will say just in the grander scheme of the tournament is that if FOI are able to win this game and pull out a 2-0, it is a bit scary for other teams from the point of view that they've basically played 2 opposite comps and will have won with both, right? We see a little bit of donkey trading in the top lane, just getting a but point being that them being able to flex into these 2 different styles of gameplay can be very, very dangerous. It means that you don't really know how they're going to draft. It means they can play red side and blue side equally well, and have shown that strength. But obviously, that is all hypothetical. We need to see how they play this game out. We need to see if they're able to sort of push their leads into this Jinx, if they're able to protect her from the Nautilus, Azir, Akali, who can realistically just nuke her at the back of a team fight.
Yeah, the Akali getting a couple of kills and being able to get into the backline is just devastating. I mean, we keep highlighting it, but that first kill is going to be so huge, as we're going to see Frost. He's gone on a big, long flank, and this is going to go well for them.
Absolutely, hook lands, but they didn't realize that Faust was here getting the Braum stun. Nautilus could barely move in that entire fight. CC'd for about 2.5 seconds, taken down very quickly. Obviously not ideal that the kill went over to the Braum, but a kill is a kill early game. this is kind of the stage of the game where you don't care as much, because if your support can get their first item quite quickly, it's quite nice anyway. Nautilus, obviously, having that TP is able to immediately come back to lane, but they should know that Omega B is here, and they should walk off as soon as this melee is killed. So Constellation will be able to hold this wave here at least. Zeke maybe getting a bit overzealous here, but Omega B was a bit late on trying to get back in, flashing away from the Nautilus. So Omega B could just flash follow here. The base will be completed. Landing the stun, landing the E. The root comes in as well, but they don't actually have enough damage to take down the Braum. Zeke will just fly off to safety, pulled a couple of sums away from the Czech Republic team as well. No sums on the Nautilus now, as Jax is trading a little bit too aggressively, maybe.
You know what? I respect that. I respect that out of Zek. Sure, you lose your flash, but you blow the flash out of Marley. You keep Omega B in this bot lane for much, much longer, meaning that they're going to be just delayed on all of their plays. Hasn't been able to go back to base and reset like Frost has been able to. And now you go back and are able to get back into lane with a Ruby Crystal and those boots because you did pick up that first kill. I mean, supports, they matter too, right? They are allowed kills during the early game. And to be honest, your Braum being tankier, having that much more movement speed, is pretty huge. Your Jinx gets back to lane with 2 longswords anyway, so you're going to be happy in this matchup. And this has just gone wrong again on this Senna pickup for Basilek. It just hasn't worked out, has it?
Yeah, the problem you're facing this game is you're also not really on the same timer that you were last game, right? Because the Jinx will be able to match your scaling just as well with the range, with the damage output, as well as just having Braum and an Enchanter alongside her to keep her active. I think one of the things we haven't really mentioned much is that the mid lane matchup is Enchanter versus sort of control mage assassin type, which means that their focus is going to be very different. Whereas this Karma, yes, she can output damage. Her main focus is keeping the Jinx alive, whereas Azir's main focus is killing the Jinx, as the FY bot lane may have overstayed their welcome here, not realizing that Omega B could be behind. Root lands onto Sitar, won't be able to get in range to flash over the wall. I think we'll just have to tank this death. Not worth using the summoner spells. Zeke walking back in probably wasn't the correct decision, but we'll see if they can actually deal enough damage to chunk down this Braum this time. Yes, they will. They'll leave the kill for the Senna, just about. Volibear, he didn't steal that one away, so 1 kill over to Marley, 1 to Basilisek as well. The Czech team has slithered their way back into this one, and that is actually very big for them, as they'll be able to crash this wave as well as swing the gold in their favor, about 600.
Yeah, that's a huge play right there. Those kills going over exactly where you want them to as well. I'm happy. Now Faust is going to look to gank. When we said this was going to be a bot lane focused matchup, we were not lying. This is just going to carry on. I think Marley is going to be the focus here. You don't really want to go onto Basilek.
Absolutely not. Faust just holding that stun for a little bit there. Does land. Doesn't even have enough mana to get a hook into the wall. The heal coming down might just be enough. Marley taken down after Sidar flashes forward. Faust not being able to get the reset because it is under tower. Almost taken down low enough. Basilisek poking well here. Gets the stun, which enables Comer to flash in. Land the Mantra Q.
Sitar took
Probably worth it
shots.
Overall, just because of how much Senna's going to miss now with this shoving wave. But
I don't actually think that Zach can push in that wave, and nobody else sticks around to try help him push this one through. The response from Neri and Omega B will be to pick up these grubs. Actually, I think overall, I like that play for the Czech Republic. I think you've up, mate. Come out on top from that one. You also lose a ton of pressure in the mid lane because there was a pushed in wave from Necro. Igneous misses out on all of that XP and gold.
I think the main problem with this from the Croatian side is that these kills so far have gone on. Well, 2 of them have gone on Braum and Karma, which are champs that will be useful without this gold anyway.
Yes.
So Jinx trading her life to get a kill on a Karma obviously isn't necessarily ideal. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. No. They still get quite a bit of gold out of it. If the Karma is able to hit these first items as well, she will have a lot of control just over these objectives in general with the Mantra Qs, with being able to speed up her carries away from potential engage. That paired alongside the Braum, the Jinx is in very, very safe hands. So from that perspective, I like it. From the other side of things, the Senna getting 2 kills doesn't feel very good because it's a champ which works on quite low gold, as Zeke is just diving in. Do land the stun, but buffered with the hook so far up to safety. But yeah, you don't want that Senna to get too far ahead because you will be able to just laser beam your team down from outside of your range.
Absolutely. It turns into a complete and utter nightmare of a matchup if you get too far ahead. As of right now, though, like we've been saying, things are pretty even. We haven't really spent any time with the other lanes. The only times the other lanes have been interesting to us is when things happen in the bot lane and they roam on down. But Forst has had a good time of it. A kill and an assist, is sat on a decent amount of gold as well, and is going to be pretty happy about the way this early game's gone, trying to continue to exert his influence elsewhere. Because they did lose out onto these grubs, you can imagine that FOI are really going to be focusing towards this Drake, want to pick this one up for themselves. But Omega B will be in the area soon, so this could be a bit of a risky take.
That's why they're just getting hooked the backside of the fight, but maybe they
going.
overestimated their damage here. I think Sitar will get the first reset with the rocket onto Basilisek, landing the stun onto the Nautilus as well from this last rocket shot. Faust will be able to tank up the tower now after Jinx pulls away. I don't think you should have taken that reset, buddy, because now you're just dead to the tower. It is only kill on Marley. I can see the vision, right? Take the reset, but Omega B won't be fast enough to catch up to Igneous. Yeah, I can see the vision, take the reset, hook out the safety ult away, but I think you should have just kind of walked out of tower range, because taking the additional 2 tower shots ended up in killing. And now the Cloud Drake will actually go the way of the team that lost both their bot lane members.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Once again, dives are not treating FOI well. Perhaps... Oh, he's still...
Get the camera off her. No, get the camera away. It's disgusting. I don't want to look at this.
Oh, wait.
They even nerfed it. It's a bit of a dangerous situation. You're flashing forward. That's a tower shot alongside the W auto reset. So, well, FOI have just opened up quite a lot of gold and experience and stats here off the last few minutes. That Drake play is going to sting if you're the Volibear, after thinking, okay, we at least clawed something back off the dive. We got a kill. We got the Drake. That is after they nerfed the Jinx damage objectives, by the way. But obviously still more than the 600 smite, because the Volibear didn't actually have upgraded smite yet. Sad face on my face.
Yeah, not having the upgraded smite. It was really well timed out of Sitar. And oh man, I mean, let's have a look at the gold, right? Because this early game has been pretty crazy. That's a lot of kills early on. You can see in terms of bot lane gold, it's not the biggest canyon we've seen today, about 600. Still, it's a decent chunk. You're going to be pretty happy with that one. Top lane, about 200 as well. A big 600 in the jungle for Forst against Omega B. So it's just overall small advantages right now that are making up the bulk of this 1000 gold lead. You're going to be happy with the way that this early game has gone, if not as ecstatic as you are about the early game was in the previous one. But that solo kill top lane, I think, is the most impactful right now. Because...
Absolutely.
Yeah, because you're not expecting to win that matchup. In fact, Neri was under the opposition tower because they were winning the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially in the fact that, this Akali is sort of favored to win this matchup, or at least, at the very least, go even and be able to just sort of outfarm and outscale. The Jax, in terms of the team fight capacity, obviously in a 1v1, the Jax could outscale just about anyone, but in a team fight capacity, Akali tends to just be more useful in picking out those backline members. What this does mean now is that they lose a lot of prio on the top side of the map. They sent their bot lane up, they get those grubs. As well as that, because they will get their first item spikes a bit earlier, I say that this is threatening a little bit of pressure down here, not too much happening. But because of those early power spikes, they will be able to pressure objectives for about a 1.5 minute window before the other team can really respond.
Dive mid, dive mid.
Dive mid. The Sentinel's coming down just for a little bit of protection. Zeke is tanking up just as much as he can. The Jinx Rocket will be able to pick up that one. Another reset in the back pocket, but walked possibly the wrong way, as meeting her down in the bot side river was Omega B with the stun available. Nari doesn't have the R2 available, as the R1 and 2 were used to pick up that Jinx and get away, but a good kill nonetheless, just to stall out this Jinx a little bit.
Yeah.
I think they would have preferred it maybe to go onto the Akali Diva. A bit of power as the hook lands outside of this fight. Igneous knocked him into there as well. Does have flash available. Might have to flash away from this Volibear, who has overstayed a little bit. Ulted to get unstoppable, dodging the Viego stun, and big AoE damage coming out now from Faust. Not enough, as he will get taken down as well. 3 kills picked up very quickly here. Sitar won't be able to pick up all the reset on the back of it, because everyone's HP is still just sitting around 50%. A flank TP for Marseille? What's the angle here, buddy? 4 members, all about 50% HP. This could be dubious. Lands onto Omega B, no ult to sort out the damage. If the Jinx gets a reset here, this could be pretty big. But Omega B is able to sort out just enough.
There's a kill.
Reset 1 picked up, traded 1 for 1. I think that's going to be just about it, as both teams walk away. But a Mantra Q on the backside of the fight, picking up just the Senna on the side right now. Nautilus hook lands in from Marley. That's a double kill for the Jinx, a triple kill for the Jinx. Icarus misses the Mantra Q onto the Akali. I don't think the 4th kill is going to happen. Just walking away, getting a bit more damage with the Malignance.
Still a triple kill out of that play. What a crazy set of fights. These teams are happy to just keep throwing everything they have at each other. Necro decides, nah, I'm not going to keep going with this one. Instead goes top lane, gets a chunk more turret plates as well. But 3 kills over to the Jinx is going to be huge. You could see how much Sitar wanted to go in that fight, but really didn't have the angle. But it was flank after flank after flank. Marziah, zero fear of death, just goes flying into 4 members. And the fact that they come out of that in an even trade on that second half of the fight, let's say, is going to be huge. We've been fighting for so long that actually there's another Drake coming up in just about 30 seconds time. The next set of grubs will... Sorry, not the next set of grubs. The Herald will be spawning soon as well, and this fighting just isn't going to stop.
Yeah, and I feel like for FOY now, securing the second Drake has to be the priority, given the lead that you have in gold. Now, big chunk coming out from Marziah, who, with the Merc Treads, is just so tanky into this team, right? I mean, you have most of your damage coming from Necro and Nari, the 2 AP carries, as well as blocking out the CC from the Volley Bear, from the Nautilus, from some of the Senna as well, these Merc Treads. And ironically, probably one of the most valuable items in this game right now, that Jinx with a Kraken and a BF sword because of that last play, means this Drake play could be quite simple for them. Has flash available as well to keep herself alive. No flash for the Akali, as we see Marziah being focused on the top side of the map right now. Flashing forward, doesn't get the stun onto these here. Senna ult comes through, choosing to just try and move away from the Volley Bear to not get stunned up. Does land another jump onto Necro. There's a world where Marziah turns this, but doesn't have the counter-strike available early enough. They will trade Drake for a kill and a flash in the top side, as well as probably first tower. Top sake, what are we doing, buddy?
Being aggressive, apparently, is the only thing that this team knows how to do. They're going to go in onto Marley, getting a ton of damage. Zek is going low. Omega B is here, as well as Neri. They're going to have to back out. This is bad.
They've managed to land the hook onto Sitar with the flash from Marley. They're going to take all 3 members cleanly like that. The Herald is up as well, which will be picked up. Shutdowns onto the Volley Bear, and then a double kill for the Akali. That gold has just flown through the roof. They are up 2.3k now, off the back of what looked like a couple of really good plays from FOY. Picking up the Herald now, they might be able to open up a bit more of the map. This tier 1 mid will fall, as well as the tier 1 that the Azir just got. And in a matter of seconds, the game seems to have turned on its head.
Absolutely it has. That gold has swung fully in the favor of the Czech Republic. They're going to be up by about 2k at this point, and things were so different. You can see there's still a lead in the bot lane specifically, but this top lane is just turning around immediately. This Akali is so strong. Couple of completed items under her belt, and is just going to be able to get into the backline. But more than that, it was the hook, wasn't it? Marley's hook landing onto Sitar was huge. If Sitar's able to sit back in these fights and just lay down the damage, kite around, you are going to be fine. But wasn't able to do so. Only 1 item on this Jinx as well. It's not the massively accelerated Jinx we saw in our first series. It's not the massively accelerated Lucian that Sitar had in the previous one. Instead, you need to be a lot more careful. Can't step up over aggressive, as Sitar sometimes wants to do. And when they did, got punished very effectively here.
And you have to say that it must have been a bit of a misstep from FOI as well, because the Jinx should never be getting hooked by this Nautilus, right? She can get Nautilus ulted, she can get a 0 ult. These things can happen if you're using summoners, but the flash hook landing onto the Jinx, how do we get in that situation? There should be a brawl in front of her, you know, she should be flashing the hook when it comes in. In the end, flashing after she'd already been shrunk to about 10-15% HP meant she could do nothing in the fight. So overall, just a bit of a misplay, which meant that they had no way of coming back, and which made it look as one-sided as it did, because their main carry was nuked out of the fight within the first 3 seconds. As you see, forcing the flash out of the Karma there is Necro. We have Faust coming down just to protect the dive, but this tower will go down pretty quickly, and I'm not sure if they have the facilities to be able to force them off here. In a flat 2v2,
oh, but they win this.
Favor the Azir, but the damage coming out from the current Mantra Q is quite big. No flash available. If Omega B can get his Q up, land onto the Dawning Shadow from the Senna, just does just about enough to finish her off. Viego has flash available, dodges back away from the Akali. He should be safe here. No follow-up damage. There's no return play in the mid lane just yet, but with this ult, the heal comes through. Hook landing onto Sitar again, and the tower will be enough to take him down. Viego now being pressured by 3 people in the bot lane with the Herald as well, will not be able to defend this tower. The Senna is still pursuing the Braum, has just given up on it right about now. The Jinx got hit by another Nautilus hook, this time no flashes involved. Herald being charged again into the inhibitor tower this time. Jax remaining in the top lane, doing the TP for a flank. We've seen this before. It worked last time, but this time they have no Jinx. The Viego is very low as well. It is a 3v4, but they have to be careful that they don't overcommit to some of these members. They do start onto the Volibear. Akali staying safe in the Shroud. 2 men on the Akali, 2 men on the Volibear. The split seems a bit strange now because Igneous is just dying to the Akali on the backside. They do get Volibear. Nari trying to fly back in, has nowhere to go. The kill.
Oh no.
Zeke, what have you done?
No, there was an auto coming in from Sita. Igneous could have picked that one up as well. Instead, the big shot down goes over to Zayek. And oh, that feels bad. Still, huge turnaround right there from FOI. They needed that. They managed to pick up that top lane tower, and they were losing so much bottom lane. Instead, they're able to turn it around, pick up multiple kills. Nobody dies, despite the fact it got a little bit hairy there. Igneous was taking a lot of damage from Neri. Neri is super strong at the moment. And now you get to set up full vision around this Drake spawning in 40 seconds times. You can see there's a couple of control wards still around the bottom side of the map, a couple of wards in the river, but pretty much full control right now for FOI around this Drake. They're going to be able to take resets, come back out onto the map, and try to fight for this one. They can pick it up and get Soul Point. That would be another huge win con. And you've seen now in the straight up big brawling team fights, I don't even know who comes out on top at this point. I think if Jinx is able to stay alive with those 2 completed items, IH now done, this Jinx could just run through the fight. Again, it's about who gets the first kill. Can FOI get that first kill, first reset? That's the way they win this one.
Yeah, 1 reset is all it takes. Is the Viego walking through the camouflage here. Mosiah just maybe a little bit overzealous here on the side of the fight. Hook coming out onto the Viego, taking that pretty low immediately. Might have to ult out to safety. Doesn't choose to use it. Wasn't available, possibly even so. Flashed away, getting knocked up. There's no way for them to enter the pit now. They're still posturing as though they want to try and contest this. I'm not sure what their plan is with this. Realistically, we just walk away. We take out the side waves, and there's no contest to be had. Just throwing in a couple of poke spells. See what can happen. But Viego dies immediately. The Drake picked up, and honestly, I'm not sure if they should have fought this from the first place, right? These 2 item spikes are where VUT are at their strongest in terms of just the straight up like face-to-face matchup. The blue side team peaks really well on 3 items, especially with the Jinx, especially with the Comma. Whereas the Azir, the Senna, very good on 2 items as Hook lands onto the Braum again. E has been used already, so not much in the defensive. And big damage coming out for the Jinx, who landed 2-3 crits back-to-back, but no super mega death rocket to follow up. Neri coming in just to possibly clean up anything that happens in this fight. Azir has a nice little flank in the bot side as well, which they spotted on that pink ward. Nothing more to come from this for now, it seems. Super Mega Death Rocket will be up soon if they choose to re-engage, but that Azir just posturing to see if he can make anything happen as they have started up the Nash.
Baron, okay. This is very aggressive. I like it, though. I like the call to just try to flip it right now. You know that the Azir is nowhere nearby. They're not checking this. They don't know it's happening. It's gone super low. This might just be gone by the time Omega B can actually get into the pit.
Yeah, this work gets really dangerous. They should have the smite for free, but now can they get out? The Azir is coming in slowly. Marziah does get a huge stun onto the backline, onto the center. Basilisek taken very low and forced out in the 1v1 on that side. He will fall to the Jax. Inside the pit, the Jinx gets 1 reset, but dies before she can get any more. At the same time, the Azir picks up 2 more kills on top of that. A triple for them. So 4 members die for 1. The Baron is picked up on the back side of it, so at least something out of it. Jinx with the components for an LDR now in her inventory, and we'll see whether or not this turns out to be the right play for FOI, forcing that Nash in the way that they did with what they might lose on the map.
Yeah, I mean, crazy for them to make that call, and it works out in terms of they get themselves that Baron, and so that's a pretty big injection of gold, everybody getting 300, but you're gonna lose out multiple members and a mid lane tier 2 tower. Is it worth? I'm not really sure. About a 3,000 gold lead still for the Czech Republic. It was Croatia's sort of Hail Mary attempt to get back into the game. But because you lost all of those members and you gave over so much extra gold, at this point, there's a canyon between what...
Look at that Azir.
Yeah, look at that Azir. There's a canyon between Igneous and Necro. Necro's just sat in such a strong position and has been using those ultis so effectively. I mean, once you've got that Death Cap Nash's Tooth, as this Azir does, it's so hard to play these fights when you don't immediately kill Necro. You could see the idea from Mosiah jumping straight onto Bazazek and picking up that kill, but they're not the main damage carry right now, are they?
I think I agree with you. I think as soon as you get the flash out of the Senna, you turn around and rejoin your team. Because the Senna can't rejoin that fight. She's already 100, 200 HP. If she steps up, she's dead. If Jax had rejoined that fight, it was actually quite close. The Jinx and Viego got that first reset, but then were killed before they could make use of it, right? If you have the Jax there, maybe be able to stall that fight out a bit more, maybe pick up 1 or 2 extra kills, maybe even protect the Jinx and Viego, and I think they could have maybe won that one. But Viego, maybe getting a pick here onto Basilisek. Super Mega Death Rocket does go wide. Nothing else to come of it, really. They seem to be forcing a bit too hard to try and pick off this Senna every time, where there's much bigger threats, and those threats are behind the team right now. TP coming in from the Akali. Necro has a nice little possible angle. The tower does go down, but the Jax and Faust are in very dangerous spots here. Nari might have been caught out on the side, however. Could be a reset picked up. Hiding in the shroud for the time being. That channel stun. Viego lands a stun in. Jax the first to go down. First reset picked up. It is on to Marley. The slow tags onto Necro. Forced to flash away so that he doesn't get stunned up by the Brawn passive. In the end, is just a 1-for-1. Bit of a sloppy fight. It felt like neither team really knew what they wanted to commit to. Then in the end, they will just trade kills back to back. It is another kill on the Jinx, who's getting close to that 3rd item spike, which will make her an absolute cannon of a champion. You see Faust just teasing right on the side here. Does just think that go back in. R1 neutralized. Faust R's away. Does Akali choose to follow up with the R2? Looking for an angle here to try and jump onto the Viego. Case getting stunned up as well. Trying to follow up slowly with that range from the Senna. There's no way for them to turn back onto this. Jinx W goes wide, the zap. The stun does come out onto the volley bear. But FOI are on their heels right now, being chased out of the fight. Sitar narrowly avoids stun.
Boy.
Big Super Mega Death Lord comes in. FOI answer with a T-parry of their own. Jax, the stun doesn't land, just went off as they were in the air. Can they get this one reset onto Nari? Doesn't go down, living on 1 HP. So no reset for Jinx, no reset for Viego. The Jax picks up a kill on the backside, possibly again. But the rest of his team running for the hills, all low HP. Can Marzaya do anything in this fight? Ulted away, maybe egoing it a bit too much. But just posturing a little bit aggressively here. Lands onto these here. No flash available for this champion. Is able to dash away. Nice little shuffle. But Marzaya could clean up this entire fight now. With the E available. No flash on that Senna. That's 1 kill guaranteed.
They get the kill!
Guaranteed. Mantra Q lands. It's a 1k onto the Karma. Now Marley gets taken down as well. 3 kills off the back of a fight, which will completely lost it. They will pick up the 3rd Drake as well. Blocks her. How did that come about?
Oh my god. We're going to disregard the first section of that fight. We're going to think about that fight from the point at which Faust makes a critical error. Attempts to follow Neri over the wall. Doesn't manage to do so, doesn't have his stun available, and also has got that shuriken landed on top of him, so Neri just goes in. Faust is able to hide in his shroud, you know, it's shroud gaming between these two, and doesn't go down, and it just baits everybody back into the team fight. Ultimates are blown, teleports are plenty, and nobody wants to give up on this fight. The fact that Sitar dies in that one, and you are still able to play this one through, is crazy. Marzaya is a madman. He has no fear whatsoever. We saw it on the Gnar in the previous game. We're really seeing it now on this Jax, because he was just constantly jumping forwards, playing this one out. A couple of stuns missed, but it just didn't matter. Was able to heal enough because of that. Because of everything, honestly, with the way that this game has played out. Is Omega B going to get caught? Are they going to posture and try to jump up? If he dies, this could be the Baron just going straight over.
Absolutely. The Viego, he will reveal their position a little bit at least. They just posturing around here. The Viego choosing to just focus up on that red buff for now. Picks it up for the rest of his team. You did mention, I mean, that fight was so marginal, right? Like, Sitar won auto away from getting the reset and possibly just winning the fight themselves. The Jax DP coming in so late and just turning the fight in their favor. The 1k, going on Karma actually ends up being super huge, because that's the only champion that wasn't on 3 items. So now forcing them into that powerful position as well means they have 3 potential carry champions in these team fights, as well as the Viego, who can play off of that. Azir now will be able to pick up this inhibitor in the bot lane. If they're able to just waddle away to safety, this could be a very, very big pressure point for this Nash now. I don't think they want to let the Azir walk out just yet. That
Can't dive with the tower.
Giving enough safety for now. The problem is, how do you play around this Nash now with a threat of 2 TPs available, the Akali and the Azir, both coming up, available to just possibly backdoor the game if you overcommit to a fight.
Yeah, the fact that there are so many TPs available in this game, crazy to have a game with 3 TPs on one team, 2 on the other, but they're just going to go straight for it. They don't care. They don't care about the threat of potentially having their base TP'd onto, and it looks like VUT are actually going to respond to the threat.
Could be a little bit dangerous right now as we don't have the Karma in this fight just yet. TPing into the top side play, but she will be late to this fight no matter what happens. That's 3 items that you're missing. Marzaya jumping in a little bit too early, I think. Will be able to take out Marley. Losing their life as well, but does secure at least 1 reset for their Jinx. The stun lands on the Akali, which means the second kill coming in, and this Jinx is in prime position to fight this now. Has to play it a little bit slowly. Viego manages to get the shutdown onto the Azir. That means most of their damage is completely gone now. Omega trying to ult over the wall, but just misplaces it a little bit. They will fall as well. A 4th kill. Another one flying to the back pocket of the Karma, who I thought might just be a little bit too late to the fight, but ended up being just on time. They were able to stall out enough. And now the Jinx and Braum want to take this one up. As long as Senna can't get into the pit, this is fine. The problem is, you don't really have a flat way to secure this one, right? So I think you do have to get out of the pit and deal with the Senna before you focus. And look at your name.
The base. The TP's
base,
coming
because Akali's up in 8 seconds,
boy.
by the way.
You just need to burst this down at this point. You have made
You need to finish this extremely quickly.
a decision.
They are able to get that at the very least. Now Nautilus has to be very careful not to die themselves. They won't go for the fight because they know that Akali and Azir both have TP. So we'll just take the base. A huge fight for FOI. The game does look like it's slowly getting back into their control. The Jinx will have a huge base here, off picking that many kills up in that fight, as well as the Nash, the XP advantage as well. Those stats coming in, which means the Azir has now been reduced to the same level. The Jax is up 3 levels on the Akali, by the way. I just noticed that. And even the Jinx having an XP lead.
It is crazy right now. Every single one of these fights goes long. Nobody wants to give up an inch. Everybody trying to take the whole mile at this point. And, I mean, as FOI, you have got yourselves a Jinx who's in a great position. They're going to go for this fight.
Nautilus caught out here, will be able to flash away, but not away from the Super Mega Death Rocket. A flash from Necro as well. That's 2 burned very early in this fight. We'll have to use the shuffle. Forces 1 over the wall, but Jax stays right on top. Lands the stun. Viego unstoppable, dashing over. Somebody might have to just do that Akali for the time being, as they don't have a mid-wave to push with. But they do have 4 members against 5. Able to possibly try and close this one out through the mid lane. That Karma will be able to one-shot the wave with the Mantra Q. Doesn't have TP available to match the Akali, but I think in the flat 4v4 they would still win.
Yeah, they are gonna have to pull this Akali back right now. This mid lane inhibitor is just gonna fall though. There's nothing you can do about that one. I really doubt that you're gonna overpress right here as FY. No, indeed, they're gonna back off. They really want to send themselves on to that upper bracket finals, want to head on into those grand finals, play up against whoever wins between Ukraine and Germany. Right now, though, there is still plenty of threat from the Czech Republic. This game is far from over.
Absolutely, and finding maybe another pick here onto the Nautilus. The Braum passive has just about landed that stun, but Sitar possibly overstepping his bounds here. Taking out about 3.70%. Killed immediately in this fight. They have to be careful here not to lose too many members, because this could be an instant end for the side of VUT if too much happens. Omega B on his lonesome on the side here, but healing up just about enough. Marley surviving on 1 HP. This Viego needs 1 person to drop, and it happens, but is it too late? That's the second. The Mantra Q is huge. 50% chunked onto the Senna. Zeke needs to be careful here and protect his Viego. The Akali damage comes through from the stolen soul. 2 members live on both teams, even with the Jinx falling that early. The difference is we have Smite on the side of FOI. We probably have Soul on the side of FOI, but they have to be very careful not to die here, because look at their base.
Sitar is going to be up and available in just a couple of seconds to deal with the base. Instead, they're going to go in, try to kill onto Marley. Marley lives for so long, is just so tanky, will finally fall. That does go down into a kill onto Fuss. Now Zac is just dead too. And this is going to be the Drake picked up for Basilek. And that fight goes wrong. They spend so much time trying to kill onto Marley, and Marley just refuses death.
Yeah, it was a greedy play in the end there from Faust and Zeke. I don't think they had to force the Drake there. They could have taken what they got from that fight, regrouped and tried again in the next one. You have Jinx with Flash coming up. You have Jinx with Ghost. You know, she got caught out that one time, but does have the PD available now as well. It's such a strong carry that you want to be playing around, so you just regroup. You think, okay, we dodged the bullet, we fight again. Now, you've kind of given away the Ocean Drake for no reason. You've given a double kill to the Senna, which means on her base, she will now be a much more dangerous threat. Has just had so many souls pumped into her off the back of that fight as well.
Yeah, so much going over to all of these champions. This one is going long right now. 31 minutes, 32 minutes into the game, which in the current meta is a game that has kept going, gone the distance. 4 items completed onto Sitar. I mean, 4 items with a 10-stack Medjay completed onto Igneous. The amount of damage that Igneous is doing, I think, is a big part of why this game is going quite so well for FOI. You're surprised consistently by just how much damage, but also the amount of healing that Marley is getting from this Knight's Vow is crazy.
Yeah, definitely. I think, with that Frozen Heart now on top of the Knight's Vow, you're in this sort of this limbo of like the Jinx is almost healing the Nautilus in some of these fights by just being in a position where she's able to be getting chunked down without really outputting much damage herself, as well as that getting tagged on top of it at the back of that fight. Here, the Viego not able to buffer any of the C, and Akali getting onto Sitar 1v1 in the backside. Huge shuffle onto 4 people. Zeke the only man standing off the back of that. 1 TP, 2 TPs available. We have to see if they choose to force it down the bot lane or if they stay together through the mid lane here. I believe they might have possibly just enough time to end this one with 4 members dead. Jax not known for his wave clear.
No.
Not able to 1v5 this one. Do they have the waves able to end this game?
I feel like they should be able to end this one. You don't have empowered minions anywhere, but still, just going to walk straight up to this turret. 20 seconds onto Force. This is going to be really, really close.
15 seconds as they get onto the inhibitor tower here. It'll be 10 once they get that inhibitor down. 2 members will be spawning at the same time. It'll be interesting to see. This will definitely be very close. 7 hooking into the tower. Marley just tanking up to make sure they keep the waves. The Jax has to send the stall out for the rest of his team. Buying out time. They're all spawning about 2 seconds here. 1 second left. The Karma not alive yet. I think they have enough damage to just focus the Nexus and win this one outright. There's no way they're stopping this, and it will be forced to game 3 by VUT, who were brought back with a fantastic team fight. 4-man shuffle. Jinx caught out back-to-back team fights. Incredible performance from the Czech team.
Crazy right there. You're pushed so high up right there as FOI. Feeling good, feeling confident, but multiple times it was just the incredible Akali performances coming through, forcing this Jinx into bad positions, and then the shuffle. That shuffle was gorgeous from the mid lane. Azir shuffles in that game were so good, and you've got to be very proud of yourselves as you've up, mate, because you had a good early game and then things went a little bit wrong, but all of these team fights were super close. It never felt like they were out of this game, and it just took one good flank on the TP to pull them into it and get that win.
No, absolutely. And I think one thing to take away here from the losing side is you kind of led to your own demise with your positioning in these fights, right? Jinx getting caught in back-to-back fights. In the second one, had Flash and Ghost available and died so quickly because was out of position at the start of the fight, which meant Akali was in the 1v1. Then had to flash into the loving arms of this Azir, who came flying in, shuffled 4 members into his team. There was no way to then come back into that team fight. And from that point, the game was decided, right? And if you're going to pick these comps, which are so volatile and which have this reliance on finding those first kills, you need to be able to play more safe, and you need to be able to play more reserved and not sort of hedge your entire game on a bit of a flip, right? I think that was what sort of got them, is that they thought, oh, we're fine here, we're just going to push up, we have a lot of damage, we're going to kill a person and move on. Didn't work out for them. They ended up dropping 1 game. I still think they showed some great moments. There were some great team fights in there. But I do think there were one too many times where that Jinx ended up in a bad spot.
Yeah. And at this point, I have absolutely no clue who's going to win this one out.
Me neither.
We're going to jump to a short break. When we're back, though, it's going to be game 3 between FOI and VUT. What a banger it's been so far. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AIX. and they can't withstand the damage. Dr. Boomin Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway.
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep.
The objective has been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wins Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
'cause I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay. You know it's just a phase.
Do you like fights that last for 5 whole minutes? If so, then this is the series for you. We've gotten multiple fights in this series between Croatia and the Czech Republic that have just gone and gone and gone. Dry Salad, how you feeling about the fact that you're having to play-by-play for entire games at a time?
And I'm good. My voice has got about 3 octaves deeper over the course of this stream. I am raspy as hell, but other than that, I'm having a great time. I mean, obviously, we like competitive league, and competitive league involves team fighting endlessly until one of you eventually wins.
Yeah.
We've seen multiple games now where these teams have just been clashing head to head, very, very close games up until the last minute. The last game went quite long considering the patch we're on right now. Tends to end games before 30. So incredible game to watch. I hope it's another banger. I hope I have a lot more to cast. I'm never going to complain about having stuff to talk about. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and we can bring you a little bit of a confirmation from the other side of the bracket. It was an unfortunate 2-0 for Ukraine. You know, KSC, they're incredible. They're going to win that one out and be waiting for the winner of this series. You know, great performance out of Ukraine that we saw. They're going to head down to the losers bracket. Hopefully we'll see them again tomorrow. They can fight their way through and, you know, show us another great performance. Loser of this one will head down to that losers bracket. Winner has to go face Kit SC White, which is always terrifying. The German juggernauts are, you know, end boss music starts whenever you come up to face them. But still, you've got to win out this one first to get the privilege of coming up against Kit SC White. And we don't know who's going to win this one at all. Even beyond, you know, the variability of League in general, these games have been so back and forth. That one previously especially, it felt like UVMate were winning, and then they definitely were not winning. They lost out on the Baron, but ended up picking up all of the kills. FOI were pushing forwards. They had taken the mid lane inhibitor as well. And then all of a sudden, one bad positioning team fight loses them the game just like that.
And we mentioned the importance of that bot lane inhibitor as well, right? It ended up being such a sort of power point, which made the game so hard to play because those waves were constantly pushing. It's hard to get pressure over things. You got 2 Barons on the side of FOI and were never able to really find an opportunity to end. You didn't get Soul because you were a bit greedy, overstaying after team fights. And then you were a bit greedy in terms of your positioning in team fights, which meant that you lost out on your main carries. They dropped out of the fights early. I have to say, still incredibly played by the Azir in that last team fight, right? I don't want to just keep harping on about like, oh, people are out of position, people are playing badly. We have to commend the fact that it was massive, you know, getting in there, finding the 4-man engage, which just immediately ends the team fight basically because those 4 people are up in the air taking damage for 2 seconds. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they maybe adapt their playstyles as FOI have taken red side again.
Yeah, as we are going to jump on into pick and ban, we'll have to see if Necro is able to pull out quite as good a performance as we saw last time. I really like that Azir. I would understand right here as FOI if you don't want to give that one over. We will see these sets of bans coming through. Right now, this is all things that have been taken off the board every single time. Do you still want to change things up and take out the Lucian, take out the Jhin, something like that? The Hui gonna continue to hit the ban phase. You don't want to play against this one. From Equinox, it just puts so much pressure. As FOI, right now, they're gonna stick with the same bans they've had every single time. I doubt they're gonna deviate that much, to be honest. I think they're gonna be kicking themselves for execution being the issue, rather than anything else.
Yeah, they will get rid of the Lucian at the very least, so clearly not necessarily feeling like they want to play into that Lucian Nami bot lane again. What they might consider is actually switching up their Senatam for the blue side, because clearly it worked as sort of a counter matchup, but maybe not as much when you're prioritizing that Senatam lane. So whether they decide to focus on picking that Senna again, whether they maybe take the B1 Jinx now, given that maybe a lot of the counter picks have been taken away. The Azir ban coming out from the red side as well. Not surprising given the impact they had, but we are just going to see that Senna 3 games in a row, so clearly a very comfortable pick for them.
And it just didn't feel like Basilek was able to get anything done during the early stages of that game, but was able to pull this one back much, much better. Was an impressive performance at the end, and was a good base level of damage for his team that then the Akali and the Azir could really lay on top of. We are going to see the Jinx hovered once again. I did like it in the previous game. There were a couple of interesting positioning points out of Sitar, but still, when they were able to sit and hit and deal damage, was having space bought for them in front. Really impressively done. I love this Tahm Kench pickup. I think it's a great takeaway from the Senna, and I think it also gives you a lot in terms of keeping that Jinx alive. If Sitar does want to play more aggressive, clearly that's his playstyle, fine. Build a composition around that works. I wouldn't mind the Karma paired up as well. I think the Karma Tahm Kench alongside a Jinx is a great way to keep that Jinx in a good spot throughout the game.
I think this is a very good adaptation of the comp from the previous game, right? So first of all, they got rid of the Azir, which means that's one of the main threats to Jinx gone in terms of just engage potential. Number two, even if you do get that engage, you now have that Tahm Kench to bail out your ADC. That ult will be available in pretty much every team fight once you get into the later stages of the game. Number three, you now open yourself the option of still picking that Enchanter mid, because there's not many mid picks here which can sort of take that away from you. And Senna doesn't have as many good matchups alongside her. This Ornn, in theory, could also be playing support, could be playing top lane, so chill little flex. They've pushed out right now. The only problem I have with this is that his engage is quite telegraphed. So into a Jinx Tahm, for example, you use that Ornn ult, it doesn't hit, or Tahm Kench eats the Jinx, they need something else.
Yeah, you need some other way of really being able to lay down that damage. I do like the Xin Zhao here. It just gives you a lot of early priority. It works pretty well into the volley battle, as we saw. The volley does win out in that 1v1s, but overall you're going to be just fine in general. As unfortunately we seem to have a lost connection to the pick ban. We will have to hopefully bring that one back to you in just a couple of seconds. I wonder if a player's dropped, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, either way, whatever happens coming from here, so far with the champions that we've seen so far and are seeing right now, nothing happened. We're flying.
There
Lovely.
we go. All good.
Yeah, with what we see so far, I favor, I don't just want to say this at the start of every game, but I do still favor FOI's draft. I think I tend to prefer the Jinx over the Senna in most cases, just because of how nuclear she can be in team fights with that single kill getting picked up, especially alongside Xin Zhao and Tahm Kench. Now there's just so much value in those picks. The top lane bans coming out again. We saw this last time. They banned the Jackson Camille on their 4th and 5th bans. On the other side of things, banning out mid laners and banning out the control mage and then the assassin in the Orianna and the Akali. That's two massive threats to Jinx remove as well. So they focused very, very much on creating a safer environment for the Jinx to win this game.
Yeah, I think the adaptation with the Ornn, though, I do like, because when you have a Senna and a Jinx, they kind of scale to the same point. Obviously, the Senna can get further, but it takes a really long time for you to outscale a Jinx. But when you add on that Ornn, this is obviously pre-rework Ornn that came through on this MSI patch, so his items just come through like normal. Once you hit level 16, it gives you that extra level of scaling. If this Aurelion Sol is locked in, though, basically everybody is saying, hey, we want as much late game insurance as possible, which pretty much means it's whoever gets those early kills comes out on top.
Yeah, right now what we've basically got is two teams which will scale to the absolute moon, and they're just throwing more scaling picks at each other, as we see actually swapping onto the Cassante there. Last minutes, I think it's an okay matchup in the Ornn. It's quite hard for the Ornn at least to ever find solo kills in that lane with that level 6 spike, which he does do into a lot of top laners, so it's a nice sort of safe pick. As well as that, the Cassante can quite easily keep people off the Jinx, as well as outputting quite good damage himself. We see the Gwen picked in response, which was one of the things that we saw teased in the first game we watched today, as Tristana comes out as the mid lane power pick just on the end of their side.
Damn, that is a very interesting composition. It looks like it will indeed be the Ornn as the support alongside that Senna. You did highlight that it could potentially be there. And I think once you've got the Cassante, like you said, the Ornn can no longer find solo kills in that matchup, so you might as well move things around. Instead, give over that Gwen, see how strong it can be. Maybe we can see another lane swap where we get the Jinx heading up into the top lane and just getting a Gwen kill early on. And the final pick to round things out for Croatia will be that Aurelion Sol. And this composition, again, goes crazy once you get into the later stages. You really need Forced to get some early kills, though, so that you're not just reliant on going late, because both of these compositions do perfectly fine late, and you can never outscale an Ornn. An Ornn is just going to give everybody that extra level of damage that you can't hope to actually stand up against. So full items, not the point at which you really want to get. Still, though, I mean, the amount of damage that you're going to have from a Jinx, from an Aurelion Soul once you get late, crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you can never outscale the Ornn with the items, but you can also never end into an ASOL, sadly.
Yep.
You know, this champion is so good at stalling out games so that at least if they're behind, they can come back into it. Obviously, there's a certain breaking point where eventually they'll be able to deal with that if they go really, really super duper like 40, 50 minute late. But the point being, it'll be hard for them to find like early entrances to ending the game into this ASOL, into this Jinx, who have such good range, who have such a good scaling, who are able to sort of stall out the game with wave clear, with the infinitely stacking passive of the ASOL, with the Sky Descends, which is able to just control such massive areas of space. So I think both team comps definitely have ways to play around both the early and late game in terms of, you know, the Volibear and Shin have quite good setup. They have ways to follow up with the ASOL. They have ways to follow up with the Senna, who's able to play just sort of cross map with her kit, and the Ornn, who's able to follow up on these plays. I think both teams just have very good ways to find these win cons. It's about, once again, execution, which we have seen time and time again.
Indeed, as we are going to hop on into the game, we'll have to see who's going to come out on top in this one. Winner goes on to face Kit SC White. Loser is not done with the tournament, still can go down into the lower bracket and make their run through, try to get into those finals. Top 4, remember, are the prize pools, and so that is what you're really aiming for as a baseline.
Absolutely, and I think looking at these lane assignments right now as well, one of the things we have to focus on is the Ornn will be losing out on quite a bit of just XP in general from being the bot lane. One of the things we see a lot of Eastern teams do with this Ornn is they'll leave him in a solo lane for a bit, or they'll like send him to mid lane or send him to top to just like catch waves every now and then to make sure that he's still getting those item spikes. He is still extremely useful with the ults, with the E, with the W, all these stuns coming through. However, doesn't have quite the same level of scaling until you hit much, much later. So it's about, you will hit the same point eventually, you just have to stall out longer than you would normally have to.
Indeed. We're just going to head over to the camps for a little bit while we get things sorted out on the back end. Get to see our lovely faces for a little bit longer. Well, one of our faces is lovely. I'll let you decide whose it is. These compositions, I wonder if either of these teams could have done with a champion to play around in the early game. Because you certainly can still play around a Jinx early. You can play around an Ornn early. All champions, technically, you can play around. But there's no, hey, this is our early game insurance, and then we transition that into the late game insurance. Everything is late game insurance at this point. And so, without a true, hey, we're going to play around this person early, I worry a little bit for these junglers in terms of, what do you do? Who do you head towards? Because they're not power farming junglers as well. These junglers want to gank. That's kind of the point of their kits. So they feel like they don't have much to do.
No, I certainly agree. I think, if anything, the side of FOI have a bit more early game setup. If you have that Xin Zhao going in alongside the Tahm Kench, you have quite a nice little sort of chain CC with the Abyssal Voyage, plus the 3-point strike from the Xin Zhao, that double knock-up. If you can then chain that up with the traps from the Jinx, you know, you're flying. You get kills pretty easily, as if you are then able to sort of secure those kills onto the Jinx, that is a surefire way to get the ball rolling and kind of bulldozing that game, whereas the Volibear engage feels a bit easier to deal with, right? You know, if you have the bear just charging at you on all fours, it's much different to the Xin Zhao, who can jump onto your carries, who can get the knock-up quite easily, who can then follow up with the Tahm Kench, etc.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a little bit of an easier way of playing this one out as FOI. I feel like we've said that multiple times, but with their playstyle, I don't know that necessarily they mind if it's a difficult way to play, if it's an easy way to play. Feels like in a lot of situations, the majority of FOI's members would like to just go in anyway, would like to make these fights happen, and it's not like the Czech Republic are happy to just sit back either. Both of these teams just want to keep fighting, even before the point at which you'd necessarily say, hey, this is when your composition is coming online. And so pre those 2 to 3 items that we're actually looking for these compositions to come online, I don't know who I prefer in these early game fights. I think the Xin Zhao is definitely stronger, and like you said, the Tahm Kench really helps things out. But at the same time, yeah, early Aurelion Sol doesn't do that much. Early Jinx
Yeah.
really doesn't do that much for you, whereas an early Senna can deal a surprising amount of damage if you can land that stun.
Yeah, and also the Senna just has like easier access to CC. The Senna W quite a lot easier to play around than a Jinx E. Jinx traps can be quite volatile, and like, you know, you chuck them out, they hit nothing, suddenly, oh no, I've just, you know, wasted my only CC spell. As well as that Senna in the early game fights tends to just be able to kite a bit better given the innate move speed you get from the rune choices you go, given the innate slow from your Q. Makes it a lot easier for Volibear to play around the ADC, whereas the ADC of FOI has to play around their jungler. So it's more about the way in which they have to play around each other being quite different. I think the onus is on the bot lane, the onus is on the jungler of FOI to create the plays, whereas the onus is on the red side bot lane to create the plays
Yes.
around those junglers.
Exactly, and so we could end up with a real split map situation where you're really trying to play around your bottom lane, but do you want to then give your opposition jungler a load of time to be playing around that bottom side when you're not there? Because the counter gank can be so strong. Counter ganks honestly seem to work a lot more than the straight up gank does. You can get in second, you can use all your summer spells, all of your abilities. Once everybody else has blown those, that's a way for you to try to completely change the outcome of a play. And so, you know, it's a situation where we're ramping about all of this game. It's very exciting to get into. Game 3s always are. Unfortunately, we've got a little bit of a technical issue, so we're going to jump into a quick break, and we'll bring the game back to you as soon as we have it. apologies for the short delay right there. We have got our technical issues sorted out, so we're going to be hopping into game right now, bring you the action, because, you don't want to listen to us talk about the game anymore. Let's just see it. We're going to be hopping in 1 minute 30 seconds into this game, round about where we last left off. Nothing really has changed, and both of the junglers decided to start towards the top side.
Yeah, nothing too surprising there. I mean, the Gwen Cassante lane doesn't really get volatile until about level 6 anyway, so don't expect too much to be happening up there. They are trading a little bit back and forth right now, but most of the action will be happening around this bot lane, and it'll be interesting to see, again, how they play around the grubs versus the drakes. Are we trying to get that bot lane pressure so that we can move them up for the grubs? Or are we trying to just force those early souls, etc.?
Exactly, it's going to be all about where we're watching these junglers go, because these individual lanes kind of want to scale. That being said, I can still see a ton of kills going down in this bottom lane, potentially even in this top lane. Mid lane, I'd be very surprised. It would have to be quite a big error from somebody to be able to get a solo kill in the mid lane, but crazier things have certainly happened. You can see the early push going to come through for Foystar and Zayak, but it's going to be well caught by Marley right there. Marley's been having a great series so far. Honestly, that Nautilus performance, we didn't love it in the draft, but the way it was executed, the amount of healing that he was getting through that Knight's Vow was crazy, and really kept his team in a lot of these fights that without him being as tanky and healing as much as he did, they would have lost very quickly.
Definitely. I think the Ornn is going to be very, very important in this game, especially. So having somebody like Marley on that champion definitely does fill it with confidence a bit more. Having the capacity to then use it a lot more proactively than possibly the Nautilus was last game, because Nautilus last game felt more like a buffer than really an engage tool. They weren't really looking for engages except for that one mid play as the Abyssal Voyage just goes wide here for Zeke. Will get traded back onto quite heavily. Aftershock popped by Marley as Faust is just kind of sitting here waiting to see if anything's ready to happen, also waiting to see if Omega B walks up, but is down a level as the Jinx starts pumping out a couple of Qs.
Does it indeed, and we'll see, as both of these junglers hovering around does mean that your top laners, your mid laners can play with a little bit more impunity. They don't need to worry about potentially getting ganked right here. A reset going to come through for Omega B, whereas Faust still has a ton of his camps to pick up. Is pretty far behind in terms of the tempo. 2 longswords already grabbed for Omega B. He's going to be back out onto the map and very threatening at this point. This is the point at which a volley bear is very, very strong. Going to be heading up for this Scuttle Crab. Messiah is going to spot out the fact that it hasn't been taken. I don't know if he's going to be able to take it quick enough, though, for a Beggar Bee to not just get there.
Yeah, no, we'll just clear out some vision here. Realizes he probably doesn't actually have the capacity to fight for this pink ward right now, given that Volibear's in the vicinity. The Xin Zhao is definitely quite far behind just in terms of tempo. Obviously, only down one camp in terms of actual CS right now. We'll get that camp picked up right now, but is a full base behind the Volibear, so that 700 gold difference in terms of the stats that they have available to them right now. Did that little wolf die?
It must have.
It didn't. No, it's on 27 CS. It didn't. Yeah.
Okay.
It will. It will die eventually.
Yeah,
It'll
now it's
miss its little parents and make its way out of this world, run off into the woods, and live a beautiful, lovely life. But this is what I mean. Volibear is now on the second full clear of the game, whereas Xin Zhao can take 2 camps and then has to just sort of waddle around for a bit and find something to do.
Not an ideal position to put yourself in right now, is it? You're just behind because you were worried about your bot lane potentially getting ganked on. I understand why Faust needed to be down there to try to stop his bot lane getting dove potentially, but they were kind of pushed back. I don't think you want to dive an Ornn. Sorry, I don't think you really want to be diving, as a Jinx and a Tahm Kench. Oh, but this is a great, great read. Faust is just going to walk straight into this bush and probably die.
Yeah, so able to pick up the camp, unaware of the 2 people waiting for his demise. Every single spell, and he will flash away from the slow at the very least, but Tristan now jumping in with that rocket jump. Assault E doing its best was a 3-man ultimate, but the Tristana flashing forward will be able to pick up the first blood. Anyway, Igneous doing as much as he could to stall that play out, and eventually at least getting a summoner out of it. The Abyssal Voyage in the bot lane going forward, but this Ornn looks to be a bit too tanky for the time being. Heal coming out. No reset just yet. Sitar does have flash to be able to pick up that kill on the back side. Is that in range? Just about. Didn't have mana for the rocket, so had to go in to the shorter range form. Will pick up a kill, but blowing the flash. An aggressive play here from Basiliusek, forcing out Tahm Kench's sums as well, but unable to pick up a kill on the backside of it. Means that they are now in a bit of a dangerous position. Senna is not the best champion at pushing these waves. Abyssal Voyage does go wide as the Ornn is waddling back to lane, having just used the TP. E does land. Zeke being pumped down a bit low. The E will save his life. Faust will slip back into the jungle, but I don't think Marley's given up on this one just yet. They can't fight back this Senna because he's too high HP. But oh no, we've been a bit too aggressive with this one. Senna over committing to that play with the Xin Zhao still at E available. Now Marley with no sums in a very bad spot, and what looked like a good play has turned really sour here for the side of VUT. Turning back again! Oh, never mind! Never mind!
Okay!
I will never speak again, Bloxer. You can take the cast for the next 30 minutes if you want. The Ornn, the bellows breath spun around and clapped 2 people.
Sorry,
Goodness
but
me.
the Ornn is just different. Like, Ornn is built different, and we see it right here. Brilliant little play out of Molly to actually keep it alive. But that fight, that whole bot lane play is so indicative of this game. This game, every single time you think these teams should probably stop fighting, they don't. They bring in more and more and more members. It lasts so long that you're able to get Marley back into the play to rejoin, pick up a double kill, which is actually going to be huge. Now is rejoining the lane with that Barmy's completed. Just puts him in a generally good spot right now. Azak and Igneous are gonna pop up around Force, potentially worried about Force getting ganked upon again, getting invaded into his jungle. There are pings going down around this. Drake has been up for a little bit. During all of that, Omega B did pick up those top lane grubs and is now on a reset back down into the bottom lane, so could potentially try to play around this Drake. In terms of just who has the gold at the moment, it's onto the carries for FOI, whereas VUT, that's a lot of gold onto your support Ornn.
Yeah, it is, but at the same time, look at those items on the Ornn. I mean, who's
crazy.
killing him, really, in an all-out team fight? Has 6 available now as well, the Call of the Forge God, to set up any of these plays they might want to go for, but you've got 2 auto-attacking champions in the Xin Zhao and the Jinx into a Warden's Mail, Bomby Cinder Ornn, who will not be dying to those people. Obviously, the Aesol can maybe pump out damage, but this early in the game won't be doing too much. This Ornn can absolutely still out team fights by his own. Look at this angle he's got as well, landing the E onto 2. Bellow's Breath lands as well. We will be able to get the recast, just hitting on to Sitar as well. Try to maybe go for something a bit special, but it doesn't lead to anything extra. A 3rd kill for the Ornn, and this game has gone a bit sour for our good friends on FOI after that double kill picked up. This Ornn could prove to be a problem.
Yeah, it really has gone wrong. VUT stepping up right now. Marley himself stepping up. I honestly think Marley in the previous game is the reason that they won that one out. They were obviously bigger, flashier plays, but the underlying Nautilus performance was so solid during the mid to late game. And then at this point, 3 kills. 2 deaths, sure, but you're the support. Your death statistics do not matter. Neri stepping up quite far. Frost is in the area.
Absolutely, and Mosiah now just landing the ultimate here is in a bit of a dangerous spot, has to dodge away from that R2, dodge away from the R3 as well.
Lord.
Well played, but still more spells available, and 1 ult charge left available. I miscounted, my bad. It was the R1 and 2, which actually Mosiah was able to fly away from, and things are going from bad to worse. You're losing out on the bot side, and now losing out on the top side in a 1v2 situation as well. Mosiah at the very least has TP to be able to catch this wave, but now they can look for a bot lane dive with the Volibear ultimate. I don't think they need to be afraid here. I think could force on this, but just, I suppose, not having much damage on the Senna means they don't want to overcommit, only the Swifties.
Yeah, not the time to really overcommit to this play, as, you know, it could potentially go horribly, horribly wrong. The majority of your damage right now is on your Ornn, which, you know, he's still an assassin, but at the same time, you don't really want to throw away the lead that you have gotten for yourself in this bottom side. That top lane play is also really going to hurt. Mosiah thought that he was going to be tanky enough. Cassante usually is, but at this point in the game, you don't have all of those big items that you're really reliant upon to get yourself into that strong position. In fact, you've got some disparate components at the moment, but not really going to be keeping you alive in the face of a Gwen.
Mosiah
might be
caught
caught
out
again
a little bit here. Maybe doesn't have flash in his kit. Obviously popping the ghost rather early here. This is pre-nerf ghost, so it is a bit stronger. Not Wing any of the CC to buffer. This will just be a free kill going over. It depends who they want to give it to. They leave it for their mid laner. Necro picks up a 2nd kill, close to finishing that colorway. This could be a very big gold influx for that Tristana. Grubs picked up, and no counterplay possible in the bot side of the map, because how are you going to dive an Ornn?
You could. If you do that, you're just going to lose. And this also is going to be 6 grubs picked up for VUT. And this game is getting a little bit out of hand already. It's obviously not over. No stretch of the imagination. However, BUT, they've put themselves in such a good position. 2,500 gold up. They've got 6 of the grubs. They got that first Drake as well. And you're now getting kills onto main carries. Neri got a kill. Necro got a kill. Right now, Basilek is the only one who doesn't. But throughout the 3 games that we've seen so far, it's not really been Basilek on this center that's the main carry. More just landing those stuns, being a baseline of AD damage that you can then build off of from everybody else. There could potentially be a dive right here, but Marley already doing huge amounts of damage.
Marley wants it. Marley wants this fight. He says, come and get it. You want to kill the Ornn? I've got Tabbies. I've got a Warden's Mail. I've got a Bomby Cinder. You can eat me up. I'm going to fight you as long as I want. Takes 3 of them down to 30% HP. But in the end, the play ends up working out for FOI. The shutdown is picked up and they're able to walk out completely unscathed. Only 1 flash used by the Xin Zhao. Maybe the Ornn didn't need to be that aggressive with the play.
The main issue there... Basilek is... Wait, the TP?
Has flash. Chooses not to flash away from the knock-up here. Does get hit by pretty much every single spell in the game. The Jinx will get a reset. Trading 1 for 1. The Ornn can funnel them into this Tristana here. It looks like Sitar is just going to take the death of the tower and be like, well, whoever hit me last gets a kill. Is an execute. It is an execute. As the Senna didn't actually get a single tick of damage onto that Jinx. Now, Zeke probably won't have a similar fate. That Bella's Breath does land. But will be able to flash out to safety. Look at that catfish go.
Damn, the escape is going to be pretty dang good right here. And the issue with that play for Marley is that they decided to hit the Ornn Horn upwards onto Foystar and Zayak rather than back onto Forst. It's such a small thing, but Forst was the one who was full health underneath the turret, not tanking it up, and so was the big threat. Foystar and Zayak were about to get out of turret range. They were not going to be caught underneath in a position where they've dealt damage to you and so the turret can turn onto you. You needed to bop it back onto Forst and then you most likely still die. You're getting dove by 3 members, but maybe you get a kill back. Maybe you delay things long enough that you're able to get somebody else into your lane to help you out. Tiny little play that ends up going badly for them, and then they're only able to get 1 kill back. Sure, you do manage to get that 1 kill back for Basilek, but it's not ideal, and Necro wastes time heading down to the bot lane to not get anything in return.
And I'm also not sure if the Ornn does die, by the way. It's possibly a nothing play happening in mid lane here. But yeah, I'm not sure if the Ornn actually does die there. Because
possibly not.
If you play back into your Senna that is coming to help you out, coming to bail you out, there's a chance that at least maybe, you know, she can get the Q off, get the heal off, do something a little bit more. You play into your tower instead of away from your tower as well. Because that was one of the main issues. When they ulted the 2 bot lane champions, it looked good because you're like, big 2-man ult, big 2-man knockup, like, we're going to sit. But you're playing away from your own tower. Yeah. You're making it much easier to kill, and you're also making it easier for them to get out because they can just walk back into their side of the jungle.
Exactly. It's small decisions, but at this level, it is those small decisions that count. Forst is going to be able to get away into that brush, but that's now a lot of space bought around this Drake. I could see this being a big brawl, though. I would be surprised if FOI just let this Drake go over to the Czech team.
Yeah, I mean, you have Kraken on Jinx and no item on the Senna, so I'm a bit surprised that they're not being slightly more aggressive with this, focusing on clearing out the vision for now. Faust maybe was looking for mid play, given how far up the Tristana was. Lands the wind, becomes lightning. Senna taking down pretty low pretty quickly.
Big knock
landing the onto 1 person. Faust taken down very low. Will be the first person to fall in this fight. Smite does get the Drake for the blue team as well. 2 kills already for the Gwen, but the entire team is very low. Tristana ult sacrifices the Senna, pushing the Jinx of Sitar into her melee range, but does actually claim the life of Sitar as well. Tristana now with the ability to just chase these 2 members down. I don't know she'll have the damage to deal with this Cassante. Ace-Hole flashes out to safety.
They might do.
Cassante choosing to fight this, pulling the Gwen out into the Ace-Hole. Won't have enough damage to fully be able to commit to this one just yet. W's forward, lands pretty much every spell except the important Q3, which means the kill doesn't land, which means Necro can get back in and trade a kill of their own. Doesn't have mana to then buffer the W. Had to wait for that presence of mind to kick in, which does now. jumping out to safety, and it ends up being a massive fight for VUT.
It really is. You've now got 4-0-1 onto Necro, 3-0-4 onto Neri. Both of these champions are just disgusting with the amount of damage they can lay down. The Gwen specifically, because Gwen is immune, you're able to just sit in these fights in positions that any other champion would get collapsed upon and survive. Just keep sitting there, doing your damage, and you can cut through people so effectively with this Nashor's into Leandri's build. Not going towards that Rift Maker, so not going for the high healing build, instead just wants to deal as much damage, as many auto attacks as possible in as short a time as they can. And there he is now also going to head up towards this Rift Herald to just keep the complete domination in terms of objectives. As of right now, no objectives have gone over to FOI, and you can really feel it.
Absolutely, as we see Abyssal Void landing here, perhaps slightly out of vision, which meant that the Senna wasn't able to dodge it. 3 stacks of the passive means gobble, your Senna is dead. They might have the capacity to dive this Ornn on the follow-up play. Xin looking to try and keep him away from running back to his tier 2. Dancing back and forth here, no TPs available to help him out, except his own. Looking to just slide away from the Xin. I don't think Marley's in too much danger here, but what this will mean is they can safely claim this first tower. So a nice little response play from the side of FOI to make up for that lost Drake fight.
Yeah, and they are going to get themselves that objective finally onto the board. A good injection of gold into Sitar as well. And this Senna just has not really worked out for Basilek. They haven't been able to be proactive on it, and when they are getting jumped upon, dying pretty much every single time. I really do like the Tum Kench, and that was used very effectively in that situation down in the bottom lane, but at the same time, I don't think that you care that much as VUT if your Senna isn't able to do that much damage, if your Senna isn't that big carry threat, because you have a big carry threat, you have a big ADC carry threat even, in the mid lane, in this Tristana who's got 2 fully completed items already.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now VUT are playing with the Ornn and Senna more supportive roles, right? Like, the Senna's playing with her W and ult as her main focus is. The Ornn is playing as a support champion. As we see junglers just battling it out over blue buff here. He's a bit angry that got smithed away from him, so we'll run at him with his little bear paws out. But yeah, I don't think the Senna cares too much about being down gold, because you are playing essentially as a supportive champion, right? With the Q, with the roots from the Ws, with the ult to turn around team fights. You do still have that utility in your kit, which Jinx doesn't really have as much of. As well as that, with the Ornn alongside you, you are just 2 sort of powerhouses at keeping the Tristana alive and giving her these picks to be able to turn team fights. As we say that, Necro once again in a position to carry this game, as he did on that Azir in the previous one.
Indeed. If you can have some space for Necro, they're going to be able to take that up and just fully run through. With that Kraken Slayer completed, even the tanky members of Marzaya and Zayak are just not going to be able to survive very long in the face of all of that damage. Now you do have that completed Riftmaker as well for Neri, so just insane amounts of healing and shred and damage and everything good that Neri could possibly want. As VUT, you're going to be very, very happy with the state of the game right now, 4k up. The next big objective is going to be the Drake in a minute's time, and around the same time, Baron. So this is the point at which, you know, games can be flipped. You can lose out if you make a bad decision around one of these objectives.
And of course, because of the Cloud Soul map, I do actually think that this favors VUT, because it allows them to sort of move into these plays a lot quicker. It allows champions like the Volibear and the Tristana to sort of like play these side lanes a lot better and play these picks and roams a lot better. If the Tristana wants to get to this mid play right now, because of the Cloud Soul, she can do so much more easily, and she's able to react to plays a lot quicker. And she's able to sort of force plays a lot quicker. Now, Xin Zhao and Aesol looking maybe for a catch out here on the side. The flash, wind becomes lightning, does go wide. Necro will just have to buffer the knockup probably with this W, but the stun does land for, and she's immediately down. Gwen R1 does go wide here, but in the fight I think she will end up winning anyway, just because of the natural 1v1 between those 2 champions. We are now stuck in a 4v4, but Aesol has no ultimate available to help out this fight. Can Jinx get a reset is the question. Ornn, R2 onto nobody. Cassante now on to the backline, chooses to go for the Gwen instead, hits that Q2, gets the shutdown, has a Q3 available, but not close enough to anyone. What matters is that Jinx is now pumping. Ornn running away for his life. Volibear ulting to safety to buffer the E. Jinx can get in range for an auto here. That's that reset that they needed. She can start pumping onto the Ornn now. If they can tank up for her, they can get more. Aesol breathing down onto the Ornn. 1 more left alive. They won't chase fully, but 4 members of VUT4 FOI are right back in this game as they turn their sights on the Drake and possibly, not possibly, the Baron.
No, I think I think you don't want to go for that one right now, but knowing
It would be surprising.
Knowing these teams, though, I wouldn't put anything beyond them. Instead, no, just going to head towards this Drake is definitely the correct decision, and all of that off of a good pick onto Necro. I really didn't think Necro was going to get taken down there, but the ulti out of Equinox was great, and it just meant that they could chase down fully without the damage that you have from that Tristana. All of a sudden, the fact that your center is more supportive than damage-based means a lot. You don't have that consistent AD damage anymore to actually play around, and Neri wasn't able to sit and hit either. You didn't have the space being bought, and unfortunately, Marley's ult doesn't hit onto anybody. Everything just goes wrong in that fight, and that's the kind of swing that FOI needed. They are still down by about 2,000 gold, but it was significantly more before that, and they were able to pick themselves up a Drake to stop the soul point going over.
Yeah, but even when you're counting for the goal deficit that they're in right now, this is the stage of the game where you expect them to win most. This Baron is a bit of a decoy, I think, just to see what they can kind of get away with. But this next 10 minutes, when you're at 2, 3, even 4 items, is where Red Side is at their strongest with the Jinx and the Ace ult into these the Senna, Tristana, and the Ornn, because you've outscaled them for now, and they're not in a position to be outscaling you with the Senna range, etc. So the Ornn items aren't coming in yet. The Jinx and the Ace ult are both extremely powerful. Once the Ace ult gets the Sky's Descend, which is available now as well, teamfights become extremely difficult. You have 2-item Cassante, 2-item Jhin, 2-item Jinx, 2-item Ace ult, all very, very strong champion in these fights. Whereas the Volibear a little bit behind, the Senna a little bit behind, and they need 3 or 4 items to be at that same level.
Indeed, and because of that Rylai's, you can't walk around these teamfights as easily. Obviously, the Sky's Descent is a huge bit of CC as well as damage, but more than that, the Rylai's just from the breath means that you can't move in these teamfights as effectively, and for champions that are all about movement, the Volibear, the Gwen, that makes these teamfights that much harder to play around when you're then also just behind in terms of items. Not a good position to be in. VT, they had this game in their hands. Unfortunately, it feels a little bit like they've thrown it a bit. Still, we've seen crazier things happen, and the fact that this Baron is up means that these guys are going to be gearing up for a 5-minute long brawl fest where people respawn multiple times, so I hope you've got your breath ready.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what has happened so far, I feel like this next team fight could be completely deciding for the game. Whoever's able to win out in this fight and pick up that Nash especially, I think we'll just have a complete chokehold on what happens for the next few minutes, and should hopefully be able to close this out. Having said that, we saw issues last game, especially with FOI not being able to close out the game. They got the Baron twice, didn't really find avenues to end. We are seeing them engage now onto that Senna. The Sky's Descent, Basilisek is dead immediately. Ace ult flying forward, looking maybe for a little bit more. That Breath just doing so much damage with the Rylai's and the Liandry's. They're chasing down onto the Ornn to make sure nothing else can happen. But look at what's happening in the bot lane. Tristana trying to get as much of a push down as possible before they're able to do the Nash. As well as that, Gwen has reached the Jinx, is getting those ultimates down. Ornn is stalling and not dying. The longer this takes, the worse I think it actually ends up being for FOI, as the Tristana is going completely unchecked. They're being forced now to TP back to their own base in a teamfight that they won. The Ace ult has been killed, by the way, on the backside of this by the Volibear, and Tristana now has free reign to push into this Cassante. I don't think the Cassante can engage here. Okay, Nash has now been picked up at the very least. So we'll be forced to waddle away, but this was a bit sloppy.
What a crazy set of fights right there. It was, I think, over-aggression out of Marziah that cost FOI, unfortunately. You could see the point at which Equinox wanted to step back, wanted to head back up towards the Baron, go pick that one up nice and easily, but Marziah went flying in, and Equinox felt like they had to go and help out, and then all of a sudden you have to send somebody back. Marziah has to go teleport back, Equinox gets caught out by themselves, and everybody else from the team is just sat taking the Baron, being like, guys, what are you doing? And VUT, I feel like you're pretty happy with the way that one worked out, despite the fact it went horribly at the beginning.
I mean, this is what won them the last game, right? They had a bot lane inhibitor, which they could play around for a long time. Necro pretty much pulling out the exact same play, just in a different, on a different champion, in a different skin. And I fear where this game state might go for the side of FOI, because they have lost a couple of their Baron buffs, and I'm not sure they'll be able to create ending plays with this Baron, which means this next Drake now becomes very, very important in terms of what the outcome is for the kills and the towers.
But if you don't overchase in that fight, you're fine. that fight goes really well. You turn onto the Baron, you pick that one
Yeah.
up. Maybe you lose your bot lane tower, but I don't think you lose the inhibitor.
No.
Because you take the Baron quicker, you can get those Baron powered recalls off and get back. It's a really funky set of plays right there out of FOI that gives VUT that chance back into this game. Like we said, they were not out of it, but it still felt like they'd thrown the early lead they had. They're clawing their way back into a good spot right now. Next Drake spawning in 10 seconds time. Right now, the mid lane priority for FOI is going to mean that this Drake is nice and easy for them to walk over to. It seems like VUT, though, they don't care. They're just going to use their Baron empowered minions. And sorry, they're just going to use their push and hope that it's fast enough to stand up against the Baron empowered minions.
Yeah, the problem is this Aesol will be able to clear waves on his own as long as he doesn't die, and they're now losing a bit too much on the mid lane. I think seeing an opportunity here is Font flying in with the dash. Aesol has been forced into his own base though, so this could slowly be turning into a base race, which we weren't entirely expecting. If VUT have enough of a wave, they can force this further than they might have been able to, but no, you see the Gwen and Tristana backing away now, realizing they have to get back and protect their team. That is one kill onto the Senna immediately, and have VUT overforced this chase. The Cassante in the backline, they've killed Marley, they've killed 2 members already, but the Tristana is putting out good damage now. The shield coming into Saber, the Jinx is pumping with 2 resets, the tower has gone, and FOI, out of absolutely nowhere, have entered onto the Nexus. The Tristana killed mid-air, can't pick up the kills, nothing to be said for the Jinx on 1 HP. They have ended in the most diabolical fashion. FOI pick up a second win, pick up game 3, and are off to the winners bracket finals against the Germans. Bloxer, don't look happy.
What did I just witness?
You don't look pleased.
What did I just witness? That was crazy. That might actually be the craziest end that I have ever seen. Neither team is going into that play thinking that it ends the game. Both of these teams are like, oh, maybe I can get an inhibitor, maybe I can get an inhibitor. You want to play around the Drake. You're establishing mid lane priority for the Drake. But because UVOTMate decide to push over aggressively in the top lane, all of a sudden FO are like, hey, we can push into the mid lane. It's basically the opposite of what we saw in the previous game, where FOI overpushed, got punished, and just the game immediately ends.
Yeah.
And as mate, you're in a pretty good spot in this game. It's not great. I still think that they were behind. They didn't have the composition really to be able to fight back, but they were making it work. And then you just make one bad decision, can't get back in time. And I question so many of the points throughout that fight. But at the same time, FOI, brilliant decision making to recognize that you'd overpushed and being able to capitalize on that, win the game out, and send themselves into a matchup versus KSC White.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the fact that 2 people died before the Tristana and Gwen could even come back, right? So you're just in a losing scenario as soon as you get back. They got Jinx so low. They got 3 members so low. It was very, very marginal the way that the fight played out, but at the same time, that does come out to a lot of missteps throughout the fight. I said like 40 seconds before that FOI don't have an opportunity to end. So obviously a little bit of caster cushioning coming into play there, but I think VUT sort of brought that upon themselves with what they were trying to do, being too overconfident, pushing up way too much. Even when it looked like Aesol was forced away, they realized much too late, oh wait, they can end here.
Yeah. It was a bit slow on the recognition. UVOTMate, though, they played a very impressive series. They had a couple of really good moments. But unfortunately, FOI, they are going to come out on top. They're going to get a matchup versus KSC White. UVOTMate, they're not out. They're going to be heading down to the losers bracket. I don't know if they still have another game today, but if they're able to win out, I think we should be seeing them tomorrow in the losers bracket discussions. As of right now, though, we're going to head to a quick break before our final series of the day. I know people have been wanting it. We are going to get to see KSC White taking on FOI.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about this situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
for the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy, an absolute hurricane unleashed onto AIS, and they can't withstand the damage. Dr. Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions.
And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway. Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep. The objectives had been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Winx Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too.
Hello everybody, welcome back to our final series of the day. We've got an absolute banger for you right here. We're going to see FOI take on Kit SC White. Now, we haven't touched Kit SC White so far today, but in the background, they have been just destroying opponents. They managed to pick up the 1-0 versus Politechnica Ballistica, and then they managed to pick up a quick 2-0 versus the Ukrainian squad. Here they are now, coming up against FOI, who just went to 3 games versus you what, mate. So, I mean, this one is going to be a very interesting matchup.
Absolutely, it will be. I think, obviously, without mincing words, the favourites are Kit SC White. You know, they have been since the end of this tournament. They are yet to drop a single game across the Swiss and playoffs. So FOI definitely have their work cut out for them. But crazier things have happened in the world of esports. And, hey, never better time than now. This game is for all the marbles. You win this, you're guaranteed a place in grand finals. You're guaranteed at least second place, at least 1,500 euros flying into your team's little bank account. So everything to play for here.
Yeah, exactly. Guaranteeing yourself second place, guaranteeing yourself that money is huge. It's a weight off of your back, right? We will also have a look at what we're getting up to in the lower bracket right now. We're going to have a matchup between UNIVERSITY and PB, Dragon Emperors and Steel Crows. Winners of those games are going to be seen by us tomorrow. We're going to watch that lower bracket round 3 matchup tomorrow, and then the winner of that matchup will go up against whoever loses this one today. And so it really is all to play for. That losers bracket right there, you win those, you are also guaranteeing yourself top 4. So that is going to be prize money for the winner of those 2 games. It's going to be huge for every single person playing in these matchups at this point. You've been knocked out already, it's unfortunate, but you know, congratulations to all of the teams who we've already lost. But to these final remaining teams, if you can win this one out, you're getting yourself a ton of money right here. Really, really exciting stuff we've got. And so, Kit SC White, you know, we've seen FOI, we know what they're like, we know their playstyle. Kit are just nuts. Every single member of that team is incredibly good, but I'd like to highlight one man, and that would be Gentleman Hero in the top lane. Does he play standard things? Yes. Does he like standard things? No. He would much rather pick up something like the Kale that we saw during Swiss, and get solo kills early, and then just run through a game. He is truly cracked, and there's no better word for it.
Absolutely. And I think that sort of playstyle just suits the way that we view this team in general, right? They've come here to win these games, to stomp these games, to go home without a single defeat, and they do it in style. You know, they're not one of these teams that necessarily will play every game perfectly, but what they will do is they'll starve you out of a game, they'll crush you out of a game, and they'll make sure that you can't play the game that you want to play while they are being allowed to reach their power spikes, reach their scaling points, whatever that may be. You mentioned the Kale, you know, which is a champion you don't often see in competitive or pro play, because in a 5v5 setting, it's quite hard to get online in most cases, but just pilots it so well, and I mean, truly psychopath behavior, you could argue.
Definitely psychopath behavior, but Redeemed and Matthew in the ADC and support roles are also going to be a bit of a terror in this game, because throughout this series that we saw between FOI and you what, mate, the bot lane was not the biggest strength in a lot of situations. It certainly was popping off, but there were a lot of mistakes happening. Sure, your Jinx got a ton of kills. Sure, your Lucian performance was also very impressive. The Lucian army, I really liked what we were seeing. But there were just a lot of moments where they were overstepping, over-aggressing, trying to get up in your face. And versus Redeemed and Matthew, I don't know that that works anymore.
Absolutely not. And one of the things I definitely want to focus on as we enter this draft is the way that FOI maybe are able to brush up on their mistakes. I think watching those last 3 games, I wasn't overly impressed with the way that they closed out games. It felt more like they were relying on mistakes from the enemy, or more like the games were just a bit sort of all over the place, and eventually one of the teams won, right? Like the game 1 was probably the closest we got to just a well-executed, we won early, we won mid, we won late game, but even then there were some signs of like they weren't really sure how to close things out.
Yeah.
So I worry into a more cohesive team, into a more sort of powerful team that Kit is, that they might not be able to find those angles for wins if they don't do something a bit out of the box or a bit sort of devious maybe.
Absolutely, and so we're going to see some very standard targeted bans. We've seen the Skarner taken off the board a lot recently. Getting rid of the Jinx, the Hui, makes a lot of sense too, and that Kindred is very targeted. Striker is so good on it. We actually got to see it during the Swiss stage, and it completely took over a game. Final ban is going to be Gentleman Hero's Fiora. I think if you're going to take out a Gentleman Hero champion, it should be the Fiora. It's the one that he is best on. At the same time, he can beat you with pretty much anything, so it's not always the best decision to just throw bans at Gentleman Hero. It feels a little bit like throwing them into a void that just keeps pulling more and more champions out, whatever you really try to do. Final ban out of kit is going to be the Gragas. Take away another top lane matchup particularly, so what do you want to first pick? FYI, when they were picking up for themselves, they really liked the Lucian. It ended up getting banned away from them immediately, so they are going to go with that one. Could be another Lucian Nami Sitch.
Yeah, I mean, B1 Lucian is a bit more strange because you don't get to instantly kind of create your bot lane, and you have to sort of wait to see what the enemy picks and then think around that, which doesn't always end up well because it means the enemy can R1, R2 a really strong bot lane, which you don't really have an answer for. Right now, what it does mean is you just get your ADC on a comfortable champion, right? And you say, look, this is the champion he's best at. This is a champion which we won our easiest win with. So put him on that champion. Try and play towards that strength and find a win con through that early game pressure. As an answer to that, Varus, very good at just sort of stalling the game out. He can play from range. He can sort of kite out from range and will easily outscale the Lucian as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like it will indeed be that Nami paired up, and we know that Sithar and Zayak can find some good plays. Zayak's bubbles especially were really impressive. A lot of good, well-executed double bubbles, but versus a Varus, if you do go towards that poke Varus, you can just sit so far back, and it makes it very difficult for the Lucian Nami to actually try to get involved in that lane. You can potentially also pick up something like the Karma, perhaps even, where you could just poke, not actually have to step up really at all. And there's always a really interesting situation where perhaps the Varus goes into the mid lane, you change things around almost entirely. Be expecting right here to be a jungle pickup for Faust. Indeed, it is going to be that Xin Zhao locked in, highly proactive, and it looks like at the moment FOI have themselves a decidedly early game composition. They want to get things going as quickly as possible, and getting yourself out to an early lead versus Kit is tricky, but if you can do it, it's a great way to try to deal with the fact that this team fights later on so well.
Definitely, and I think throughout this series, depending on how many games we go to, I don't think FY are ever going to find any success if they draft scaling comps. I just don't think they necessarily have the ability required to face up against Kit in that regard. So this is the playstyle they need to go for, right? These early game picks which are able to then snowball into easier, earlier wins for them. Of course, this can collapse on its head. If they aren't able to do that, they can lose the game just as quickly as they've tried to win it. But it at least provides them with a much more attainable, much more sort of reasonable win con than if they were to try to play Kit at their own game.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, Nautilus locked in right here. It looks like the bot lane is going to sit back a little bit, but you can try to get aggressive with that Nautilus. It doesn't work that well into the Nami, to be honest. We were talking about that in game 1, actually, where, you know, you try to get aggressive onto a Nami, you can get bubbled up very easily. There's a lot of dashes on the Lucian as well to try to keep him safe from those hooks. At the same time, though, I trust in Matthew to be able to land those hooks and be able to effectively use this champion to the best of its ability. Gonna see the Nico and the Poppy banned away. In terms of other things I'd like to see banned, I would like some more bans up towards the top lane. I really like that Karma ban, to be honest. Just stop Igneous from having something chill that he can go towards, and I really don't think you're at threat of his big late game pickups because they have drafted themselves such an early game focused composition. You really want to try to lean into that at this point.
Yeah, one thing I will say about the Nautilus into the Lucian, however, is that while it doesn't necessarily have the easiest setup for the Varus, what it does do is it completely negates the engage potential of the Lucian, because you can never E forwards, right? If you're the Lucian and you E forwards into the Varus Nautilus, you're eating a hook to the mouth. You're getting ulted, you're getting hit by pretty much every spell in Varus's kit, so that becomes very dangerous. So I like it as a prevention pick. I don't like it necessarily as like a pure win con pick. I just like it because it stalls out the Lucian more and it makes it easier to play around that Lucian. Silas picked up here does negate a lot of potential power picks from the B4, B5 as well on the side of FOI. It means they're not really able to pick that many hard engage champions alongside the Lucian Nami that revolve around those big level 6 ult spikes. We do see probably a little Zachary top flying.
Okay, it is going to be that Zach locked in for the top lane. you are gonna still potentially be countered right here. The Jax could go in the jungle. If it is gonna be Jax into that Zac matchup, then you are pretty fine to just sit in that one. You can do a lot to the Zac. You just need to sort of play around his abilities as much as possible, and the Azir going to be hovered up for the potential final lock-in. No, instead, gonna go to that Tristana. They do like the Tristana, and I think it could plaster over any issues you find with the Lucian Nami. At the same time, your AP damage is a Zac, so...
Yeah, I mean, it can be good if you just slap a little Dark Shield into your build. Like, the champ is allowed to go AP items, and his scalings are quite good on their own, but as a solo AP champ, not as great. What I will say, Zeke just being a little bit BM there, was hovering the Malphite, then hovering the Ori, then hovering the Azir into the Silas pick to be like, oh, you want it, don't you?
Yeah.
You want me to lock this in, don't you? That'll make your day. Before settling back on that, just on a pick. But definitely there are avenues to victory here. You have a lot of semi-reliable engage with the Nami, Zac, Xin Zhao into a Varus who is very immobile. The problem is every other champ on their team has a dash in some form. On top of that, it might be hard for the Lucian Nami to get ahead into this lane. Or if they do, it'll be like quite minor and not really just like killing them on cooldown. You can't ever really dive the Nautilus Varus lane. You can't really ever straight up just dash into them level 2, 3 because you're just going to get punished for it. As well as that, the Varus will eventually just outscale. The Silas has a couple of good ults as well. I mean, the culling can be good in terms of just like free poke at the start of a fight. The tidal wave can be huge in changing fights. Even the bounce, like, it's not the worst thing in the world just to get some extra CC and the Xin Zhao ult. So everything can be utilized quite well. Nothing completely instantly game changing, however.
No, absolutely not. And so, just to quickly reiterate the stakes before we head on in, winner of this series is going to be heading into our grand finals at an as of yet undetermined date. They will also be locking themselves top 2, which means 1,500 euros minimum for that cash prize. Could be as much as 2,500 if they're able to win out onto this one. So huge stakes. Loser is not out. We do have a lower bracket. They will be heading into the last round of the losers bracket. You'll get to see that team again tomorrow at the end of our day. So it's not do or die, but you are playing for so much for these teams.
Absolutely. And the main problem is losing this game, you still have that chance to then eventually make it back up to the grand final, right? You win the losers bracket, you're still fine. But then you have to go through so much more turmoil, and it's the stress, and it's the overworking yourself and playing more games. Whereas if you are the winning team of today's game, you get tomorrow off.
Yeah.
You get to just chill, you get to completely take some time off, prep for the eventual grand final, and you have that sort of safety in the back of your mind being like, well, I've secured at least second place, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's up to the other teams to come out and meet us, whereas you are in that position of like, as long as you do what you have to do, you're chilling.
Exactly, and even beyond that, for this game right now, because the previous one went 2-3 for FOI, they haven't had a break. They've been thrown right on into this matchup versus Kit, whereas Kit 2-0'd, and pretty quickly 2-0'd as well versus Ukraine. And so they've had time to sit back, relax, reset, maybe grab some food. You know, it's been a long day so far, and so they can have a mental reset. Maybe they're a little rusty, you know, haven't warmed up fully. FOI have been playing a lot of games today and are going to be nice and warm, but at the same time, I think you'd rather have that little bit of break, right? You'd rather have sat, chilled for a second, and now you're going to be jumping on into this one. So it is a really interesting situation to be in, but at the same time, I mean, it feels like a tough challenge whether or not you had a full day's rest, a full week's rest, because Kit are just, they're that team in this tournament. We've seen them taken pretty far, you know, 20-30 minutes, relatively even with other teams. They make mistakes, they do lose kills, but when it comes to just their pure late game team fighting ability and their decision making around the map, they are so clean with it.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, if you're Kit, you know, you have the ability to just chill, play a couple of arena games while you're waiting for the other teams to come see what's up with you. I think there definitely will be at least some kind of mental edge that they've been able to pick up over that. On the flip side of things, when you don't really have expectations placed on you, when you don't really have anything to kind of, you know, reach up to, it does sometimes take a lot of the pressure off you. You know, coming into a tournament as underdogs sometimes can be a positive thing because nobody expects you to win. You don't have that sort of nervous factor in the back of your mind because you just think, well, I'll just play my game, see what I can do the best, play to the best of my ability, and see what I can pull out of this one. So all power to all these players. I think, you know, they could very well pull out and win this game. I won't put anything past them, but Kit by far definitely favourites.
Absolutely they are. As we jump on into the game, first game of this series, best of 3, FOI versus Kit SC White Germany versus Croatia at this point. And once again, FOI, they like to do this, like to bunch up 4 members and then move forced around, see if they can spot somebody out, grab themselves an early kill, and get that advantage rolling as quickly as possible. Now, I've got 5 members in this bush. Striker is their closest target, but if they step out of this bush, they will immediately be spotted out. I don't think they've got anybody really to step up to at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone's really going to bite on this. I mean, just holding this quite standard 5-point start, holding each other quite safely. I mean, you'll see the 5 people walking in here. Striker just a little bit late there, maybe wasn't looking. Wasn't entirely ready, but shouldn't be anything too dangerous going on here. They'll just be shepherded away from the jungle.
Yeah.
Striker might have to start on their bot side, might have to look towards getting into the blue side jungle at some point in this game, depending on what Jin Zhao goes to start for you. If it's a Raptor start, they could even actually look to contest with the Silas, but we'll see what the 2v2 situation is. They're sending Nautilus and Silas up here with the ADC, so they do want to fight this.
They do, indeed. They're going to get aggressive. Striker lands a double stun with that counter stance, and it looks like FOI have been caught out here.
Absolutely. Striker now taken quite low on the other hand. Not really having that counter strike available anymore either. Bad flash, I believe, in the end from Faust. The hook goes wide, but it's still enough to get a kill. And this is a terrible start overall for FOI. 2 kills picked up. 1 onto the top laner, 1 onto the ADC. The 2 people who probably want them on least if you're FOI. And this lane swap, although it has come in, didn't really provide them with much.
No, not really. To be fair, you do get to lane early. You are going to pick yourself up that level 2 quicker than Redeemed and Matthew should be able to. And that gold that you've got on Redeemed isn't cashed in yet. You know, you haven't been able to get back to base, not like the Gwen was able to. Gentleman Hero is going to come back with a Dark Seal already. That's a signal of intent if I've ever seen one. But in this bot lane matchup in the top lane, it's not that. You haven't managed to get yourself back to base. You haven't cashed in that gold. And so it is pretty even, actually.
One of the things to focus on as well is the fact that it was the Zac that died when Zac has no passive here. Gwen will have Q now as well, so we'll be able to force this fight with Ignite. One more auto should kill, but a little bit of minion block made it a bit awkward. Zac unable to flash in, should have the E up again soon, this Gwen, but not close enough just yet.
Wow.
Snip, but not enough. The Zac will have to base, no TP available.
No, I don't know what was ticking there, if it was just natural Zac healing, or maybe there was a potion, because that was incredibly close. Unfortunate for Gentleman Hero that they weren't able to pick this one up, but still, forcing the Zac so low means that you're in a really good position. And there you go, had to stay, because otherwise he would have lost so much without the teleport. And
but you're flashless. Anyway. You're flashless now, Marza. You have no flash. You have no TP. The Gwen is 2-0. You don't have passive on Zac. You're level 2, so you can't even jump in here. The Gwen can just base now. Obviously doesn't have TP either, but the wave is in such a good spot. Double the enemy CS. 2 kills. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal already. They couldn't answer this with a dive topside. Gulp.
Not gonna be an ideal way to start off this game. 4 minutes in, and we've already got 3 kills over 2 Kit SC. The 2 onto Gentleman Heroes Gwen is pretty scary. It's one of his most played champions at this tournament level, and he's very good on it. Looks like we're gonna see a potential gank right here onto Marza. And this just feels so bad, because Messiah has already been having a bad time in this matchup. Does go and check that bush early enough to mean that they don't have the Gwen in the lane already, so actually will survive. Sure, it means you get pushed back a little bit, take a small chunk of health, but that could have been much worse. You're going to be happy as Messiah to have not given over another kill, or even that much of your health, and can just keep sitting in this lane. Still though, there are 2 books, 2 amp tomes. Oh boy, this matchup is horrible right now.
This Gwen is an extremely learned woman, a scholar in the bot lane. What I will say is that Zac did end up playing that well. Jax tried to hold out on the Counter-Strike to wait until Zac started channeling his E, but it meant that there wasn't enough of a window to recast the Counter-Strike, so ends up just slipping away to safety. However, what is safety? We're live, but are we really living?
Yeah, exactly. You just have to keep sitting back. 8 CS right now, not even in range to be getting a lot of these levels 2, level 3 to level 5, and this Ignite is going to be back up for Gentleman Hero pretty damn quickly as well. He's potentially going to get a gank right here from Force. Force is also only level 4 though, so this could be turned around by Gentleman Hero.
Yeah, absolutely. If the Gwen was level 6 here, I'd say don't even bother trying to gank, because that's just
Yeah.
the freest double kill I've seen in my life. But knowing that they don't have ult, there's possibly a window there to try and get that kill. We'll just crash the wave and walk away, though not much the Zac can do in that situation. Down just under 20 CS now, as Jax is looking to possibly bail out his Nautilus Varus and force out the only remaining win con that I can see for this team, which is the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, absolutely. When we take a look in onto the runes as well, it is going to be that Hail of Blades for Redeemed, so we are going to get a Poke Virus rather than that rather than that on-hit, or even technically the AP variant, most likely. And so you're really relying on the Gwen and the Sylas to be that straight-up damage, and you're trying to poke out with this Varus, buy yourself space and low health bars to then be able to engage into these situations with. And it does mean that this lane is a lot easier when you have that Poke Virus rather than the on-hit variant, because you can sit further back. You're at less risk of a bubble as... oh boy.
Definitely flash auto here from the Nautilus. Nowhere to go for the Nami, but they decide to switch up targets on the Lucian. A bit awkward here. Red will pick up the kill. Redeemed with a second. That is 2 kills onto the Varus, who's now 3-0. It's 6 minutes in, and the team that outscales has absolutely dominated the early game. Striker maybe getting a bit too big for his boots here. The Sorana will get a full charge of that explosive charge. Flashing out to safety. He doesn't have the reset on the W because she used it to get onto him. Holding the ult was a bit greedy, it seems, and Polarizing can get in here now with that Soldier Stun ult, with the Nautilus coming down. Striker, not the most HP, so probably just telling his team, let's not do this one. Give them the grubs. We can live to fight another day. 2.4k gold lead this early in the game with this composition is grueling.
Yeah, it really is. When you give this much early gold over to your opposition, things understandably feel like they're going a little bit wrong. But for right now, FOI, they're not in such a bad position that they can't play this one. There's a 700 gold lead for Redeemed over Sitar in the bot lane. The top lane is a complete canyon at over 1,000. It's 1.2 at the moment, which is a little bit crazy. Mid's pretty even. Jungle's not that far off. That's a big shutdown.
Faust actually sniping a shutdown on the back of that fight. Gets the triumph as well. Bubble does land, so 2 kills should be pretty free here for them. Nice. Sitar picks up that one, so at least quite a bit of gold being swung back their way. They are still down about 1,500 on the other side of the map. Gwen took a pretty advantageous trade into the Zac. Does still have the ultimate available, so can get a bit snippy down there. Polarizing looking to play with this Buster shot to try and make something happen in the mid lane. He's been just kind of chilling, you know, watching the game collapse around him.
Pretty quiet for the minute. Instead, we are going to watch down onto this bot lane. These top laners have been going toe-to-toe the whole time as... ooh, okay. Polarizing uses that ulti. I wonder if it was about to run out, because I think that ulti didn't necessarily save. I don't know that Polarizing had another round of spells. It's going to go in here, forces Igneous back again. Sitar does arrive, stopping this turret plate from falling, stopping any potential overchase, but still Polarizing got himself a ton of pressure down onto this mid lane, and is going to draw a lot of attention up to him, stopping what could have been a potential Drake take.
Needs to be a bit careful because there are 3 people poised around the mid lane. Faust could maybe even look to dive. This is a W lands, having to flash away from that. So good summoner taken away there. The TP is used by the Zac in the top lane to at least collect some XP. That buffer from the Nautilus, a bit wonky, but doesn't really amount to anything. And this Zac is going for that bomb use in the first item. So right now they don't actually have any magic damage on their team aside from basically Nami, which doesn't feel great.
No, it doesn't feel ideal, but at the same time, there aren't a ton of big tanky champions. You know, you might get a little bit of armor, potentially, if you are the Jax. You're going to get some armor as the Nautilus, but it's not like you've got a Cassante, an Ornn, a Malphite even, where you can just stack the armor up and not really care about the AP. You're more looking to deal your own damage than trying to resist against the opposition's. And so I don't think it's the end of the world necessarily for FOI that they don't have some strong AP. Strong AP is useful in its own right in a lot of other ways. Look at the vision around this bottom side right now. If Redeemed and Matthew step up, they're going to be spotted every which way.
Absolutely. I think playing it safe now, just knowing that they don't see anyone else on the map. There's nobody mid. There's only the Zac top. They know that they're in a bit of a dangerous spot here. Just waiting for their team to maybe get it closer. Jax realizing the top dive is not on as...
Matthew might just be dead.
Maybe just overstepped his boundaries here. The explosive charge does come in. It takes him down. It is a nice little kill over and allows him to get a bit more push down in the bot lane. So these little pieces are starting to get built back up by FOI. Just clawing back at what was initially quite an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, absolutely. They seemed like they were going to be completely down and out of this one as the ult misses out of redeemed, actually. Not going to be able to pick this one up. This could turn into a bit of a brawl in the jungle.
Absolutely, it's a 3v4 just to start it off, but Jack's coming in from the bottom side. Nautilus will be late to this one, but will be able to join eventually. The snip onto 3 people. Gwen R1, R2
Lord,
manages to cut them down with the max HP true damage from the Q. Nami is the last person left standing, lands the bubble, says splish splash, I'll be off on my way, but Matthew just corralling her under the tower. Zeke doing the best that he can to just stall this one out a little bit.
Oh, is this going to be an execute?
Triple step.
It
It is an execute at the very least.
Dang.
A small consolation for a fight in which they lost 3 members of their team.
Yeah, and it's the difference of having Gentleman Hero in your team fight and not. Gentleman Hero right now is so strong. Got that Riftmaker completed already. Was the first to have a fully completed item. Sithar does also have himself that static shiv, so isn't that far behind, you know, can still go toe-to-toe at the moment, but still, I'd rather a Gren with that first completed item, as we're going to see another fight.
Yeah, and absolutely polarizing, and strikers seem to have got themselves caught out here.
Yeah.
Maybe just not being aware of who was in the vicinity, thought the enemy team might be trying to play more towards the top side or something. But Faust and Sithar were definitely seen. They knew Ignis was on that bot tower, so I think just a bit of a lapse of judgment overall.
Yeah,
Still, 2 members do drop in, probably Grubs as well.
It feels like this is Kit playing pretty loose. This is not the way that they usually play. They are able to just hands check opponents, but oftentimes the way that they win is just by being better at rotating around the map. Their macro is so clean. In this game, it doesn't really feel like they're trying to exploit that, or potentially, FOI are just better at their map rotations. They're understanding where they can go play very, very well. You can see Gentleman Hero hovering around this grub pit, could potentially go in, wanted to have a look, but it would have been a 1v4 situation, and as good as Gentleman Hero is, as strong as this Gwen is at the moment, I don't think Gwen being immune is going to save you from that much hurt.
Yeah, while this is all happening though, Kit have had their bot lane just be given pretty much free access to this tower, bleeding quite a few waves down here as well on the side of FOI. That goal's being very good in the back pocket of this Varus, who already has 4 kills. Once he gets those lethality items in, his ult becomes pretty much a death sentence, right? When you start channeling that Q, it's almost a one-shot on everyone on their team, bar the Zac and the Jinja, who kind of play around it.
Exactly. It's not going to leave you in the most advantageous situation now, is it? And so, with a minute and a half until the next Drake, Gentleman Hero continues to try to fight up against Marsla. It's taking a lot of damage from the tower, still heals so much as this Gwen does miss the 3rd charge of the Needlework and is going to get ganked.
Absolutely, and he can die here. He's just going to tank the full combo from the Tristana, 700 gold into the back pocket of that hypercarry ADC. That felt like a bit of an ego check from Gentleman Hero. Maybe underestimating how much damage the Marzai was actually able to put out. Maybe underestimating the healing coming out from the Zac. Maybe not aware that Ignis was actually in the area. But definitely just a misplay overall.
And I'm so impressed with the way that FOI are playing out this early game. Things went so horribly wrong for them at the beginning, but just strong map rotations, bringing more members to team fights, and making good decisions in their plays is getting them back into this one. They're back to even in terms of gold. I'm sure individually there are going to be big gaps and nice places where you're sat in a good position, such as Igneous is in a great spot. That's a good bot back out of Faust.
The insect from Faust ends up getting him the kill, and he can actually keep fighting this because 2 tower shots onto the Silas means it's a double kill. Redbow transferred over as well. The healing will come through off of that. Drake up in 8 seconds. This could be theirs. This could be a second Drake, which puts them 2 away from Soul with no chance of Kit really being able to threaten Soul of their own. What are Kit doing?
Try Salad. They're like styling on Kit. They're not just beating Kit. Beating Kit is one thing. They're styling on Kit. That was so clean. We'll have to see if it does indeed turn into a Drake. The respawn time is pretty short at the moment. Striker going to make his way back over right now. He will be late to this play though, as a teleport heads bot lane, and we might be looking towards another brawl.
Absolutely. We have a nice little flank coming in here from Polarizing, but the rest of his team is nowhere to be seen on this play. Just pushing up through the mid lane. Might look to try and one-shot this Tristana on the backside of this. No shot unavailable, but knows that she has no help now. Doesn't buffer the stun, and is taken out to about 1 HP, and the flash gets cancelled by the Tristana with the flash ult of her own. So Polarizing unable to grab the ult and claim that life with the buster shot. That has to be a bit of a tilter for the Silas, as the placers aren't working anywhere on the map for Kit. They are still up gold, but Redeem now may have overstepped as well. Waddling away from that one.
This Lucian does so much damage at the moment, especially when you pair it up with the Nami. Still only got that Static Shiv as the completed item, but that is enough to be able to deal quite a lot to this kind of Varus. It's not the sort of Varus who will just sit there and auto you down. Really needs to just poke you out, play this one from a lot further back, and it means that in those sort of situations where you are set face to face with a Lucian, yeah, you don't win those ones. It was 6 grubs over to FY. They're also going to pick themselves up this Rift Herald, and with all of the outer turrets cracked, or bot lane's case very low, you can begin to threaten onto those tier 2s with that juicy 600 gold of bonus for getting that first one.
Yeah, and the Herald with those 6 grubs is just so good at pushing. If you get 2-3 people on a tower, and you get those little Void Mites popping out one by one, plus the burn on top of that, it's just so impossible to defend against that once that comes down. That, coupled with the fact that they haven't actually given up a single dragon, they are fully in control of this game despite being down 1,000 gold.
Yeah, absolutely. They feel like they can run this one at the moment. They are not playing the way that I expect Kit to play, but at the same time, it's still a very high level of League, and I think I'm putting a lot right now on the way for Igneous and Forced to play this fight. If they're able to play them out in the way that we've seen so far, there is definitely a possibility that we could be seeing Kit SC being handed their first loss of the tournament. That being said, we've seen Kit in even situations before, and it has not worked out. Gentlemen here are going to get ganked.
Absolutely, Gentleman Hero needs to just be careful this time. We saw what happened last time when they overstepped. Obviously, this one possibly looking a bit more winnable without that full burst coming out from the Tristana, but Zac just a little bit dangerous in these fights. You sometimes underestimate how much health he actually has available to him with all the healing plus the passive available. As Sitar now jumping in forward, the culling comes out. Good little burst of damage, keeps him at above half HP thanks to the flash. Matthew forced to get out of there as fast as possible, and Mosiah now looking for a way into this play. Diving straight up dry like that. They know the Nautilus has no flash. This might have been a bit too much for the Zac though, as they don't have quite the damage to take down the Nautilus. Under tower. Does survive. The Herald does crash.
Keep chasing.
Unable to just get that tier 2, and we keep the fight going. Forced knocking away the Jax, but that means that the Gwen is still available right on top of him to cut him down, and it feels like FOY have made the slip up which will allow Kit to capitalize on this game. A pause coming in. What are they going to be talking about?
Clearly somebody needed a break after that one, because that was insane as a set of plays. It was just over-aggressive out of FOI, and that's what we saw in their matchup versus the Czech Republic. They stepped up in situations where maybe they shouldn't have done. FOI have paused. They are experiencing a little bit of lag, so definitely at this point in the tournament, we want to make sure players are able to perform at peak. You don't want to be, suffering with lag, not against KSC, not against anybody in such an important matchup, not with as much prize money and bragging rights on the line as there is at the moment. And so, like you said, what do we discuss? What do you think people are talking about once they head on into this pause? You're in a great position right now as Kit. Germany's pushing down through the mid lane. They could peel off and go get that Drake. You've just lost a big team fight as FOI. How do you regroup?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things to focus on here is that we got the Nautilus flash, which was a very good play. And then in their heads, they're like, okay, this guy has no flash. We dive, we chill, we're flying. But they had no way to follow up on that Zac play because there were 4 people kind of marking that and making sure nobody could get past. So Zac dives in. There's no follow-up. The Nautilus just waddles away outside the back of the fight. You then end up losing the Zac. You then end up losing your jungler as well on the backside of that fight because the Gwen and the Jax are just free hitting that entire time, doing ridiculous amounts of damage. So what do you do to then come back from this? Well, right now you still have the objective advantage, right? You still have the 6 grubs, which although it's better earlier into the mid stage of the game, if you get a Baron, that can actually be just like an instant game end if you kill 1 or 2 people, because it is so hard to defend against the Baron empowered grubs. Moving then to the Drakes, they have 2 Drakes over the enemy, right? So you still have the soul pressure. You can even give up Drakes because you don't have to be worried about enemy getting soul. So you're allowed to give up Drakes and force plays around the map whenever you want. So I do still think they have the power to make things happen. It's just about being smart and not overforcing like they've just done.
Absolutely. You have to know that you are in a good spot, so don't over-aggress. Don't put yourself into a bad situation. Take what you are given and don't throw this one away, because FOI, they have worked hard for getting themselves into this position, and they've worked hard for the amount of gold and lead that they had. As we do jump back on into this one, looks like Kit, we're going to continue pushing on into the mid lane.
He is diving in there onto the Gwen. Nothing really else is going to happen out of that. The explosive charge actually did go onto the Silas. Sorry, the Jax.
The Jax.
Let's try that one more time as Striker just waddles away from that fight. The tier 2 taken by Silas, polarizing with an extra 600 in his bank account, will probably push him just about near enough to be getting that second item of the game. Up about 60 CS as well, so even though Tristana has those kills and they were able to get a few of those outer towers, the Tristana is still quite far behind just in terms of use of gold, and the Silas is rushing a Rabadons.
Yes, the Silas is. Ludens into Rabadons. At this point, why not? It's a good, fun build, and plus, polarizing is already dealing a crazy amount of damage. And having the ability to deal more damage than your opponents can with their own ultis is hilarious. So we always like to see that one coming through too. We've got... Sorry, go
Absolutely. And the AP scalings, especially for the Silas, obviously Tristana's ult has an AP scaling on its own, but the ability to take, for example, the culling off the Lucian, and it converts that to an AP scaling, you can just pretty much remove one person from the game before a team fight even starts. So this burst Silas, I think, very good in this game because the tankier champions on the side of FOI aren't issues at all.
No. And you've got consistent damage from elsewhere. The Gwen is going to be the one cutting through the big tanky champions specifically, but then your Jax can also do that. With the Sun Sky and that Trinity Force, you are great for just consistent damage, bonk them down, do what you can. You don't have to be that big, consistent damage. You can be the burst alongside Redeemed, and that means once you get into these fights, things are going to be very different. You're going to be a good little play out of Marziah just to get rid of that shield. Don't allow that Edge of Night to become a problem during the big team fight. However, the Drake has spawned, Striker is already on it, and there's no real response, so it is going to be the first Drake for Kit.
The problem is now, while this Drake is being taken, they're allowed to just have one person on it so that they don't lose any pressure on any of the lanes that they're using right now. So they still have 2 people mid, they still have Gwen hovering between top and mid, they still have Silas bot lane. So FYI aren't allowed to punish anything as this Drake is taken, and they are now in a position where I don't think they can even use Soul as a threatening point, because I don't see how they get into these Drake fights unless something big happens.
No, it's going to be very, very tricky for FOI to actually step up into any of the fights. You've got Marziah who can go flying into the backline, and a big Nami wave could potentially be what they are looking for to get involved in this fight. There's a lot of deep vision on the bot side for Kit. They don't really have any deep vision around the Baron side, though. They're going to need to transition all of this up into the top side if they want to know what's up around this Baron pit, and this could be a potential point for FOI to get in, because they do have pretty good vision set up at the moment around this mid and top jungle side.
Absolutely. And Kit now finishing that Rabadons on the Silas. Or Varus is at 2.5 items, almost finishing that many as well. We're engaging onto the Nautilus, who will just buffer that with the hook away, but flashing forward, that is one kill down. They might immediately start the Baron now with the TP coming in. Zac flying on top of it.
Ooh.
Play has been called. Silas right now committing to the bot lane push. The TP does come in now after Pings said otherwise, and they're going to have to be careful here, because even though it is a 4v5, Zac flying in onto an Edge of Night Varus doesn't get hit by the tidal wave, and the Lucian ult missing as well. Striker and polarizing, absolutely one-shotting the back line threats. The Lucian wasn't able to do anything in that fight. Marziah falls, and what started as a pick for FOI has ended in a clean 4-0, with a Nami the last person left alive. Might have to use flash here, doesn't even have the chance to. Polarizing, that Rabadons might have just single-handedly won that fight with the damage that was put out.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a turn straight onto the Baron. It was really interesting. Polarizing was like, no, I'm just going to keep pushing, but all of a sudden changed his mind, decides to join up for the fight, and it was the right decision. Gentleman Hero is not going to join for the Baron take, instead pushing down this mid lane, gonna then get those Baron empowered minions to help him out. Picks up that tower, and you just get a clean sweep right here. Sure, you lose Matthew's life. I think Matthew's okay with that trade, to be honest, and I know that the rest of Kit is going to be very happy with the way that that one has worked out. And FOI, they're showing they can go toe-to-toe with Kit in a lot of situations, but when it comes to these straight-up 5v5 team fights, that's the point at which it feels like Kit, SC, White just are unstoppable.
And it does come down a lot to the decision-making, right? Like, you got the Nautilus here, sure, but you committed a lot of flash, sorry, not a lot, you committed a flash for it on your jungler. You don't have that key ability, you committed an ultimate as well. So at that point, yes, they're down a member, but which member is it? Oh yeah, it's the Nautilus. That's not really something we're that afraid of. we can still fight 4v5 without this support champion. The Varus ends up not being hit by any meaningful CC because the Zac E breaks the shield, the tidal wave goes wide, and by the time the Zac Q actually lands, they've already lost 2 members because the Silas Burst was just diabolical on the backside of things. Xin Zhao now could be caught out here by a lurking Matthew and Striker. Nowhere to go, no flash available. The ult wasn't enough as Zac goes flying in. Marziah, bit of an emotional play to try and save his jungler there. Won't have anywhere to run. The flash used as well. These blobs will stand no chance against the 4 hungry Baron-empowered members of Kit, who advance onto the tier 2 tower. When pushing in from the bot lane, they could end off this play right here if FOI are caught out. And they are immediately! The hook coming in from Matthew, who has been an absolute playmaker these last 30 seconds. Oh, and Igneous goes down, towers falling across the board. The Lucian Nami have absolutely nothing they can do in the face of 3 Baron-empowered inhibitor down waves coming into their base. The Nexus towers, the last bastion between them, ending the game. Nice little bit of poke coming down onto the Gwen, but it will mean nothing as the snip goes through all 3 people. Polarizing's damage is too much to deal with. One final hurrah from the Zac as he will fall for the 6th time this game. Another hook landed just to rub salt in the wound. A convincing win from Kit in game 1, which actually didn't start out all that convincing.
No, indeed. It was super close for a really, really long time, and then all of a sudden, Kit say, no, we don't want to play this game anymore, and they can just turn it in an instant. A over-aggressive play where you try to catch out onto Matthew loses them that game overall. There were back and forths until that point, but the second that Matthew gets caught out and then the whole of Kit avenges their support, pick up the Baron, you lose mid lane out, inhibitor turret 2. What more can you do all of a sudden? Kit just choose to end that game, and it's so convincing in the end. It's almost like you can forget how close it was to begin with.
Definitely, and I think what worries me going forward is that FOI kind of put themselves in the best position they could to win after a rough start, and the fact that they got so turned on so quickly from that position does not bode well for the next game, in my eyes. It feels like they don't necessarily have the game sense required to find the plays that they need to close out a game against Kit, and that Kit will just be out macroing them, and even in some cases out microing them with some of these skill checks that we saw. There were some good plays. You know, we saw Faust in the bot lane, that beautiful insect with his ult, getting the double kill onto the Silas as well, but ultimately it fell short in the moments that truly mattered.
Yeah, it really did. And that's unfortunate. However, they did go down 3 very quick kills, a couple of them over to Gentleman Hero at the start. Without that, and then with the way that they played the next 10-15 minutes, there is the potential that you can turn that one around and put yourself in an even stronger position. FOI, they're not out. They've got another game at least. Let's see if they can send us to a game number 3. We'll be right back after a short break to see if that happens.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about this situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AI. And they can't withstand the damage. To Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway.
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to ground this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Cole manages to get it deep. The objectives has been wrong and second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wings Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
It's unintentional, and I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you, to you, to you.
Welcome back to what could potentially be our last game of the day. KSC White from Germany have got FOI on the ropes, one win away from sending themselves to the grand finals, and FOI down into that losers bracket. Can FOI step up and send us to a game 3?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. They definitely could. I think we saw glimpses of hope in that game, obviously. And you mentioned the fact that if they had been, if those glimpses had happened in a game where they weren't so far behind from the start, that might have meant something more. Because the fact is they found those really good plays, but the problem is they didn't lead to anything because Kit had such a buffer from the early game lead that they had been able to create. So if Foy can not do what they did in that early game, where they ran to the enemy jungle and gave away 3 kills, and then went down 0-5 at the start of the game, and then make those mid-game plays that they were able to make, that leaves me with a much better taste in my mouth about how they can actually finish out the game and maybe force a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. They are just so good at finding themselves these skirmish plays, these skirmish fights, and getting themselves a little bit of a lead, but then around the big team fights, in just their pure decision making, some of it wasn't great. And it felt like occasionally some of the losses that Germany were taking was because they were ego checking. They were trying to find out if they could make this play. And sometimes the answer was yes, oftentimes it wasn't, but as soon as they started playing together as a whole team, making those calls as I know they're so good at, they were incredibly strong, and they came out on top in that first game. I do think FOI can take us to a game 3, but it would mean doing something that no other team in this tournament so far has been able to do. Still, they will, even if they lose, be in that losers bracket as the final boss, one game away from sending themselves back up into the finals, securing a lot of prize money as well as getting a rematch with Kit. So it's not the end of the world to lose here, but you really want to pick up this win, and showing that you can win a game against KSC White makes you so good compared to everyone else in this tournament. And I don't want it to just be a conversation about how Kit are the best, can anybody else beat them? Because as much as it feels like that, these other teams have shown a lot of impressive things.
No, definitely have. And I think, stepping away from Kit then for a second, who have obviously shown amazing strength, there's a couple of things they haven't done. You know, the Ukrainians managed to get the fastest win at the tournament with that ridiculous game that we casted earlier today. We've had teams like FOI who have done ludicrous things, which I don't think I'd ever expect Kit to do. And that's not necessarily a compliment, but it's something. It's interesting. It's fun to watch. You know, it's a compliment in terms of what they brought to me, what they brought to the broadcast. Yeah. And I think there's something to be said for the teams that have come out here, given that this is a university esports tournament, right? To be able to play at this level with basically just peers from your university and to put on a show at this level is extremely impressive. And for all 18 teams that competed in the tournament, you know, we have to give massive props to them, even the ones that didn't make the playoffs, but especially the 8 that did make the playoffs. You know, it's amazing to be able to have them here. And obviously with this being my first time casting UEM, it's fantastic to watch and fantastic to see.
It really is. It is the most fun that I have casting every single year. It's such a good time with all of these teams. University Esports is crazy, and when you get to this really high level, it is such good league, but with that little extra spice that is uni students having a good time. Always great to watch. And so we should be jumping into the pick ban in just a couple of seconds time. We are on our way in. Here we go. So, what is going to be changed around? Because I don't think Kit needs to change too much at all, but I really don't think FOI are going to give over all of the same. I don't know if you really want to allow that Gwen over. Now, that Hui ban, I think Kit banned that in the last game.
Yeah. And Kit have banned that again. I think, Igneous Way has been quite dangerous throughout. We saw in their first game that they won against Uvotmate. That was their kind of power pick alongside the Lucian Nami, and it was banned from every game from that point on. So Hui and Lucian immediately banned out. They're basically just saying, listen, you had your fun, you played your champs, we're going to choke you out of this game.
Hang on a second. Who's on which side? Kit is blue. Okay,
Kit is blue side.
Kit is the blue side. I was gonna say, as soon as I saw that ban come through for the Kindred, I was like, there's no way that you are banning out the Kindred as striker. You want to pick that one up in every situation possible. Now, then banning out the Hui, Lucian, and the Aurelian Soul makes a lot of sense. Not being allowed that Kindred, the Jinx, fine. What is that final ban that you want to get rid of, though? Because, I mean, do you really want to allow all of the champions they played in the last game back again?
Yeah, and do you really want to allow a top laner basically free roam on what they're allowed to pick here? I think the main thing I can say for Gentleman Hero is I'd feel comfortable I'd feel comfortable blind picking most top laners on this champion, just knowing that you can kind of ego check, skill check Marzaya in the top lane. They do go for that Varus yet again, so that's the first champion making its repeat from the last game, and I'm a bit surprised that they let that get through, even if it wasn't immediately like game breaking. The amount of control it had just with the ultimate in these fights and the damage it was outputting with the lethality spells, I'm surprised they let that go through, because it also kind of neutralizes any of FOI's picks.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And so we are going to see the hover towards this Kalista. Now, clearly the bot lane of Sitar and Zayak like to play through the early game. The Lucian was banned, a bit of respect out of Redeemed and Matthew saying, hey, we had some problems with your Lucian Nami, don't want to watch you play it again. But instead, going towards the Kalista also wants to play early, wants to be paired up with something that you can use aggressively, you know, a Maokai, an Alistair, a Leona, any of those that you can throw into the backline. I do also like it paired up with the Renata. Now, you're using that ultimate not as an engage tool most of the time, more to just keep the Renata safe, but you're so good at anti-engage with that Renata hostile takeover. I love that champion.
Absolutely, and I think what'll be interesting to see is whether we see the one-hit Kalista or the lethality Kalista. I would prefer, for the way FOI play, to see the lethality Kalista. I don't think they can scale well enough with the on-hit Kalista to be able to beat a team like Kit. I think they need to focus on choking teams out of the game as fast as possible. Lethality Kalista with Renata is the best way to do that, when you're popping people with the 2-3 autos, like the Varus and Karthus taking them down. And with such a squishy free picks on blue side, I would be surprised if I see the on-hit. That being said, a lot of range on the side of Kit already, which makes things quite difficult for Kalista.
Yeah, it does. And also, Renata really is the perfect anti-engage tool. You know, a composition that just wants to leap face first into you is exactly what it's looking to play into. Whereas because it is going to be that long-range poke-based composition that doesn't really want to jump at you at all, that hostile takeover then is a lot less impactful than it potentially could be. That being said, still with the Xin Zhao, you can get engaged, try to get on top of whoever is going to be in front of you as quickly as possible. I do like the Xin Zhao. I think that it's been piloted very well so far by Forced. As we jump on into this second stage of bans, the Zac, the Nautilus, going to be taking some of those big tanky champions off of the board so far. The Ashe is actually really interesting. The potential for an Ashe Varus clearly was worrisome, and I don't particularly think you're wrong to do that. Ashe Varus is a ton of poke. It would make a Kalista lane pretty miserable, and that's a lane that you really want to be playing around right now.
Do you just pick Karma here? Here's my fear. When you have that many poke champions, you kind of lose shape.
Yeah.
Because all you are is just like 4 cannons barraging the enemy team, hoping that they die, and you don't have much to deal with. Any of the actual, like, for example, the Xin Zhao engage becomes a bit more lethal. Having said that, I don't like the idea of picking necessarily an engage support either. Just because it doesn't necessarily fit too much with the theme of what they're trying to go for, and it kind of plays into the hand of the Kalista Renata. So it'll be interesting to see what they pair alongside the Varus here, just to make this lane a little bit easier. The Ashe comes in on the R5, meaning they are leaving that counter pick for the top lane, waiting to see whether that Jace is being held in the mid or the top lane as well.
So, with the Ahri locked in, what will the response be? I like this a lot.
I like this.
This is really, really nice. If you have a composition that's going to be leaping at you and trying to kill you, if you can just say no with this Zilean, that's going to be a great thing to play around. It also works super well alongside that Varus because of the poke that you can lay down. So what the final pickup is going to be, it is going to have to be a blind pick for Gentleman Hero, unless of course he's already decided he's going to be the one piloting onto this Jace. Potentially, I guess, even onto this Zilean. It could be something crazy like that, if that's the way around that you really want to be doing things. There we go. That makes a lot more sense for Gentleman Hero. Camille is one of his signature champions. If you're not going to give him the Fiora, not going to allow him something super aggressive like that, fine. I'll just take the Camille and beat whoever I'm up against.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like his draft so far. I think the Zilean was really, really good at shaping his team out, especially because now you kind of reduce the threat of getting caught out on these poke champions. So you're not only allowed to play the poke, but it's very hard for the enemy to get in. And you can also just kind of keep your team at bay. If they manage to get one pick, you've got the ult available. You've got all these tools, the slow, the speed up, the stun available to just make sure your team is never really in a dangerous position. Yone is interesting.
Yone
Given
is interesting.
what we've seen so far, do we think they have the capacity to pull this off?
Marziah has had some pretty slick performances so far. I really liked the Gnar. Like, the Gnar performance was great. I know that there were a couple of solo kills that went against them, but at the same time, if you're a Yone, solo kills happen. You could die. That's the thing. You die 10 times in a row, and you get a buff. So, even if things go horribly wrong, the Yone is still useful. And, beyond joking, Yone does just give so much to this composition. It's a great engage tool. It really works alongside all of these other engage tools, so that's just, hey, we see somebody, we're just going to all go in. If you land a charm on Equinox, that is a way for you to just make this game work. And because there are so many poke champions, it's much easier to single one out and try to jump on top of them than when you've got a big tanky front line and then all of the carries that you're actually looking for are sat so far behind.
Yeah, definitely. You know what, Bloxer? Let's just enjoy this game of League of Legends, man.
Yeah.
Getting down to it, we could sit here, we could talk about comps for hours, we could talk about gameplay for hours. These are two of the titans of European University Esports, which is long-winded, but it's also a beautiful title to have. Let's just let them have some fun. I hope it's a fantastic game. I hope they put their all into this game. I want to see, no matter who wins, I want to see this Yone pull some diabolical plays off throughout this game. I want to see him hit some E-Flash R onto 4-man into his entire team dies, but it still look cool anyway, so if we hype it up and we scream it about it on broadcast, but... Yeah.
Base Yone plays, you die, your whole team dies, but damn did it look cool. I would love to see that one. We have got a lot of a lot of Doran's blades in this game. I know that's a very small thing to point out, but there are a lot of Doran's blades. There's not a lot of difference in what these teams have gone for, and this is kind of another situation where you are very reliant on one person for full AP coverage, but that's exactly what you want as a Karthus. You want to be the solo AP.
We're 46 seconds into the game. 2 first strike procs picked up for the side of Kit. That poke lane starting very, very early. They have a gold advantage.
They do.
40 seconds in and they're up about 20 to 30 gold. How can play?
It's
how can
over.
win?
It's done. So this game is already done. Let's just hand the trophy to Kit anyway.
What did we do? Yeah. Anyway, this Varus Zilean lane, I'm very kind of happy that this came out. I think it's a very, very good adaptation into the Kalista Renata. Makes it very, very hard for them to get anything that they want to in these plays. Also, denying resets on the Renata W is a very, very big thing. Because obviously if you kill someone in Zilean ult, don't get the reset, you then die. Sad.
Sad. Very, very sad if that's the way that these things go down. And I mean, the Zilean is always such a fascinating pickup. I really like it into these heavily aggressive compositions. FOI have decided they're going to fling themselves at the backline, basically in all situations. The only person who isn't going to fling themselves into the backline is the Renata, who gets flung by the Kalista. Everybody is just going to be going in all the time, and so the ability to just say, actually, no, we're not going to play this one out like that is great. And when you've got a poke composition with a Varus and a Jace, plus you then add in a Karthus, it doesn't turn from just poke and getting people low and then you start the team fight. You could actually kill somebody before the opposition can even land a single ability.
Absolutely, yeah. What'll be interesting to focus on now is that the Xin Zhao has gone for a bit of a stunted sort of 3-camp clear here, where it goes buff into Raptors, into Krugs, but was spotted on the Raptors, which means they know that he's walked up to the Krugs now. That being said, the Camille is kind of playing safe under here. Don't think there's really a dive threat, given that we spotted this many times, although having said that, the Camille is quite low here. If they can crash a big enough wave, something could happen here. That Q3 just going wide, and so does the heal part of the W. Xin Zhao knows there's no camps here, so might be time to force something. Nope, goodbye.
Nope, not gonna happen. Instead, Gentleman Hero, I mean, he's still pretty low in this lane, not the ideal situation to be in, but, you know, absolutely fine so far. Striker is gonna ward this out, should be able to pick this camp up before Faust is able to get here, and this is huge to be able to steal away this many camps and get out in this situation. Really well done. And this is a great show of what the Karthus wants to be doing. He wants to take as many camps as possible, put himself in the best possible position to be able to just sit and farm. You don't want to gank, you want to gank by pressing your R button. That is your contribution to the game. Whereas Faust on this Xin Zhao needs to get actual ganks off, and if he's doing that, it leaves his jungle available for the taking.
Absolutely, and I think this is also why I was a bit surprised they didn't look to force that dive top lane a little bit more, because you should know that your bot side is being taken at this point by the Karthus. You know that he cleared down. You know that he has at least the opportunity to. So the base felt a little bit out of place from the Xin Zhao, and now pathing back up towards the top side at half the CS of this Karthus, essentially.
Yep.
Will loosen that a little bit, but Karthus getting his first back now as well. Will be a lot bigger than just a longsword.
Yeah, it really will be, and the point at which you fall this far behind versus a Karthus is a scary moment. Gentleman Hero is going to get ganked on top of, does still have his hookshot wall dive.
Not sure if you... Oh, you're in a position where you're allowed to flash now because you're able to dodge that. Flash is a bit early, but the Q3 does still go wide from the Yone, so they don't kill. That was really important that hit, and it went just wide, but the Ahri has been committed up here as well. The wave going past means he has a clean line on the Storm. Has to get there early. The flash committed. EQ land, but on the backside of this, Karthus is picking up a kill of his own. The first blood at the very least does go the way of Igneous, but Striker now hunting in his jungle. The Jace could not care less about this Ahri. I'm not wasting time on this play. I don't think the Ahri has the damage here. The double buffs, Karthus could just auto this to death if you wanted to. Charm goes wide. 2 kills and up CS on Karthus does not put a smile on my face.
No, if you are a fan of anybody but Germany, if you're just a fan of League of Legends and you would like a third game, giving this many kills over to a Karthus in the early game is not ideal. Usually the first kill that a Karthus gets is once he's level 6 and he steals it off of a lane that was going to get a kill anyway. It's the way of the world, and you're never that mad about it because Karthus does so much damage late game. You're like, fine, we fed the Karthus, this is okay. Instead, getting kills in his own right around the map is going to be huge, and sure, you do die right there as Gentleman Hero. You give over a kill to Igneous, but they lose out onto their flash, so they're a lot more vulnerable in this mid lane matchup than they would have been previously, and you give over another kill to your Karthus. Things are working out pretty well at the moment. First set of grubs spawning in just about 30 seconds time, whereas this initial Drake has spawned, and because it's a Hextech, that's a Drake you would love to pick up. It's the strongest individual Drake in most situations.
Absolutely, and could be a bit of a dangerous situation here for FOI, who may have just spotted Striker, but flying in now with the ult available as well means that even if they're able to get out on low HP, could have that extra damage. Doesn't even need the Karthus, they just kill Renata straight in the 2v2. Force out the flash from Sitar. Zeke with both summons available just decides it's not worth it, I'm dead anyway. Tanks to death, and that is a kill onto the Varus now in a lane which they really need to be ahead.
Yeah, they really do. You have picked yourself up this Callista Renata in order to get yourself ahead early on. You don't scale as well as your opponents do. Instead, though, they end up falling down behind, and you're going to lose out onto this Hextech Drake as well. Very, very nicely played out of Kit. It's unfortunate that Striker wasn't able to get involved in that kill, but like you said, Stack knew they were dead, decided that it wasn't worth their summoner spells, and it turns out Striker's just going to use that ulti for the first strike gold anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Just funneling a little bit of gold, realizing that there probably isn't going to be a big enough fight where the ult has to be used anytime soon. Or if there is, it will just stall that out a little bit more. Well, clear a couple more camps around here. Probably look to reset. It doesn't seem like either team is too keen on forcing these grubs just yet. With that Hextech Drake going over to the side of Kit, as well as a 1.2k gold lead on a team that I do feel outscales in general. This game looks to be slowly getting out of hand yet again.
Yeah. And so, what can you do as FOI to pull yourself back into this game? As of right now, they're not down by a huge amount. It's 1.3 or so you are fine. This is not an insurmountable gold lead, but because of where the gold is sat on top of the Karthus, Malignant's already completed, so those ults are going to be coming down more and more. Hang on, Zayak is just going to get taken down here. Polarizing, one more auto attack should do it. They are going to pick up this kill, unless... No, not quite. It was worth a try, I think, for Zayak, but they didn't quite have the damage to be able to get that return kill.
And what happened there? I mean, to be in that position as the Renata, I suppose maybe he was trying to hold away for the Ari to come back and pick something up. Nice dodge there from Gentleman with the ult. He's able to pick up the first kill. The Triumph will come through. Can they survive long enough to get to the Karthus? Yes, they can. And this could be a second kill now picked up. It'll be the third for Karthus. Me oh my. The whole map is turning in Kit's favor.
It really is. You managed to get yourself a kill back, so that's at least something for Fast. But you're giving over another kill to this Karthus. You're going to be getting more and more gold. Striker, if he steps into this bush, knew something was up, knew that something was happening right there, spots out Icarus, and instead is just going to be able to walk himself back to base, spend all of that gold you've got. Now, there's a pretty big shutdown already sat on top of Striker, so there is the potential for him to be shut down, and if you can get that onto Sithar potentially, that's a great place to play around.
That is very true, but this Karthus has Malignance this early in the game, and they're still sitting on gold. They haven't base boot yet. Kalista may be looking for a possible engage. The Zillion hasn't hit 6 yet, so no way to bail out the ADC. That's the first kill. Can they get the bailout on the Kalista? No, they cannot, so at least a trade back, and the Jace coming in now. Nice little sidestep from Faust. Maybe he's able to walk out of this one unscathed. Doubling for the slow.
Double bomb.
That's done. Does land from the double bomb for the Zillion. Ulting to force away the Jace. One more EQ. Last chance to kill this Xin Zhao. Trying to find the angle. Loops it. Ooh. Not that way. Anyway.
Was thinking maybe there'd be some crazy dodges right there out of Faust. Maybe Faust flashes backwards to try to avoid that death. Still. Oh. Okay.
God.
Did we forget that there was a Karthus in this game?
There was a Requiem with first strike and Malignance. Because he didn't die to the first strike and the ult. And I was like, oh nice, he survived. And then the Malignance burn.
Yeah. Yikes. Well, that's going to be a fourth kill going over to Striker. KSCY are showing us why they have been 2 times champions already. And it's not just the university has been 2-time champions. Multiple members of this team were there when they won a couple of times. Gentleman Hero, Striker, Redeemed. They've all been here for a long time at this point. And you can see first set of grubs also going to be picked up. You can feel that these guys know what it's like to play at the highest level of University Esports. They're just so calm and collected with it right now. Feels like they are squeezing out the opposition. And because of the desync that we have between these Drakes and these grubs, Striker should be able to take a reset and head down for this Drake, play around his bot lane a little bit more, try pump some more gold into Redeem the Matthew, and stop any potential way of getting back into this game through the Drakes.
Oh god, look at the items. Like Arthur just picked up full boots with the magical footwear as well as the double amp tome for some extra AP. The Malignance on top of that. Even if this guy dies in the middle of the team fight, you're probably killing 3-4 people minimum at any point. They're looking now for something a little bit sneaky to try and catch someone out before they enter this Drake pit. Faust with a bit of a possible flank angle. The problem is now you have that level 7 Zillion. You can't just force plays as easily. You have that reset available to be able to just bring someone alive. And now the Renata could be caught out here. We'll have to flash to safety, I assume, but doesn't have it available.
Nope.
Now that I looked inside my screen, will it be pulled out by Sitar? Is this enough to keep them alive? Q comes out from the Varus. I don't think they have enough to chase this one down, so no sums actually used in the end. Karthus ult not up quite yet, but polarizing, trading 1-for-1 in the mid lane in a 1v2 situation just off camera. And while all that was happening, a solo kill in the top lane.
Yep,
Gentleman here.
Yeah. It's a Gentleman Hero diff occasionally. The ult going to come through just to make this dive easier. Zakia might just die, straight up to Striker's burn damage. Striker is now caught between Faust and Sitar, but I don't know that that's a situation he particularly doesn't like. There we go. Now Igneous is here. It's a bit harder. TP is going to come in as well. Gentleman Hero going to join this fight. No, sorry, Polarizing going to join this fight. He could get a kill on Sitar here.
Oh, and Polarizing turns onto the unknowing Faust, who thought he was maybe out.
Where's the
And
dodge?
scot-free. Polarizing
Fancy
is
feet.
definitely faster than the Callista here. We'll have to land this. Yoo-hoo! The little bounce, but is probably fast enough to reach with that dome. Will just about make it out.
Matthew!
I was wondering if Matthew had his ult available or not. We'll tank up a few tower shots. This Ahri could get a free double kill here, but not enough damage just yet. Needs one more spell to kill these champions. The E is not in range.
The speed
W
ups.
to get the most speed, but she's not fast enough to catch a Zillion through his time warp, and they walk away to safety. Kit, you are putting on a show.
This is crazy. The way the Kit are playing on a knife's edge right now and coming out on top once again. Drake goes down to Kit as well. You don't get anything out of that really, as FOI Croatia just cannot find a foothold into this game. And look at the vision around the bottom side of the map for both of these teams. The amount of wards just everywhere. You can tell where the focus has been. The solo kill top lane, I think, is really key to mention, though. The fact that you're up by a full item right now as Gentleman Hero makes this lane so tricky to play around. Fast is in the area, so are Striker, so you could potentially try to gank right now, but we've seen that Gentleman Hero can pull out those fancy feet moves and get away even in bad situations.
Gentleman Hero here now probably going to be forced to be stuck in this 1v2 for a little bit until the cards can get here, but just hook-shotting away to safety. Has the AD shield. The ult does land. The Fate Seal being dragged back by the Hextech Ultimatum. Striker now locked in the 1v1, dodges the Q3, choosing not to force too much into this, so it will just be a 1v1. Key to note as well, in that fight we just watched before the one now, they inadvertently aced them. All 5 members of FOI died at some point in that fight.
It just lasted so long that it wasn't a real ace. Because once again, this series, and to honestly today, has just been full of long team fights and really tense ones where it could go either way, it feels like. A couple more plates, gonna go into Polarizing. Another Requiem gonna come through. Look at the damage that does. Sure, you don't pick up the kill, but you force that bot lane off massively. Now you can push forwards as Redeemed and Matthew and pick yourselves up this nice easy turret. That is going to be first turret blood over to the bot lane for Germany, and they're going to be feeling very good about this one. Let's have a look at the individual gold.
6.5k gold lead 40 minutes into this game. I don't even want to look at the Karthus because I might be sick.
It's so much.
2.2k over there on its own. About 1500 in the mid lane, 1500 on the ADC roll, 600 top. Every single roll is up gold. Even the pitiful little Zillion who doesn't have a kill. Oh, he does have a kill to his name. Even beautiful.
Yeah, everybody.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Oh, Forced could be potentially caught out right here. Polarizing is going to jump on top of him. Big damage is coming through, and with the charm missing, that is going to be Forced left to die. Kit picking up that one. They can try to turn that around into a Rift Herald or into a push onto the mid lane potentially. You do still have Igneous in the area trying to stop that wave pushing through. So instead it looks like everybody's going to be happy with picking up that kill and just wandering back to their lanes.
It feels to me a little bit like FOI are starting to lose their cool, starting to lose their bottle a bit in this game. That's a play that I don't think I could foresee them making any of these other games. Gentleman Hero now, obviously quite low HP, but has the Zillion just marking, making sure that he's safe. Ultimate available. Renata dies on the off side of the map. Callista dies on the off side of the map while they have 2 people top lane. Me oh my. How do we get back into this one? There is a way. There's always a way.
There is always a way, and the way is shutdown gold. If you can get a shutdown onto Striker, that is going to be huge. Now let's see. Striker is going very low. Does go down. 1,000 gold shutdown. Straight into Force's back pocket, although he is going to get punished for that one. Just gets popped through. Could potentially have been left to Striker to get that kill back. But still, that's a 1,000 gold shutdown right onto Force. That is pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Xin Zhao here, obviously you're taking that play. You're still very far behind, but it's something.
Yeah.
It's one little chink in the armor. The Karthus still has a shutdown on his head, so you could just go back for that again. What I will say, the Karthus, even after giving that 1k away, has 2.5 items plus boots compared to 1 and a little tiddly bit items on the Xin Zhao's. Gentleman Hero may have gone a bit too hard here. The reset will come in thanks to the Renata who came in clutch timing. Jace, not quite enough damage to burst through that spell shield on the Renata.
Dodge.
But could be able to 1v3 this one. The knock up miss is polarizing, dodging to the side, just surviving on 1 HP is Igneous, and Marzaya not too far off either. The Renata and Ahri end up making quite a clean play up here. Another shutdown is picked up, and they don't really lose anything across the map.
No, that's the situation that we were really looking for out of FOI. Croatia going to be able to pick themselves up those kills, and that's a way back into this game. The shutdown gold was pretty huge. Now you've cashed in all but the remaining little bit on Striker. That is going to bring you up to not level in items. You are still down by a huge, huge amount of gold, about 6,000 at this point. But it is not the nearing 10k that it once was. And if you can keep making plays like this happen, every single one is going to draw you that much closer to getting back even in this game and then really being able to fight this one out. I think the big worry at the moment is this Kalista, though. Sitar has not been able to get himself into a strong position here. Doesn't have anything really completed. We could potentially see a big fight.
Flashy.
Oh, good flash.
The flash jump does go wide from Igneous. Good reaction flash on the backside of things. Now Polarizing just looking for a way into this fight. Could just start poking people down with the Varus, with the Jace. We see the Yone trying to find something on to the top laner of Kit here. The Karthus ult coming out early to truncate her down to just about 50% HP. Zillion ult is used onto the Camille. In a bit of an awkward spot here, but I don't think they can follow up on that. The Jace EQ does pick one off. Ari gets her first reset. Dashing forward onto Polarizing. Might have been a bit too much, but doesn't get hit back with anything on the way out. Matthew will be completely fine because that champion is uncatchable right now. Ignis has one charge left on the ultimate. Charm does go wide, so Striker will walk out to safety, but not as convincing of a win as you might expect from Kit here.
No, considering how far ahead they are in gold, they're actually going to lose out quite a lot. They've got a big wave being pushed underneath their mid lane tier 1 tower, and it looks like you should be able to at least push this one through. I don't know if you're going to be able to fully take this tower down. No, indeed, they should be able to pick up this full tower and then rotate up towards this Herald potentially, and that's losing out on... Oh no.
Oh, come on.
No.
Have some shame. Let the tower die.
How much is it on production?
I don't click
how
it.
much?
Do we even want to know?
How much? Give it to us. Give it to me straight. How much health does that mid lane turret have? Because I think that the answer might be 10?
It'll be in the single digit. Oh, we're going for a look, are we?
13. Oh, it's not single
double
digits.
digits!
Let's go. So much health. Thank you very much, production, for giving us a quick show in that one. I'm surprised that that isn't single digits, but still, that really does feel bad because that would have been another big bit of gold, some more objective bounty as well into FOI's back pocket that they could have tried to play around. Instead, they're just going to have to limp their way back out, take solace in the fact they were able to pick up another kill, and that the gold right now is still close. It's still that 4k. You know, the gold gap is coming down slowly.
It could be catching Camille yet again. How many times is this going to happen? A 6th death for Gentleman Hero, who's just not respecting the ability of the enemy team to catch him out on these side plays.
He really is just overplaying it, getting way more aggressive than you would really have wanted. Because of the delays, we are going to get the Baron spawn rather than any Rift Herald takes. And look at bot lane.
For this.
Look at where Polarizing is right now.
Yeah, okay, they're not going to go for this right now. Polarizing will be able to pick up the tier 2, which is quite big for him. That Karthus ult is going to do quite a bit of damage. 2.5 items, of course. Varus ult lands as well. The hostile takeover.
Who's going to go back?
Enough to just stall out. Ooh, the support item came up and actually blocked the damage from the Varus charged Q.
Who's going to go
means
back?
you might be able to walk out of this one.
There we go. Finally.
Just surviving time. However, look how much they've lost on the bot side while this was happening. 2 towers taken by Polarizing. He might get caught out on the back end of this. Whether or not they'll be able to do anything with it is another story, but Ari needs to be careful that she doesn't get completely one-shot. That Q in itself is chunked down by that 30%.
Yep.
Jumping in and killing her before the charm can even come out. Igneous, what did we say? What did we say?
Yeah, oh, okay.
And on the other side of the map, a Baron fight taking place. Kit seem to have full control over the pit. They can't let this Xinjiao get in, though, so Matthew is completely marking him, trying to land these bombs, getting the slowdown. Flash available, misses the flash over the wall, does dash in, but no smite. 2k HP on the Baron, they'll be able to just secure it, take it down slowly now. A misplay from Faust as he flashes into the wall and forces himself to E into the pit. If they all die here, they could lose quite a bit, but Zitar just saving the support, so no end available just yet, but you get the feeling that it's not too far over the horizon.
No, potentially not. If those 2 kills hadn't gone down, if you weren't able to use that Fate's Call to be able to pull poor Zakiak away, that could potentially have been the end situation. Ignis and Mosiah just don't have that much damage to be able to stand up in the face of everything that Kit can lay down right now. There is a completed death cap on this Karthus, and at this point, what can you do about that much damage? Kit, they want to send themselves to the grand finals. It's been a couple of years. 2021 was the last time that Kit SC White made it to the grand finals. They won it that year, having won it the previous year. They want to go for 3 wins for their university.
Absolutely, and with that Nash picked up now, with Soul spawning in 130 for them, with the gold lead sitting at just about 10,000. They have 2 Edge of Knights on their team main poke champions now as well. The engage is nigh impossible. They can just sit there shucking out spells as much as they want. Breaking the spell shield on the Callisto to say, hey, no, you're not allowed to have one of those. Yo,
again.
Gentleman Hero, we get it, bro. You want the game to be competitive. I understand. You want us to have something to cast. But let's calm it down a bit. The hostile takeover coming in. Renata caught out, however, by the Marshall. Jace land, and Jace with the EQ on the backside of the fight. Faust can't even get a kill inside the fight because of the res coming in. 3 members have died. We were stun-locked by Gentleman Hero going for his 7th death of the game for funning it at this point. It looks like they're on the ending push. This Yone will not have anything to deal with this. The ult not available. The flash and TPR, but what does that do in the face of 4 champions that outrange you, outdamage you, outsustain you? The wave does die, but with this cannon, cannon, get on the tower, cannon!
It decided to hit the inhibitor instead. They are going to keep their Nexus towers alive. Do lose 2 inhibitors though. We've got another Drake spawning in 20 seconds time, and it feels like as much as there have been kills onto Gentleman Hero, there have not been kills onto anybody else really, and it means that the amount of gold and experience and everything that's been accrued by everybody else is so strong. We'll have another quick look into these gold. Actually, we might just have another fight right here. Oh. Oh boy.
There might be another fight brewing in front of us on this Soul point. 11k advantage now. I'm not sure how on God's green earth FOI are about to enter the pit here. They will just pick up the Soul, and it's Ocean Soul with a poke comp as well. Could they have asked for anything better? They could. I mean, Hextech would have been pretty good as well, but they got one of those, so let's not. Anyway, Ocean is completely fine. It means they can never get chunked down because they'll just heal it back up, poke out, run away. This is feeling like curtains for FOI.
Really is. Let's see, will Kit be able to close this one out for themselves? Only the top lane inhibitor remains. Got a wave pushing in to try to deal with these towers as well. And you can see multiple members heading down to try to deal with Gentleman Hero. He's drawing all of their attention away from this top lane, and it's giving a lot of space for this push to come through.
Absolutely. Taking on this top lane here too. They've got almost nothing left between themselves and making it to the grand finals of UEM Split 2024. Redeemed and polarizing, just firing out their spells wherever they can. The only thing in their way is a couple of measly little champions. Now, Gentleman getting caught out on the side again, but this time he will not be falling down. Has the Zillion alongside him.
Oh, charm.
Is strong enough now that he can take the 1v2. I feel flashing in is Matthew to make sure he gets that ultimate off. In the top side, they're losing as well. 2 members drop. The Callisto ult is used defensively to try and save the Renata. The hostile takeover only landing onto Jace. It does absolutely nothing. 2 autos come down. 4 man dead. 5 man dead. They are on the Nexus towers, and they will soon be on the Nexus as they rampage their way to the grand finals of UEM 2024. Kit, take a bow.
Wow. Kit SC White, just a truly incredible performance from them. They have yet to lose a game. Can they do it, I think, is the only remaining question. Can they go undefeated? Honestly, at this point, it is a distinct possibility. Even when you think you have found a way back into these fights, FOI found some pretty good moments. They got a lot of kills onto Gentleman Hero. They were rotating around the map pretty effectively. But in these individual matchups and then in the big team fights, it felt like there was just nothing you could really do about Kit SC White. They're just so good.
Absolutely. And I think one of the main things to focus on is the fact that whoever they play in the next round, they will have beaten already.
Yes.
You know, they will either play against the team that we saw today, or they'll play against whoever wins the lower bracket finals. Either way, they are unbeaten against that team. So they only have to win 3 more games, and they've done the golden road of UEM.
Yep. Either way, we are going to hop to a short break. We should have an interview for you when we get back, so don't go anywhere. We're going to celebrate KSC's Whites win a little bit more.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AIS. And they cannot withstand the damage. To Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway. Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Oh, manages to get it deep. The objectives has been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wings Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose.
Hello and welcome back for the final time today. We are joined by Gentleman Hero for an interview. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. We won everything, didn't drop a single game. Every game was fairly convincing, I would say. Like, I mean, we just saw, like, I think this series right now. Yeah, so couldn't be happier. I mean, obviously, there's like a few things that could always go better, but overall, pretty happy with how it went today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would like to take you back to some of the earlier games today. Obviously, we only got to watch in on your final matchup, but you did have a 1-0 versus Ballistica, and then you 2-0'd versus Dragon Emperor. How did those games go, do you think? Obviously, you said you were pretty happy with everything, but were there any spicy highlights you can tell us about? Anything interesting?
Yeah, so the first round, actually, we got a def win because they had some issues on their side, which they couldn't get fixed so fast. So, like, for me personally, it's not a problem, but I think everybody would kind of be maybe annoyed if, like, it takes too long, it's too much time, so everything is getting delayed. And then against the second team, they went for a map, no, how it's called, lane swap, right? In the early game, we had to play it against the Croatian team as well. I think it was played quite a lot this tournament actually, and I mean we did kind of expect it against which was the team again we played in the semifinals? Bracket
The team you
semifinals.
just
What's
played,
the name?
FOI.
No, but the team before that, I just can't remember
Dragon
the exact
Emperor.
name. Yeah, Dragon Emperor, right? We did expect it. We had a plan prepared because we invaded them, tried to put up vision, but they just went straight like into the upper brushes in the top lane. So we didn't have any info. But we managed to actually play it out fairly okay, so that at the end we could stabilize it pretty quickly. Personally, I'm not a big fan of lane swaps to play into because I think in the more standard League of Legends we are always like the better team, but overall we also every game kind of found the angles to always like also get some kills in the lane swaps and stuff. So also like in the first game of the final, in the upper bracket final, we immediately found a fight. I think lots of enemy teams, they kind of played it also, like they made some mistakes with the lane swaps. It could definitely be played better, and we made sure to capitalize on those mistakes.
Yeah, I think one of the questions I wanted to ask, because you mentioned the lane swaps as well. In that first game where you started, I think you went 3 off enemy invade, and then you got another 2 kills, whatever, after that, just from your team. Obviously, their choice to put the bot lane top there, do you think that without the invade happening, that could have been a bit more beneficial, or do you think the invade just kind of blew everything up, or do you think maybe there was something working there?
I think the invade was like really way too risky. I think how you usually want to play the lane swaps is that you actually start in your own jungle and then start invading the enemy jungle, and then try to go for a top lane dive. Because when they were invading, right, the bot lane, they didn't even like. Well, I think they thought that we wouldn't actually go and fight, but we managed to like converge like as five people on them, and then just the enemy jungle is like completely out of the game now, and because our bot lane actually also still had time to move, they had to drop like a few minions, but overall they also get a kill, I get a kill, and then we just managed to actually like answer the lane swap that I actually get to play into Zach also with a kill, which is like really good for me. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think moving on then, the last question I wanted to ask is looking towards the future. Obviously, there's a while now between now and actually playing the grand finals, but you know that whoever you're going to be facing up against is likely going to be one of the teams that you've already seen at this tournament, or already at least played against. It could be FOI again. Are you confident in your ability to close out that series as quickly as possible? Do you think you're going to make the unbeaten run? What is your thoughts looking forward to it?
So I think that there's always a chance that we could drop a game for sure. So we were kind of like the most nervous about the first match because everything can happen in a best of one, which we didn't even have to play, which was and in the end kind of fortunate for us. But in the best of 3, it could theoretically also happen, but I don't think that in the best of 5 currently there's a team that's good enough to take us down because they can pull up some strategies. But I think we are always like diverse enough with a few picks and playstyles we can pull out to always adapt and then at the end get the win.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Is there anybody you would like to shout out? Any teammates you'd like to say thank you to or anything like that?
Thanks for this whole for the crew for setting this whole thing up. Thanks to you casters for casting this whole thing, obviously, and also thanks to all the fans watching. I don't know if some people are watching. Like a big part of like our esports club is currently at the LAN, so that's like was kind of like maybe a little bit unfortunate timing. But I hope they're watching as well, and if they do, yeah, hope you're having a good time. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations and good luck for all your practice and for the grand finals.
Thanks.
All right. What a day. I mean, this day started out about as crazy as it could have with a 15-50 game, and I don't think it ever got less weird.
Yeah, I think we started with a ridiculous banger of a quick game. Weren't really sure, didn't really have time to recover. Went straight into a full 3-game series in which at no point did we know who was going to win the game, and open did we know who was going to come out on top. And then ending with a clean 2-0 from the clear tournament favourites. I think we kind of got the best of every possible world involved.
Absolutely insane overall. Now, we do have the brackets to look at. There we go. So, for the upper bracket, it's very obvious what happened here. And what happened here is Kit dominated. I mean, Poland, unfortunately, didn't play. We didn't actually know that, so thank you very much to Gentleman Hero for letting us know about that one. And then they make their way through this one nice and easily. Lower bracket, though, has been super interesting, and those are going to be matchups we're going to be looking at tomorrow. Dragon Emperors and Steel Crows are still in game. Unfortunately, we're not going to have this one completed by the time we need to get off air. So we'll have to, have a bit of a surprise tomorrow with who's actually going to be getting through. But it will be PB after they weren't able to play that first game up against KSCY. Now they've put themselves in a good position. So they are going to be playing tomorrow in our first game. And then in our second game, FOI gets one more chance to send themselves back to the grand finals.
Absolutely, and I think just from my end at least, it was fantastic to watch that performance from Kit, obviously, because wasn't here for Swiss, didn't get to watch them throughout the early stages of the playoffs. I think being able to see just how dominant they actually are within this tournament, even when they were making mistakes, there was never a moment where you thought, oh no, they're losing it. You just kind of always felt like they were going to come out on top and kind of always felt like they were going to win. So great day today overall.
Yeah, and that is going to do it for us. We have followed a ton of games today. We've got 2 more exciting series tomorrow, possibly 6 whole games, which would be brilliant. Thank you very much, Drysdale, for joining me. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for stepping in and doing some play-by-play, because nobody wants to listen to me doing that.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. Obviously, like I said, first time doing UEM. Also my first time actually with Bloxer. I mean, we've spoken before, we've worked events together, but never as a duo casting. So fantastic to be alongside you here as well. And yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I had a fantastic time. It was lovely.
Yeah, it's been such a good time. Amazing performance from you. Thank you so much to everybody behind the scenes as well, making things happen. It's always such a nightmare behind the scenes. We get such an easy job just sitting here talking about the game. So thank you so much, production. And yeah, thank you everybody for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow.
professional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you